Yeah. DQ, baby. Check. Look, the fashion is clever, spectacular weather. I'm blacker than I ever been. Skisha patting some leather, ink and a feather. I pen some immaculate letters. My family stay with the gift, cause we rapping together. Like it's Christmas Eve, I just roll up my sleeve and drink a cup of hot cocoa while she rolling some leaves. Have you ever lit a blunt off a chimney log? Massage from a synagogue, leads foreign student with her friends involved. No, you haven't, so I ain't trying to have it. I'm painting pictures that's lavish, getaway log cabins. Amazing the magnetism, a magnet in all facets. Check my discography, baby, it's all classics. Feeling like Curl Baskins, surrounded by all this pussy. Making this money up y'all bastards. Funny how I mastered the art of being a subtle asshole on my dean. I'm shutting down y'all classes. COVID-19 flow nasty. Lamar Jackson with the stat time passing y'all lasses. Catch me on the lake chillin' laughing. Everlasting, my mind forever layer like fall fashion, nigga. Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dough, making money, breaking bank, getting that dough. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dough. Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dough, making money, breaking bank, getting that dough. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dough.
Yup, and click the photo. The beat knocking like a piston missing in the Lolo. The chicks should know the mission is to get some more dough. And if the friction and the tension seem intentional, then it's a no-go. And as an OG, I'm telling them young brothers to be cool. They push bass and turn up high, like my EQ that's clipping in the whip. And they say, yo, shit clean, pushing 60 in the trunk. 415s, going blah-da-down, blah-da-down. About to bounce, I hit the gas and rip the engine out the motor mounts. Hit the house to go read Dr. Ben. Then this chick sent the text that said, lock me in. Hibachi grill, Wagyu beef, Lil Kobe slice, late night demo tapes like Lil Homie nights. I text back at 4 a.m. while your girlie yawning, cause she think it feel better in the early morning.
Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dough, making money, breaking bank, getting that dough. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dough. Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dough, making money, breaking bank, getting that dough. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dough. Yeah. DQ, baby.
Media Records.
Yeah. DQ. Check. Look. This that motion, potion, when I flow this shit. Nigga just so legit. Give a damn boy if you sliding. How many hoes you get? Me? They be on my dick. Smelling like the coldest scene. Looking good, that wood filled with the animal clover mix. When I pop that shit, it's the oldest trick. Literal coldest sick. Baby, text me since you got a phone up pick. I'ma pull up on the bitch. Holy shit. Notice the golden bonus that's on this wrist. On the tree, with no chips. Bitch with a police beat. But back to the session at hand. There go that man, mama. Really can't stand drama. Get out my car and go back to your grandmama, cause you been misled, mama. Get your head right and come back and get red, baby. I know you see red, lady, but you see blue if you true with them legs, baby. Driving these man crazy. Hear what I'm saying? There go that man, mama. Really can't stand drama. Get out my car and go back to your grandmama, cause you been misled, mama. Get your head right and come back and get red, baby. I know you see red, lady, but you see blue if you true with them legs, baby. Driving these man crazy. Get it right, Hall of Fame. Play it tight, baby wanna cheat. Spend night, cop a feel. Nigga might keep that gas. Get it like, up pass. Get it right, country boys. Hit it like, Grammy wish. Kill a mic, did my thing. Get it right, Hall of Fame. Play it tight, baby wanna cheat. Spend night, cop a feel. Nigga might keep that gas. Get it like, up pass. Get it right, country boys. Hit it like, Grammy wish. Kill a mic, I'ma hit it with a different type of flow. Mastermind a different type of cadence. Hating perpetrators do the most. 3 takes table, see anger dog. Me and my brothers probably doing the toast. Go and holler if you need to smoke. 3 tequila shots, we out the door. Keep a freak who soon he like to choke. People touch the street, I seen the flow. Sweet just so elite, just peep the gross. East I got my seat just like the Pope. Jeez, I'm out the east, I wrote a book. Before an author, you ain't even know. Black Sun Media before. Try media, now you know. Yeah, you
get it right, Hall of Fame. Play it tight, baby wanna cheat. Spending night, Copperfield. Nigga might, keep that gas. Get it like, up pass. Get it right, cut.
For Dr. Bill. My hotel. Miracle. AKA Almonte.
All the lies you've been told, baby, let me set you straight. What we did back then was great. You just don't know. Let me show you the past so your future can look bright. Till you walk into the light, cause you see yourself. I've heard them say that we wasn't even there. Baby, let me make this real. We were the ones. If you pay attention to what I'm about to show, there's no doubt that you will know. I'ma show you Nefertari was, said she was black because that's the way that white man. I'ma show you Egypt was a black land, King Tut was a black man, cause that's the way that white man. And now, since we came from the southern land, so I know they think that we forgot. From the horn in the west, these black people made their way. See them coming for Friday, and here we are.
Let's get ready to rumble! With the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world.
Pull up the seat and pull out your shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up ballin' out on they fraud ass. The coalition of bitches, they talk trash. On the mission to fit in your soft ass. Rolling green and clubbing this golf class. Loaded lust couldn't say they lost ass. The campus community streets is all sad. Niggas be thinking the heat they all last. Be conscious of all the sand in the hourglass. Be humble when be prepared when the power pass. Old and young niggas, we all class. Ideology different, we move the ball fast. Yeah, these chickens is out of season, we haul ass. There's a reason we undefeated, it's all fast. Pull up the seat, pull out a shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up ballin' out on they fraud ass. Pull up the seat, pull out a shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up ballin' out on they fraud ass. Let's go. Prophecy and profit, what a nigga need. Getting cracker money off this nigga weed. God got the wheel and the dice indeed. We betting 70 on 6 like Joel and B. Prophecy and profit, all a nigga need. Cracker money off this nigga weed. Good morning to the most high. And good night to the bad guy. My southern humor is quite nostalgic. I really can't live without it. My family, they always rooted, but pessimists truly doubt it. A testament how I'm blessed, finesse, but I'm truly balanced. Outdoors, man, moving books while I move a mountain. Somewhere just hookah lounging. Nigga just Luca ballin' on suckers who do be counting. The profit margin of your pocket watching is quite astounding. Secretly peeping me frequently, I was out of town.
Talk to him.
Prophecy and profit, what a nigga need. Getting cracker money off this nigga weed. God got the wheel and the dice indeed. We betting 70 on 6 like Joel and B. Prophecy and profit, all a nigga need. Crack of money off this nigga weed. Good morning to the most high, and good night to the bad guy. The sativa I get split down to nuggets and bits, then rolled in a dozen of sticks. The quarter pound bust down to 3.6. I show love cause these custos fit. They a switch up quick. The indica that I'm sitting in here, a signature top shelf. Midgets need help just to get it, bruh. You want that wax, then we dab red, kid it up, sit it up. Niggas smell the turk before we lit it up. Prophecy and profit, all a nigga need. Crack of money off this nigga weed. Good morning to the most high, and good night to the bad guy. Prophecy and profit, all a nigga need. Crack of money off this nigga weed. Good morning to the most high, and good night to the bad guy.
Playing maze, system water bottles and Gatorade. Got a lot of people want me to fade away. Dedicated, keep my game sharp as a razor blade. Day to day, with my gold teeth and the table fade. Playing maze, system water bottles and Gatorade. Got a lot of people want me to fade away. Dedicated, keep my game sharp as a razor blade. Day to day, with my gold teeth and the table fade. As I'm rolling this blunt up, I sit and think about the come up. Hit your chick with that lumber, she somewhere deep in the slumber. I ain't Stevie, no wonder, I had her falling this summer. She talking tatting my name, I ain't even saving the number. Hey, pimpin' meticulous, when you pimp it's a hit or miss. Vernacular snapping, she breaking bridges to get a kiss. Look what done happened, her nosy friend and got in a mix. She know I'm a hitter too, if she tell him I'm plead the fifth. Playing maze, it's the water bottles and Gatorade. Got a lot of people want me to fade away. Dedicated, keep my game sharp as a razor blade. Day to day, with my gold teeth and the table fade. Playing maze, it's the water bottles and Gatorade. Got a lot of people want me to fade away. Dedicated.
You talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kid stealing, wheeling dealing, limousine riding, jet flying, son of a gun, and I'm having a hard time holding these alligators.
You talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, limo jet flying. We Rick flaring on us, flaring on us. We Rick flaring on us, flaring on us. Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, limo jet flying. We Rick flaring on us, flaring on us. Jet, we Rick flaring on us, flaring on us. It's apparent these girls staring. I'm Rick flaring, gold across my chest. I'm fresh to death. I'm Paul Bearing, not at all scary. One eye open like Betty Wops and find to these Urkels that's going in like a carry shot. Woo! I'm going in like a Mary Pop off that Mary Crop at the top flow at the Marriott. So questioning me is like questioning you. See, we the best dressed, so come and get blessed with the crew. Not one but two, different ways to slaughter your crew. Committed tat across the chest, I guess she blessed with the truth. People want to see them checks, representation of proof. Living through my elders, trying to resonate to the youth. But ain't nothing to get my flash on. Longevity is heavily embedded in my melanin. Layman terms, I last long. My grind repetitive, I'm smoother than real silk. Lyrical cash cow, who can't cry over spilled milk. We in here. You're talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, limo jet flying. We Rick flaring on us, flaring on us. We Rick flaring on us, flaring on us. To the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, limo jet flying. We Rick flaring on us, flaring on us. We Rick flaring on us, flaring on us. This ain't no normal situation, this preparation with greatness. Industry full of fakeness, it's really up for the taking. See, life is what happened to you, more so how you take it. Don't get stripped of your knowledge and mentally leave you naked. I like to live otherwise. I'm sorry that I'm fresh to death. I put the polo and apologize. See, black son, we ain't nothing like them other guys. Quit to socialize, we organize, then we mobilize. Woo! Off the deep end like a scuba diver. And no confusion, just keep it pushing like Uber drivers. Woo! Business fresh just like a supervisor in a Gucci visor. Can't find a smoother rhymer. You're talking to the Rolex wearing,
Leland, yep. Tap, tap, tap on your touchscreen. Every single day, the same routine. You click refresh once again, and I got the same thing. Tried everything I could do. At this point, I have no clue. I gotta tell myself the truth. I just need an upgrade, an upgrade. I'm out on much better than you. Yeah, shiny and new. I gotta tell myself the truth. I just need an upgrade, an upgrade. I'm out on much better than you. Yeah, shiny and new. I gotta tell myself the truth. I just need an upgrade.
Y'all pull it down, need an upgrade. Swipe left, update, need an upgrade. Y'all pull it down, need an upgrade. Swipe left, update,
I
need an
just need
upgrade.
an upgrade.
Y'all pull it down, need an upgrade. Swipe left, update, need an upgrade. Y'all pull it down, need an upgrade. Swipe left, update, need an upgrade.
Shit, knowing me, I'll probably be in a toxic relationship. You on top of me. If the topic is truly timeless, the conversation should be how I'm and regaining my peace. Shout out to my Virgo women cooking the feast. Got a Pisces, stay in the hood, that girl a freak. Can't lie, certain Geminis ain't for me, but it's on key, cause certain upgrades cost a fee. Yeah, so we can slide and glide. I know you want it. Known to provide the vibes, this shit a moment. Hit the clubhouse, then clubhouse to the morning. Fall in love with the mind, the body is just a bonus. Careful with what I'm searching, Siri be taking notice. All the pictures I'm liking, algorithm is golden. Melanated the lightness, all these women get chosen. Hershey kiss to the forehead, yeah.
Tap, tap, tap on your touchscreen. Every single day, the same routine. You click refresh once again, and I got the same thing. Tried everything I could do. At this point, I have no clue. I gotta tell myself the truth. I just need an upgrade, an upgrade. I'm out on much better than you. Yeah, shiny and new. I gotta tell myself the truth. I just need an upgrade, an upgrade. I'm out on much better than you. Yeah, shiny and new. I gotta tell myself the truth. I just need an upgrade.
Y'all pull it down, need an upgrade. Swipe left, update, need an upgrade. Y'all pull it down, need an upgrade. Swipe left, update,
I
need an
just need
upgrade.
an upgrade.
Y'all pull it down, need an upgrade. Swipe left, update, need an upgrade. Y'all pull it down, need an upgrade. Need an upgrade.
Leland, yep. Tap, tap, tap on your touchscreen. Every single day, the same routine. You click refresh once again, and I got the same thing. Tried everything I could do. At this point, I have no clue. I gotta tell myself the truth.
What up, though?
What's good, everybody?
What's going on? As usual, waiting on everybody else. As usual, so I'm wanting to do these shows, but you know, gotta feed the people. But while I got you here,
Oh shit!
I'm about to lock you in front of the people. When are we doing? Matter of fact, hold on. Peace to the chat. Let me stop being ignorant. Peace to the chat. Let me see what we got in here. Donnie, number one male mod in the world. Mika, number one female mod in the world. Y'all can battle that out. Peace to you. Peace to Logic, who's supposed to be here with us, which is hilarious. Shouts to Sister Safa. Let's see, Ricardo in the building. My man Rush. This dude Rush said, let's read this. He said, I need you to upgrade to a DSP for the summer. I'm tired of going to YouTube to listen in the car. See? You think don't nobody love you till you find out they do. Let's see what
Rush,
Ricardo.
drop your email. And I can go ahead and shoot that directly to you.
Here go this barber cutting motherfucker. Ricardo Robinson, shout to my nigga Chef in the building.
Just cutting hair in the Man in Black building.
Yeah, this nigga's crazy. This one he doing he keep cutting hair in a Diddy video background. That shit look like the Diddler's background. It look crazy. Let me see what Ricardo talking about. Logic in the building. Ricardo says Pan-Africanism will not work if it's an American idea. Continental Africans abhor us. That is a beautiful word. I promise you, Ricardo, the majority of the people that will be watching this show don't know how or what abhor means. Us whose ancestors were product of the transatlantic slave trade, continental Africans abhor. He came from number 2, pause, each other. They're not united. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. You could have summed all that up by just saying Pan-Africanism will not work. The rest of it, you could have cut all of that right there. Ric Flair, yeah, I played Ric Flair. I played the Shaka song. That Shaka song is fly. I don't really have no feelings on the dude. Pause either way, but the song is fly. I actually appreciate that song. Let's see who else. Shout to Rush. Rush said, "Hey Chef." Rush said he's one of the only people in the world that was the first 10 subscribed to Carnivorous Podcast and Try Media. Now I know he was one of the first 10 subscribed to us. That's wild. Shouts to Rush.
He was.
Shouts to Rush. I know he was one of the first 10 subscribed to us because I saw it. So I shouts to him. Okay, shouts to him. I support that. Fontaine, Fire Logic. You gotta explain your name at some point, bro. You gotta explain that name at some point. And shouts to A Mitt. Somebody said P. Shefford. Somebody else that come up here with a Logic. Logic, what's going on, G? Psychopatheist, come up to the chat. I mean, come up to the chat. Hit the link, bro. We want to have a conversation. We putting a link in for certain people. We gotta stop talking about that show we're gonna do, and we gotta actually do it, bro. We gotta actually do it. Yeah, because that.
y'all Jersey. Y'all Jersey.
Yeah, he in Jersey. I didn't know he was in Jersey until the end of the last show. We both in Jersey. I don't even understand how that makes sense. So if we both in Jersey, we definitely, people in Jersey got a little bit more intelligence, definitely than the people in Maryland. So I don't know how to explain that. I don't know if that makes us good or them bad.
Genetics.
Yeah, genetics. Yeah, let Fetty say it's genetics. Yeah, it's something in the
Genetics.
World. Hey, I was looking up top 10. We're gonna get to the topic in a second, but I was looking at the top 10 most violent cities. Okay, I was looking at the top 10 most violent cities in the United States, right? Baltimore is definitely on there. But guess out of how many mayors? Nah, Newark ain't on there. I was shocked. I ain't gonna lie to you. I swear. We can look it up now. The nine of them.
Cory Booker didn't rig that.
Shout out to my brother J. Cole. Hey, so look it up, right? I want y'all to tell me what these nine of these cities got in common. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Y'all go ahead, Logic. What's going on? And then I want to talk about Carmelo Anthony for a little bit. Both of them. Logic, what up?
What's up, G? Man,
What's going
I'm
on?
chilling, man. I'm looking, I'm looking for the mud slinging, man. You know what I'm saying? We about to come up here and talk about Trump some more, and I'm gonna try to bring my good energy to the conversation. Not really leaning too far on one side or the other, but I think that is a healthy conversation, and I think that we owe it to ourselves to like have it in a healthy way too. So, that's why I feel like I should be here for this conversation. But that's what's up with me. Getting off
You
early,
here to piss niggas
got a
off.
smooth
You
ass little
here,
day and shit.
you here to
Yeah,
piss niggas off.
yeah. But
You
by the
here to
way,
piss
If
niggas off.
if I had to, I will. I put it just like I ain't scared to do it. You know what I'm saying? I put it like that.
hey, by the way, you dropping that Jasmine Crockett thing, yeah, that you got to read the room, bro. Because, like, listen, it's so many things I can say about Jasmine Crockett, but I realized let me just leave her alone because that's not even something you're gonna win at this point. Like, she's damn near. I'm
Wow.
just telling you, bro. She's damn near untouchable.
So she a damn saint now.
Bro, when during the State of the Union, she was filming a meme for Kendrick Lamar Super Bowl video, and nobody said a word. That let me know that she's untouchable. And then when I said something, I got booed out the room. Yeah. And now she did say something, not that DEI thing, but she did say something recently that I was gonna kind of let everybody know. But then she said something about farming and picking cotton. I thought that was kind of problematic. But I think she thinks at this point, like she knows, like we do, that she can get away with pretty much anything at this point.
She probably does have a pretty long leash right now. I could see that, but at the same time, like even with that being said, we shouldn't be like hesitant to discuss things that she has said about herself. Like that's just retarded right there, right? Like at that point, like what's next? You know what I'm saying? You basically stripping my own opinion away from me. I just gotta sit here and not say nothing in America and all of that shit, right? Like that's you start to get kind of crazy on that side of it.
No, that's
And
America.
it ain't like nobody would be attacking her for being a woman. I'm just simply commenting on the whole DEI comment that she made. I think that's totally fair. However, you would want to describe a DEI hire based on what she said. I'd have to ask you if you think she fit. That's what she said. I ain't say it. But
What you saying, Logic? What you
you
saying,
can't.
DQ?
It might be too radical to be telling the truth around here. I'm listening to Burn. That's what Burn said.
What you saying? What you was about to say, DQ? I saw you was trying to say something.
Oh no, I didn't say nothing. I said that's just America. That's just America. Nigga, with an
America, yep. America without the A, my nigga. America. Some people get untouchable status. Like right now, you say whatever you want. There's a couple people that just get untouchable status. They can do and say what they want. Hey, so I got the top 10 cities crime wise in up here, right? So we got, we'll start from the bottom because I don't want to disrespect Chef. We got honorable mentions. Atlanta, shouts to my man Sosa, shouts to you. Milwaukee, shout to Giannis. Apparently it ain't working out there. Shout to Indianapolis, my guy Corey. Kansas City, yeah. There was a murder on Super Bowl. Shouts to my Eagles, fly Eagles fly. Chicago, not a surprise. Surprised that they number 10 though. That's cool. And then you got Philadelphia, not a surprise. Memphis, I thought they would be higher. Cleveland, Ohio, we don't count them as cities in Ohio. Jackson, Mississippi. Birmingham, Alabama. Roll Tide. Why don't y'all say it now? Detroit, that state that I will not name. Who cares if they got a high murder rate? New Orleans, shout to my guy Wheezy. Fix it. Baltimore, Maryland is number 2. It says decades of systemic issues, still a rough place for violent crime. Their murder rate is 55 to 60 per 100,000 people. And then you got St. Louis. Now here's the crazy part. I never been to St. Louis. I never been to St. Louis, so I don't even know why that. Shout out to Super Wavy. I don't even know why St. Louis. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with St. Louis. I would assume it's just poverty. But can you explain to me, Chef, the 9 out of 10 what they have in common? Anybody, y'all go. Anybody up here? 9 out of 10. What do those cities have in common? No, that's close. That's close. That's close.
I can name rappers for them.
They Democrat.
Shout out to my guy Bustetto. 9 out of 10 are Democratic mayors-led cities. Now, I gotta give them some defense though. Just because they Democratic mayors, that doesn't correlate completely to the crime, because it could be a Republican governor, it could be, a new what's the name. But I just found it ironic, let's say, that 9 out of the 10 that were talking about being light on crime reform, bail reform, recidivism reform, that those are the cities, the social cities, what I call them. 9 out of 10 are the ones with the highest crime rate or the highest murder rates. What you think about that, DQ?
You see that Texas is nowhere on there. Because number
Nowhere.
one, everybody around here and their mama have guns. So you really try to chill out shooting when 8 people got guns. Number two, we got that good old vein juice that if you get caught with murder, you may get the death penalty down here. So I know it's
Did you just call the death penalty vein juice?
Yeah, it get busy down here. So yeah, I'm happy it has slowed down because I know Fort Worth was creeping pretty high, and then Houston just has entirely too many fucking people, so people die every day. But yeah, I'm a fond supporter of more guns because it'd be less crime because people just won't act the fuck up. That's my perspective, just being from Texas, how I'm just used to everybody having guns. But I know that might be a culture shift for a lot of people.
Okay, Logic, you there? Chef, what you saying about Baltimore, bro? What's going on? Why y'all can't get it together, G?
I don't know why they keep killing each other.
Fucking up them edge up, nigga.
Yeah, you need to start giving out.
I don't want to kill nobody.
Y'all need to start running fades instead of giving fades. That's what I said. Y'all need to start fighting it out. Put the guns down and fight it out. Look, it says J. Cole says the Kansas City mayor is an ex-D-boy, for your information. I wouldn't be shocked, bro. I wouldn't be shocked. That's wild. Appreciate that information, my brother. We're going to start doing a lot more of these impromptu shows and a lot of crash out shows. Because we in a time, listen, if y'all not in our Discord, bro.
Get in there.
Listen, I'd love to give you the advertisement, but we have our best shows die in the Discord. I'm telling you now. I'm pretty sure other people have that in common, where they have their best content in their voice chats or scrolling through the page. We have I guess right now we on a political thing. We were kind of like on the genetics thing, and then Fetty tapped out. But I don't know why I said that. I'm an idiot.
Yeah,
but yeah, I'm on that today. I told you I declare war. So but you got to get in that Discord. Yeah, this is that's the type of time I'm on. Shouts to Bustetto. I'm gonna shout his channel out and do some of his music up here. Only thing is, his music could get you killed, bro. His music could get your channel killed. He don't do no kind of like trying to make sure you don't got the copyright or nothing. It just gets you killed. So I'm gonna put a link in the chat. Join the Discord, bro. I will tell you this much: tread lightly. I love where we are in the Discord, so I'm not gonna be telling people to chill out. I'm not gonna be telling people to calm down. Psycho gonna join the link. I'm not gonna be telling people to calm down. It's an open forum. It's open speech unless your name is American Dream or Sunchild. If not, I don't really care. So hit the link, join the Discord. Shout to them too. Support their Discord, support their shows, but they don't know how to play well. Remember when you was a kid, it said you can't play well with others. He just can't play well. You know, American Dream and Sunchild just can't play well with others, bro. It is what it is. It's just I got love for him, but from a distance. You ever had a girl like that? You love you, or even family member like that. I love you, but I appreciate our distance. That's how I love you, bro. That's how I love. Yeah, dream is a tether, no question. I don't even know what the hell that means. I just know Pan-African. I know FBA people say it, but I don't even know what that means. We got
he's a ladder puller. He's a ladder
he's
puller.
he's a ladder. You know, American Dream. Shouts to my man P Soup. He called American Dream a ladder puller.
Say P Soup.
Yeah, P Soup. Same shit. So he called him a ladder puller.
He did call him a ladder puller.
He said, American Dream. I know you said, you know, I know and respect you. You're a ladder puller.
You're a ladder puller.
Get up the ladder. And whenever you're trying to help someone up, you pull it up.
You pull it up. You're a ladder puller.
And a ladder puller. There's a lot of ladder pullers, bro, in real life. There's a lot of ladder pullers in English, whatever Stu P's be talking, but there's a lot of ladder pullers in English. Same shit. Stu P's, P Soup, same thing. We got my brother Psychopatheist in the building. Make sure y'all support his channel. I'll put a link to there. What's up, Psycho?
What's good? How y'all? What's going on?
Goody? What's goody? One of the most iconic backgrounds in the conscious community. I know he gonna hate that I'm even saying he in the conscious community, so I said that on purpose. I heard you was from Jersey, bro.
Yep, born and raised Newark.
You can't be from Newark, bro. You can't be.
All day long.
All right, so we're gonna do the Jersey. We're gonna do the Newark Jersey quiz, right? Because I'm from Ohio, but I moved to Newark too. So
Okay.
what part of Newark, without telling these insane people who want to steal your information, what part of Newark you from?
16th Ave by Westside Park.
Stick and Stab. Okay. I came up 440 Washington Street, around the corner from First Street Project.
Oh, okay, you down there by Prince. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so then he's official. People don't say, if I say Stick and Stab and he say what the hell that mean, then I'd be like, I don't know. That's what your boy Bias did.
You was down in Prince when the projects are still there?
Yeah, I went to Quitman Street School, got a scholarship, went to St. Benedict's.
Oh, okay, you went to Benedict. All right.
Yeah. Then I moved to Irvington, and then went back to Ohio to go to college.
All right. I got people to Irvington. What part of Irvington?
Madison Ave.
Oh, okay.
Like literally around the corner.
Myrtle?
Around the corner from Myrtle. Matter of fact, Myrtle was across the street where Nick's Pizzeria used to be. But we was around the corner from Orange Park. Like literally, I was across the street from Madison Avenue School.
Yeah. I used to play ball there, right there to play. Yeah.
Around how old are you? Around?
I'm a '70s baby. I'm an old head.
So then you know Bugsy Calhoun.
I know you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know him personally, but I know you're talking about.
And Bugsy and Mike, right?
Yeah.
Brothers. Yeah, those are my cousins.
Oh, okay.
Hey, okay. So yeah, see, okay, you passed the test. Because we had Unbiased came up here, we was having a conversation, and I told somebody I was like, name one street in Irvington. He said some guy said he's from Irvington. He was like, Main Avenue. I was like, yeah, you ain't from Irvington, bro. Ain't no Main Avenue there. And then he was like, well, what about Martin Luther King?
Main Street. Yeah.
I was like, he said, what about Martin Luther King? I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and kick you out. Bro. I'm gonna go ahead and get you. There is a Martin Luther King. That's the St. Benedict's app. I'm gonna go ahead and get you out of here, bro.
Yeah.
So, Psycho, we having a conversation. We crashing out. So I want to explain these Crashout shows. This is episode 1. It's inspired by my brother. I love Sosa. Everybody loves Sosa. Shout to him. He used to do these shows on his channel called Crashout. So this is going to be not an ignorant show, but an ignorant show. So these shows are, we want you to, I got some cigars coming in. Let me stop opening this box. So these shows are whatever you feel on the topic that we have in a conversation about. Shout out to my brother Rush. He's from Jersey too. These are the shows where we're going to go in on a couple of topics and everybody gonna speak their speech. This is not one of them censored shows. If the show got to be pulled down, me and Chef have already agreed. Matter of fact, look out for that C-SPAN that's coming. We working on it. High level political conversations by young Black brothers. I appreciate that. Well, some of us is young. The good thing about these Crashout shows is you're not gonna be so uninhibited. If you're in the chat, it's a free link, but you understand we crash out, spit your shit, and get on. So now we've been live for at least 40 minutes, and I can start cursing. So you can spit your shit and get on. We're gonna bring up a number of topics. If you're uneducated on the topic, we're gonna call you out. So Psycho, I've seen your shows. I've seen the format. I've watched a lot of them. Most of them I just say peace to the chat. Who fucking with the thing, bro? Damn. Somebody about to get their ass kicked out of here right now. It's probably Hits crazy ass. The DQ.
Be on accident, man. Don't blame me.
Oh yeah, see, I told you. Hey, when I'm on Crashout, I'm a different human being. I apologize. There's strays everywhere. So
it's over there, DJ.
Yeah, he got that DJ equipment going. Shouts to my brother Hits. Oh god.
Yeah.
See, y'all think Hits is just a tech guy. This nigga, he's the Crashout king. We leave that motherfucker alone. He one of them Hulk people. Like, he always angry, so we just let him go. Sosa, you got to come to the platform, bro. This is your concept. The first episode is today with my brother Chef. I'm about to crash out. If you got to crash out, hit us up in the Discord. Nigga, will you mute them dumbass fades you doing? Loud as hell. You want to mute your ass. Yeah. This nigga here giving fades and shit. So the first one is with Chef today. Oh, this motherfucker, he doing that shit on purpose. Oh, I know what to do. Get your ass out of here. You come back up when you got some goddamn sense. So then, hey, you know, fuck my throat up. That's why he did it. DQ, stop laughing, bro. So, and then Friday we crashing out with Chief X. Now that one is gonna be entertaining, bro. That one's gonna be entertaining. That's gonna be a whole lot of damn fun. So Psycho, pick a topic. We're gonna crash out. I got a number of topics. Wait, real quick. I'd be remiss if I didn't do this shit, bro. What y'all know about this Carmelo Anthony thing, bro?
No, I know. It's down here in Texas.
So what the hell is going on with this? You know about this, Psycho? You know about this logic?
Yeah, I know about the case. Well,
what's going on with it? So what is it? He stabbed somebody, but for some reason they're saying we supposed to support for some reason. So he ain't a criminal, or what's going on? What's the story?
Good kid. He's an athlete. He's an athlete.
Good kid. Claimed he was being bullied, pressured, dealt with racism every day and being bullied by this white kid, and he got tired of it and poked him up.
No. He actually didn't even know these kids. He didn't even go to the school that the thing that this situation happened. That was the issue. He was at a different person's school. He was at a different person's school, and the white boys. It was twins. It was two brothers, and the black kid, Carmelo Anthony. He was at the brother's school. He didn't know them, but he knew some people at the school. I think he knew some people on the track team, and because it was a track meet, and he was over there under the home team's tent. And again, he didn't go to the school, so the twin brothers who went to the school saw him there by the tent and said that he needs to move. He ain't supposed to be there, or whatever the case may be. And they were trying to get him to move, and he told them, "Don't touch me." You know, and when they went and they started touching him, then next thing you know, whatever happened after that happened.
So he stabbed them. They got video, so they have a video of it. So what is
no videos came out as of yet.
Okay.
Yeah, they can't release that shit yet.
Right. It's an investigation. So are they saying that it was self-defense? Is this like a history of bullying? Bullying thing?
That's what Carmelo Anthony and his family is saying, and his attorney is saying it's self-defense. Yes.
Self-defense.
So now I saw on Instagram the other day, right? Now I'm looking at his face. Was he sitting around a bunch of white boys or something? and like somebody told them to come over. A white kid their age came over there and told them to move or something at like a tailgate or something like that. Is that the same kid?
It's a track meet. No, this is a track meet. I don't know about tailgate. This is a track meet at a school.
Okay, I'll look for the video.
That's the reason why I know they got footage. One thing in Texas, at the stadiums down here and everything, they got cameras. They always got cameras on this shit. You know what I'm saying? So, that it's a sad situation, but eventually it's gonna come out.
Well, shout to my brother Carmelo Anthony with a K, not to be confused with the Carmelo Anthony that just made the Hall of Fame.
Shout out.
If this young brother needs our help, then damn it, let's help him. If I'm always hesitant to get involved in some of these things because later on the truth don't be the reality. So I'm gonna wait a second, just a hot second, to get more informed.
One thing that is facts. Before he stabbed him, he told them, and this was confirmed by the father and the brother and everything. He said, "Don't put your hands on me." Before he stabbed him, and they did put their hands on him. So that's gonna be confirmed.
Okay.
Man, you gotta watch shit. Now, like I say, down here, bro. Well, this is one thing we learned at a young age. Like I said earlier, just not even to harp back on it. It's not even a joke. Everybody down here, since from a young age, bro, you're taught to have some form of something on you, from a pocket knife to when you get old enough to where you can have a long rifle to where you get old enough to where you can have a pistol. Like that's normal in Texas. Like literally, I keep pocket knives on me. I'm just a country boy. I keep pocket knives on me. But yeah, that's
and it's not. He wasn't a knucklehead, 4.0 student, athlete, trying to get a scholarship and everything else. He was also a track runner. These two twins, they wasn't even track runners. They football kids at a track meet, trying to control what was going on under a tent for the track meet when they don't even run track.
All right, so I'm gonna read a little bit on this. Give me 1 second. Lawyers of the teen charged with murder in the track meet stabbing released their first statement. The family of a 17-year-old student charged with murder in the fatal stabbing of another student at a high school track meet last week is sincerely saddened over the death, the teen's attorney said in their first public statement since the incident, while calling for the public to refrain from rushing to judgment. The incident occurred on April 2nd at a Frisco Independent School District Stadium in Frisco, Texas. Okay, Frisco. Austin Metcalf. What'd you say?
It's right outside Dallas.
Okay. Austin Metcalf, an 11th grader at Frisco Memorial High School, died after police said another student stabbed him in an altercation in the bleachers at the meet. The suspect in the deadly stabbing, Carmelo Anthony. That is amazing how that, you know what I mean? Carmelo just went to the Hall of Fame. She obviously
irony of it, right? It's crazy.
Yeah, right.
It kind of messed up this Hall of Fame introduction because every time you look up Carmelo Anthony, now you get this.
Yeah, the rollout. It's only like one difference, and because everybody was talking about Carmelo. You heard about Carmelo Anthony? I don't know, and they kept saying, I was like, yeah, I know he's going to the Hall of Fame, and nobody ever clarified. But I guess some of the people had to be talking about this because we was talking about this in the chat. He's been charged with first-degree murder. Wait a minute, though.
Yeah, that's gonna get switched though because first-degree murder means intent and all that.
You have to have some kind of intent.
Yeah, that's just normal. That's how Texas do it. It's going to go down. They're doing the lawyer games right now, but yeah.
It says during this difficult time, we urge the public to refrain from rushing to judgment before all the facts and evidence are presented. Carmelo, like all citizens of the United States, that's a good line, is entitled to a fair and impartial legal process. Good lawyer. We are committed to ensuring that Carmelo's rights are indeed protected throughout each phase. We ain't showing you a mugshot, brother. I like the other one of you in that suit. I don't like showing mugshots. $1 million bond. That's what I was trying to figure out. So they serious. Yeah, this is serious. So 236,000. Let me get the link for this. Go to Give, Send, Go. I'm gonna send this brother some money today. He confessed to the killing. An officer said he told them that he was protecting himself. Okay. So this is unprompted. Okay, so he didn't lie. He didn't run. when the officer advised another responding
He
officer.
copped out to it.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He said he says when the officer advised another responding officer that he had the alleged suspect, Anthony responded, "I'm not alleged. I did it." Okay. That's not smart. That wasn't smart, but
it leads me to believe that in his heart of hearts, he was defending himself. Like he didn't do anything wrong. Like,
that's okay. So no, this is it. It says the stabbing occurred under the Memorial High School tent. Yeah, because I saw this kid in the tent. In the post, it's a kid in a tent. He's sitting with like 4 kids, and they're talking.
Deals with our allies and partners, and
no.
the tariffs snap back on them, which would be really, really disastrous. And let's.
All right, we can stop sharing that.
Yeah, sometimes.
Can y'all hear tariffs in y'all ear?
No, sometimes the websites be forcing those videos. They be playing. That was a video on the website they were playing in the background.
Okay. So he was sitting in a tent. He was sitting around a bunch of kids, and a kid walks up to them, and then a parent walks up to him, and then the meme stopped. But I think it was that kid. I'll find it before we leave. But all right, so support him. Go to Give, Send, Go. But the only reason I say don't say anything, because any lawyer will tell you. I put the website in there. Send them some bread. I'm gonna send them some bread before we get off the show. But the only reason I say anytime, any lawyer will tell you don't say anything without a lawyer sitting there, because the prosecutors can use anything you say, can and will be held against you. All right, so we're gonna go into the first topic. True Savior, you're always welcome to come up. Links in the chat. Sosa, the links in the chat. This is a crash out show, so don't be in here trying to get offended. Don't be in here trying to get mad. This is a rapid fire. Sosa created it. I'm borrowing it until he decides to go live, and he knows I'll be on the panel and I support him. But we're gonna have a crash out show on topics. I forgot the flyer. Logic, where you at, bro? You always so damn quiet. Where you at? You be loud as hell on your shows. I do a show, you be dead silent. Dead silent.
I'm here. I'm not even here in spirit, dog. I'm here. I'm good. I'm nice and relaxed. I'm inside. I'm good.
That's cool. Then nice and relax your camera on and motherfucking get into it. It's a crash out show. It's a crash out show. I'm playing no games.
When I finish eating, I will get on camera. I got you.
Oh, okay. You eating? Okay. I got you. You know what? Since Psycho here, hey Chef, we're gonna start off with FBA, ADOS, and Pan-Africanism. That's where we're gonna start. Because we can Trump, that's gonna be a long conversation, and my son's ironically attracting me to 6:30. So, Psycho, you was on the show the other day. Shouts to my brother Hits. I don't know if you can talk while you got your equipment up. You was on the.
Check your text real quick, guys.
Okay.
Yo.
There go my brother. Yeah, there go my brother. What's going on? Okay, cool. We're gonna do one topic, then we'll do the commercial. Pan-Africanism, FBA, ADOS. And the other day when you was on the channel, I was the person that was saying Pan-Africanism is a concept. I don't even look at it as a real thing. I think it's something that we're aspiring to, that people are misusing. Just saying I'm Pan-Africanism, but not actually living any parts of it. Kind of pushing people towards a dream, and then somehow telling the people that actually practice Pan-Africanism that what they're doing isn't right, and what I'm doing is right. I don't like the people necessarily. In concept and idea, I don't like it. I've seen it through Nkrumah. I've seen it through Lumumba. I've seen in practice how, in order to establish it, it has to be enforced. So, and then I see things, Dr. Umar, and you got the SETIs up in the Midwest with guns saying we got to do this. Umar with fake schools and all of that. So here's my premise to you. Let's assume, where do you stand with Pan-Africanism? And everybody, it's a crash out show. It's not a nice show. Even in the chat, this is not a nice show. So mods, be easy. Where do you stand with Pan-Africanism and what, as far as what you think it is?
Well, what it is at its core is just acknowledging that people of of African descent have common interests, common goals, and they should work together to achieve it. Right? Like that's what Pan-Africanism is on its face. Right now, people take that basic concept and they formulate different ideals that fall under that umbrella. And this is when it gets muddy with other people who kind of, try to figure out what Pan-Africanism is. People kind of overcomplicate it because, like I said, at its face is pretty much what I just said. It has nothing to do with going back to Africa. A lot of people think that's the case, and a lot of people think that because they associate Pan-Africanism with Garvey, closely associated with Garvey, and I understand that because he probably is one of the more popular Pan-African figures, but he isn't even the person that created Pan-Africanism. A lot of people act like he created Pan-Africanism. No, it was Pan-Africanism was going on before Garvey. Pan-Africanism going on after Garvey too. But his movement and his organization preach going back to Africa, right? And that's an ideal that some Pan-Africans have. They feel like we should focus on going back to Africa and building up there and trying to build a independent state there and everything else. I don't necessarily agree with that approach, so I understand the critiques of people that that go against that idea. And to be honest with you, when I listen to people have an issue with Pan-Africanism, it ain't based off the core of what Pan-Africanism is, which I said earlier, descendants of Africa, people of African descent, realizing they have common goals and should work together to try to achieve these things. That's usually not their complaint about Pan-Africanism. It's usually attached to, like I said, movements and organizations that's under a Pan-African banner. What people's main issue is, matter of fact, give me 1 second. If I can share my screen, that'll be cool.
Yeah. For sure.
I'll show people what their real issue is with Pan-Africanism. And their issue with Pan-Africanism, I actually share these disagreements.
DJ Architect Remix.
My screen sharing. All right,
go ahead. I heard my brother. Go ahead.
Cultural nationalism is what people actually is complaining about when they're talking about Pan-Africanism, right? You guys are talking about pretty much like the Egyptomaniacs, the people that wear the umps, and the people that say we should go back to Africa, and hyper focused on everything over there. The only time they talk about Africa, they only talk about North Africa. They ain't even talking about West and Central Africa, right? Everything's hyper focused on North Africa and everything else. And like I said, they wear the costumes and. I get it. People feel like we need to abandon the English language and learn Swahili and stuff like that and everything else. The stuff that gets mocked about Pan-Africanism, what they're talking about is culture nationalism, right? Emphasize on nations, identity, unity through shared heritage, culture, language, traditions, often distinct from political nationalism, which is what I'm all about. I'm about political nationalism, which focuses on political independence and statehood. Now that's the other side of Pan-Africanism, right? Now you had these splits that's going on right now, and that's what we got going on is a split between cultural nationalism and political nationalism. These things are not new. These things been going on since the dawn of time. The most famous example I can give you is the Black Panther Party versus the US organization. That was cultural nationalism versus political nationalism. Right, you had the US organization with Ron Karenga and them out in California.
Bastards of the party,
The
bastards of the party. You talking about
yes, United Slaves, yes, the bastards of the party actually was the Panthers, but the United Slaves were that's what the Panthers called them. But they was cultural nationalists. This is Ron Karenga, the same person that created Kwanzaa. He actually worked with Amiri Baraka. Amiri Baraka worked with him in the beginning until he realized he was full of crap and he wasn't really about that life, about as far as like putting boots to the ground. He was more about just practicing culture. We need to study the history and learn the languages and all this other irrelevant stuff that really ain't going to move us forward. So once he realized that's all he was about, Amiri left him alone. But he was a part of this organization called the US organization, out in California, and they used to beef with the Panthers. They beef with the Panthers. One of the reasons why the Panthers split. It's actually a huge part of the COINTELPRO operation that Gay was putting on the Panthers. Was he was causing a huge divide between the US organization and the Panthers. But and again, that divide was already there because you had the political nationalists versus the cultural nationalists, right? You know, like they both had different directions they felt like black people should go. And so again, so this rift is nothing new. But the gripe again is not with Pan-Africanism. People's gripe is with cultural nationalism. That's what everybody's complaining about. All this Hebrew stuff, the Abo stuff, the Egypto stuff, everything. All that stuff's about culture, right? All these people are saying we need to adopt cultures, and culture should be our main focus, and everything else. Like they're not talking politics. They're not talking legislation. You know, they're not talking about bills being passed or any of that. You know, so that's what people's beef is. And like I said, I don't have issue with them having a gripe with cultural nationalism, because I do too. I go back and forth with those type of Pan-Africans. But that's not Pan-Africanism in totality, though. That's just a segment of Pan-Africanism that, like I said, I also disagree with.
And then,
let me ask you a question. And what's up with you, Psycho? I've been listening to your shows too, man. Actually, I like what y'all got going over there with the Q Brother stuff. I like the fact that it is pro-black, right? Now, the more I listen to it, the more I get familiar with people's, perspective on things. And to be honest, like when I first got over there, I thought it was a lot different than what it was, but it's not, right? It's probably a little bit more black national than it is Pan-African. But I know the word Pan-African just comes up a lot more, right? And it's not, neither one of them, I think, is typically clearly defined until like recently I had, James Small actually defined it to me, so I got an understanding of it. But so my question ultimately boils down to like, I think that people have such a hard time separating the cultural nationalism from the activism part of Pan-Africanism, to where you have now left the person attempting to practice this, at a disadvantage, right? Is because, like the moment you take being an Egyptomaniac too serious, or the moment you take being a Hebrew Israelite too serious, you really don't give yourself, the other things that you're trying to accomplish become more difficult, right? If you're trying to run a business, if you're trying to do politics, if you're trying to do any of that stuff as a Hebrew Israelite, now you've got extra hills to climb just because of your ideology. Your ideology, it tells you, that you got to be, at least to me, the way I hear it, you need to be as far away from the system as possible, right? When in actuality, you might need some of these credentials, you might need some of these grants, you might need some of that education, and all of that stuff is stuff that comes from the system. So you can't on one hand, you can't have it both ways. You can't on one hand demonize this exact system, but on the other side of it, rely on it actually to further whatever your agenda is. That's what my big thing is that people don't seem to be able to separate Africa from activism, right? And it's so confusing. I see so many people writing those movements and assuming that that's them doing the quote unquote work, that they don't fix the potholes, right? They don't make the school. They don't do the shit that is clearly, moving the needle forward, but them putting that dashiki on, or them reading them Bible verses, or them, wearing whatever the little ankh is, wearing all of that shit. Like that's, to them, they have formed that as I am being proactive in my situation, and it's the complete opposite.
I don't disagree with you on that. Again, that's why I take a more, like, if I was living in the 60s, I would have been more of a Panther than with Karinga and the US organization, that's where my mindset is. Because like I said, if you look at the Panthers, they wasn't hyper focused on we need to change our language, we need to go to Africa and all that stuff. That wasn't what they was doing. They was fighting boots on the ground here. They was trying to get into politics and everything else. They were trying to deal with legislation and everything. Bobby Seale ran for mayor in Oakland. Right. They was more politically active, and that's where I feel like people need to focus on. And I agree, it gets muddy because of stuff like what goes on in the conscious community, which I push back against a lot of that stuff. And Yeah, no, I don't identify as being a part of the conscious community. I heard.
Me either. He tried to put me in that same boat.
Hey, that's my fighting style to get both of y'all off filter. You know, I gotta kind of be like, you know, because the thing is, logic. Whoever's throwing away their garbage, hold on. But
damn, these motherfucking headphones good.
Yeah, your headphones loud as hell, bro. So like you hiding the body. I like to do the conscious community thing because what y'all don't know is this. Y'all might not identify yourselves as the conscious community, but you know, to a certain extent, a lot of it seems like all the people that don't identify themselves as conscious community are the ones that have the best perspective on things within the conscious community. It's the when I say Pan-Africanism isn't real, that's exactly what you discussed is what is my issue. We're all supposed to unite under this one banner. That's essentially what, you know, the unification of the African nations and Africans in the diaspora. But when I talk to different Pan-Africanists or people that practice Pan-Africanism, I get a different version from each person. So I'm just imagining when this room, all right, it's a big room where we get all of the African nations and all of the African diaspora in there, and we start trying to figure out how we're going to unify, how we're going to get together, how we're going to be this one powerful thing to somehow. Then we got to figure out where we're going to go and this, that, and the other. And if people can't figure out what it is, like I like what you're saying. So maybe I do have an issue with more of the cultural aspect. Because when you bring the political part, that's one of the major things that I have an issue with. It's like you want to do all of this under Pan-Africanism, but you don't want to use no legislation, no policy, nothing. Like you just want to do this, is we're going to ban because we're African or we're African American? Like you think that that's all it's going to take? Like there'll be no governmental conversations. We don't know what government going to run. So when all of these groups one group try to ban on this one thing, but if you talk to 10 Pan-Africanists or people who practice it, you got one saying it's a concept, one saying it's this, one somehow trying to tell me that the AU is not practicing Pan-Africanism, but they are. You just got all these different things. So
yeah, those are people that's trying to insert their own version of Pan-Africanism and making it Pan-Africanism in totality. And like I said, that's their version of what, you know, like, because like I said, at its core, I explained what the core message is, right? But a lot of things can fall under that umbrella, right? Like, you know, like I said, you know, some people can feel like we all should go to Africa, right? Some people feel like we shouldn't. Some people feel like we should be Republicans. Some people feel like we should be Democrats. Some people feel like we should form our own party. Some people feel like we, you know, like, so it's just like anything, you know, it's just like anything else, you know, like, you know, even independent of calling yourself Pan-African, and this is the same issues we always had in the community, right? Like which avenue should we go to achieve where we need to achieve? Should we hyper focus on education? Should we hyper focus on trade? Should people focus on getting into STEM? You know, should people focus on, you know, these things, you know, should people focus on being doctors, medical, you know, lawyers, you know, like we've all had these trends. Because when I was younger, it was all about being a doctor and a lawyer, right? It wasn't, the STEM wasn't even in the conversation, right? Mm-hmm. The goal was try to be a doctor or a lawyer, go to college, and that's the top of the mountain, right? You can achieve that, you made it, right? That's what it was when I was a kid, and that's how most of it was. If you was born in the 70s, 80s, that was the creme de la creme, so to speak. Now it's STEM, right? Now people know STEM is the top of the line now. You know that. You know, I wish my parents would have focused more on pushing me towards STEM, but that wasn't the issue. You know, anything I had to go on with science was off my own interest. It wasn't somewhere I was pushed to.
Right. No, yeah. I get you. So, anybody else want to say anything on that? Chef, I know you cutting hair. Logic, you look like MC Ren from the NWA movie with them sunglasses on. Hey, Hits, are you ready? Because we're going to go to the next topic after that. And by the way, the link is in the
rocking with DJ Architect.
Okay, that's a good answer. Hey, we're going to do our first commercial break. Psycho, if you can stick around, we appreciate it. Let's at least try to put something on the board for the next show. But these next topics, I think you're going to enjoy. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get killed, lambasted publicly by Chef Reem, if he's ready. But we're gonna get into some political landscape, some Trump, some tariffs, some Black Republicans, some MAGA Republicans. Be on the lookout for that show Friday with Chief X. We I think he's declaring war on the conscious community, and I'm all for it. And if I can assist in any way of him destroying the conscious community, I'm with it. Like just so y'all understand where I stand, bro. Yeah, I declare war. So shouts to my brother. Shouts to my brother Hits. Hits, take it away, my brother.
Yo, what's good with you, baby? It's your boy DQ Hampton, and you rocking with DJ Architect on DQ Hampton Radio. Try Media Innovations, what's good? Let's go.
Different type of hustle.
Try Media Records.
Struggle is real.
Different type of hustle.
Struggle is real, yeah.
Different type of hustle.
Struggle is real.
Different type of hustle.
Struggle is real, yeah.
Different type of struggle.
Pick your skill set, cause you know I got a lot of. It's all mad God if you talk about your body. Money make it mix, nah, money make a lot of problems, but a little more probably solve it. So cut up all the talking. Let me home, young Macaulay coffee. Creating liquor board, shit exhausting. Mean I'm making bars, nigga, often. Rhymes tailor made like the suits for your troops in the coffin. Floating on the air, I'm feeling the wind chill. Flow about as cold as the snow in your windshield. Hit it by the lows, you blowing like pinwheels. Coming from the soul and did it like 10 years. Plus, niggas get mad when we switch gears. Clutch, steady get poppin', that bitch chill. Hush, steady don't know how a pimp feel. Have to get a meal, even if it kills me. Feel these silky Johnson, how they hating on him. Niggas talking shit, but I'm not responding. Oxford dictionary words can't define him. Tupac miss where I came inside him. Top 5 pin when I'm locked in. Being locked out is never an option. I'm a pops now, you the lost in the clock spin.
It's a different hustle for this struggle. It's a different hustle for this struggle. Struggle. It's a different hustle for this struggle. It's a different hustle for this struggle. Struggle.
Floating in the air, feeling the wind chill. Blow about as cold as the snow in your windshield. Get it by the lows, you blowing like pinwheels. Coming from the soul that did it like 10 years. Plus, niggas get mad when we switch gears. Clutch, steady get poppin', that bitch chill. Hush, steady don't know how a pimp feel. Have to get a meal, even if it kills me. I'm as tight as a tourniquet fit. Turned up off the liquor, I'm turned up and lit. I'm a country boy, country is turned up in grits. Behind the turntable, DJ and turned up and shit. Yeah, I'm the perfect electrical grid. Quite shocking to these women that's testing the riz. I got bars like them boys doing maximum bids. I got some smoke, but you know I got more at the crib. The way you capping, you should franchise a couple of lids. The way I'm snapping like a gator protecting his kids. I'm Dr. Pepper till he's so low and heavy and big. But when my soda pop, these women be catching the bees. I'm in my bag like hash brown from McDonald's. Trash bag all of these hazmat and fake rhymes. Nigga that made moves that make commas. Type of nigga that pull daughters and break mamas. Yeah, we up in trees in this bitch. That tell my smoker going like them trees in this bitch. Yeah, I see some soldiers now at ease in this bitch. Call me rich boy, high through some D's on that bitch. Yeah, we up in trees in this bitch. That tell my smoker going like them trees in this bitch. Yeah, I see some soldiers now at ease in this bitch. Call me rich boy, high through some D's on this bitch. Yeah. Floating in the air, I'm feeling the wind chill. Flow by as cold as the snow in your windshield. Get it by the lows, you blowing like pinwheels. Coming from the soul that did it like 10 years. Plus, niggas get mad when we switch gears. Clutch, steady get popped, now bitch chill. Hush, steady don't know how I pimp feel. Have to get a meal, even if it kills me. Yo, what's good with you, baby? It's your boy DQ Hampton, and you rocking with DJ Architect on DQ Hampton Radio. Try Media Innovations, what's good? Let's go.
Go get the EP. The link is in the chat. Back to our regular scheduled program. Peace.
Hey man, shouts to my brother, man. Shouts to my brother. At the end of the day, the one thing I gotta give Hits credit for is he good for a surprise. I didn't even know he's gonna do that, but shouts to him. Yeah, that was fire. I'm gonna play that back. All right, so Chef, you ready? Okay, he ain't ready yet. So, Psycho, we got an ongoing conversation in our Discord, and you really need to get in our Discord if you got the time. It's about Black Republicans. So, Chef, I don't want to speak for him, but for the most part, Chef believes he cannot understand anybody that voted for Republican, whether you voted MAGA and you strictly supported Trump blindly, you voted conservative because that's how you vote, or you just voted Republican, whether you was a Republican or not. He can't understand why Black voters voted Republican. He can't stand it. He thinks it's anti-African American. I mean, I'm speaking for him. I really don't want to, but he'll come up at some point. But and me and him disagree vehemently on these subjects politically. Where do you stand with voting, and where do you stand politically?
Me myself, I'm an independent. I'm actually against the duopoly. I actually can't stand either party. I'm definitely somebody who believes there's two wings on the same bird. You know, they have different approaches on how they go about doing things, but the main goal is always going to be the same. Case in point, in regards of who won this last election in this past November, this country was going to support Israel against Palestine because this country is a Zionist country, right? So they was going to support Israel in regards to what party won. Now, how they was going to do it, in what manner they was going to support Israel, that depends on which party won. So again, people are bickering on how things are being done, but these things are going to get done in regards of which party is in charge. So like I'm just not a fan. And not to mention, I don't like how it turns, like having only two parties turns these parties into cults, right? Because now that's pretty much what you have now. You got two cults fighting each other. I like to call them the Bloods and the Crips, because that's pretty much what's going on, right? You got blue versus red. They shooting off at each other constantly. They trying to knock the next person off. Neither one's playing fair. You know, like they all playing tricks. Like and they got cult followings. They have cult followings. Like, you know, if you're on the left, and that's another thing that bothers me about identifying as either party, because I'm against cults. I just don't like cults. I'm an atheist for a reason. I can't stand cults. I hate the religious mindset that people walk around with. Where it's us versus the world, and everybody has this us versus the world thing, except for when it comes to race. When it comes to race, then everything is, oh no, we not a monolith. But when it comes to everything else, they're a monolith, right? If you're a Christian, you're a monolith. If you're a Republican, you're a monolith. If you're a Democrat, you're a monolith, right? But when it comes to race, oh no, we're not a monolith. We all over the place. So it bothers me how it turns people into sheeple, right? For the most part, right? Because if you no matter what party you represent, you're defending bullshit, right? Like you're defending bullshit. If you identify as the left, you identify in all types of craziness, all types of gender politics and silly nonsense that you can't even really make sense out of. Besides some silly social sciences that people study and do, word salad and everything else to try to bend and twist things. And if you over here on the right, you supporting BS over there too. You supporting white supremacists and everything else, and white nationalists that's clearly not out for your best interest, right? So so either party you voting for, you're supporting BS that you have to defend, because that's that BS that you're defending is under that umbrella of whatever party you're representing. So that's why I feel like Black people need to break away from this whole mindset, because this is a societal problem. It's not just a Black people problem. This is society. And I fight against the duopoly. I vote third party every national election, and again to push back against this whole idea and try to bust things up a little bit, because to really get real change, you got to really, really try to throw a monkey wrench into the system. And the best way to do that is to tear down these two parties.
Logic. Or Chef, whenever you're ready, just cut in, because we don't know when you're ready or not. Go ahead, Logic.
I mean,
I see it really similar. Not entirely the same, but I wouldn't necessarily say. Let me make sure I'm not getting away from the original question, though. What was the original question?
Where do you stand? Would you consider yourself Republican? Would you consider yourself Democrat? What is your stance? So that at least we having a conversation.
I would probably have to just fall under progressive. Now that I'm getting even more familiar with the terms. I don't want to be locked into one particular ideology or the other. I want to have the freedom to be able to take the parts I like from whatever side and put that together however I can possibly in whatever limited phase that I can do it. But as far as
did you vote progressive?
I voted Democrat, but that particular.
So you voted for Kamala Harris.
I voted for Kamala Harris, but I cast my ballot like in my mind. I wasn't necessarily voting for Kamala Harris. I was voting against Trump. Right? I didn't have a good.
I'm glad you admitted that.
Yeah, I didn't have a candidate that I really liked. I really didn't like Kamala like at all, actually. Like, and I gave her umpteen shots. I've never done as much reading or as much researching a presidential candidate as I did with her. I wanted to really like the stuff that she did, and I ended up still voting for her, but not really supporting her. Right? You know what I'm saying? It really was my reaction to I don't want Trump to get elected, so here's what I can do. You know what I'm saying?
But see, and that's what I kind of leans towards what I was just talking about. That's what both parties do. They fearmonger you into voting for, voting against the other party, right? Because once they get you locked in, right? Because both sides do it, right? Like, like you got the Trump derangement syndrome on the left, and over on the right, they fearmongering. Everybody's about to get a sex change and everything else, is that and the third. Like, like they have their fearmongering tactics that they pull to scare people into voting for this party. Because once they get you voting against something, you're no longer voting for anything.
Right.
So and that's when it becomes a problem. So it's like, okay, I voted against this person. My guy won. I'm satisfied. Whatever they do now, I don't care. This person ain't in office, right? That's how they want you to think, right? Because again, you didn't vote for nothing. So you're not holding them to a standard, right? Yeah. So that's how they want the people to think. And that's what people need to understand and kind of break out of that.
And let me add a little bit to that, because I feel like I definitely am coming from one of those standpoints of feeling disenfranchised and not heard. Right? There was definitely a time, even though my upbringing would tell you different. There definitely was a time where I was just out of it as far as politics. I didn't really see the point. I saw it up close for a long time, and I realized at a very young age it's a dog and pony show. I realized that these people would see each other out in the middle of the street and pretend like they had something to talk about for an hour just to be cordial. When they could have, when they get home, they're probably calling somebody else to talk bad about that person they just talked to for an hour. You know what I'm saying? Like it was always a show. And I hated, as a kid, having to watch the show and just, let adults do their thing. So, I grew up definitely disenfranchised from it. I don't know if those two stories connected well, but certainly I definitely wasn't like, oh, I believe in the system and I think it's working. I wasn't like that. So now I'm kind of moved to a position where I'm a little bit more neutral. Like I feel like the system has its flaws and it can potentially be useful, right? And of course, there are people who operate it and those people who have flaws too. So I definitely see where you're saying both parties are kind of the same thing. I would 100% agree with you. Like that was a realization for me. Like I had to realize, they're both attempting to side with the American people or be on the American people's side while whole time, having their own agendas, which is probably a little bit more money related than it is people related, right? But it's in their best interest to get voters by appearing to be on those people's side. So that winds up being a big part of politics, and that's something that you hear people.
Why a third party is needed, it won't be this either or. It's like, okay, well, it's either this one or that one, and then that's a dichotomy that we shouldn't be stuck in. So we need at least a third. I say we need more than just three options, but we need at least a third option to break this up a little bit, bust up the monotony, because they got too much control.
So I vote Republican. I voted for Trump. I'm actually probably one of the worst. I voted for Trump 3 times, I guess, if that's the case. 16, 20, and 24. So here's where I stand, because I this is what I do. I work for people that don't know me, I work in politics. Well, worked in politics, and my dad. We have a consulting business. We help candidates get elected, and I am a Black Republican that voted for. I did vote for Obama, and that was for selfish reasons. I do have the ability to put it away depending on it. Like I knew at the time, after weapons of mass destruction, we no longer needed a Republican in the White House. You know, I knew that. I guess I had enough common sense after those years with Bush. It was a little crazy. But I have a son. I wanted him to see a Black president, so it is what it is. So this is where I said I voted Trump in the last election. There was no way I was gonna vote for Kamala. I do understand what y'all say about kind of sometimes, because it's only a choice of two. I look at civics a little different though, because I look at it as you're voting for the president of the United States. You press the button on election night. If your candidate wins, you get your ass to work in your community and make sure that things get done. If your candidate loses, you get your ass in the community and get shit done. Either way. See, the main people that have a problem with who people vote for are still the main people that don't get their ass out. They think that you vote and sit back and America's somehow gonna make you rich, or America's gonna somehow make sure you can put food on the table. And that's not how civics works. The civic process, not the political process, is you vote for the candidate that serves your issues, serves you personally. If you're in a monolith or you're in a group or something like that, you can do that. But for the most part, you want to make sure that your family is straight, depending on what this candidate is doing. Now, if you realize also that the second part of that vote is vote on election night, the next day, or have a habit of a lifestyle of going to city council meetings, getting to know your mayor, getting to know your police chief, getting to know the fire chief. Because my man he'll separate things a lot like this. Federal elections are federal elections. You vote, you don't necessarily affect all of that kind of stuff. You vote. But when you start looking at who y'all send, like Cory Booker in New Jersey, like your representative, who you send to your representatives, who you send to Congress, you have the ability more in your local politics, because you can actually leave your house, depending on what town you live in. But most towns, you can leave your house and you're able to talk to your mayor, have a conversation with him. You probably live in the same neighborhood as him. So I look at it as I'm much more active in reality in my local politics. And I kind of talk about federal politics, but I know I don't really affect those. But I can have a conversation. When Cory Booker was mayor in Newark, my father helped him get elected. He used to do office hours. Psycho probably know what I'm talking about.
Your pops was against Sharp James?
No, my father was for Sharp James, and then the Rosa agency stuff came out, and then he's in that documentary. I know people from Jersey know it. Most other people
Brick
know
City documentary.
Yeah, the Brick City documentary. He's in that documentary, and he kind of had to pivot towards. Sharp James was a great motivator. Sharp James was a great politician. Y'all don't know what I'm talking about. Me and Psycho having a moment. I don't care if y'all leave or stay. The Sharp James was a great motivator, a great speaker. I put him in the mind of like a Baptist preacher and a gangster. So he's what Newark needed through some times. Like he's somebody that will pull up and pay your PSC&G bill, to sit there, play cards with you, have a drink with you, go down the site.
He's from the city. He's from the
right. Yeah, exactly. But at that point, those kinds of politicians, the Sharp James, the Marion Barrys, those kinds of politicians during that time, you're kind of running. They're going to turn you into a criminal. Now, I don't think he did everything that he went to prison for, but I know some of that real estate.
He do nothing different than any other mayor does.
Exactly right. No, so now you see where I'm going. But when they want you in office, what you're doing is good for the people. When they don't want you in office, now you're a criminal, and now we got to prosecute you. Like Menendez. They love Menendez. until they didn't. And I don't know what he did behind the scenes or who he pissed off, but now he went to prison. But as far as he assisted Cory Booker because we didn't pick Democrats or Republicans. That's not, how we did it. We did it based on the climate. We did it based on who we sat down with. It got to the point where we couldn't even talk to Sharp James anymore because we had my father had one conversation with Cory Booker. We could no longer talk to Sharp James. Like everything stopped. And I understood it because they kind of looked at Cory Booker as COINTELPRO.
Yeah, he's outside.
You brought up COINTELPRO, but remember he was living in brick towers. So he was living in the projects and they kind of thought he was pandering a little bit. Who's this kid from Yale? Started the Jewish club at Yale. So you have these conversations, right? So we going down a brick city lane for those who don't know. So then, we worked with him, but my father also worked with Ras Baraka in the recent elections too. So he's somebody I go to kind of balance myself or give myself like a scale.
What's your opinion about Do It All?
Like Do It All the person, I don't know Do It All the politician. That's how I stand. I don't know. Like where do you know him as the politician aspect or what?
Yeah, I mean, I know what policies he pushes for. I interviewed him during COVID and everything else, and that's when he was running for councilman and all that, and he was running a lot of his policies by me, and I rocked with what he was talking about. Like he got his ears to the dirt. He's from the city. He knows what the city needs. So yeah, I like him. I like the fact that he's got his boots to the ground and he's out there actually trying to make change. So I support him.
This is where I go. If I don't see another candidate, he's somebody I would support just because I know him. I wouldn't because I know of him per se. But here's my challenge with it though. This is my challenge. We would interview in any given election cycle 200, 300 politicians looking to get into it, the women that had the money that could pay for consult, stuff like that. I don't mind people being boots on the ground as long as some of that is not pie in the sky. Meaning, yes, we know what should be done. Yes, we know what's right. Yes, we know what's good for the people. But then also we don't support situations we know, like I've said it to him, not to him, but to politicians later on in life, people looking to get elected. Like, listen, I know you want to do that, but you don't have enough time to do that. What are you going to do in the time you have allotted? What are you going to do that's kind of like the politics that y'all talking about. What are you going to do in the time that you have? Like, what can you do that can be done? Like similar to Obama when he was doing the ACA. Yes, Affordable Care Act, that Obamacare, whatever you want to call it. Yes, that makes sense. But if you think you're about to pull this off day one, no. If you only got 2 years, no. So you got to focus on what you can do immediately, get in there, and then you can start doing whatever you want. And Cory Booker was one of them people. All these dreams of turning Newark into this, turning Newark into that, some kind of Jewish hub also. Like he was trying to mix the Jewish
sped up the gentrification process.
Right. Exactly. So it was like, so when I hear people say they want to do good things, I'm all for it, but I just know that that's not what politics is. So I couldn't vote for, I kind of was in Logic's position. I listened to the Kamala situation, but I was done with Joseph Biden. I was done with his policies at the time. I was done with the inflation. I was done with the Ukraine. I was done with the severe pro-Israel. I mean, just like ridiculously pro-Israel. The throwing money at the Ukraine, at Philadelphia, there's parts of Newark that was looking like Afghanistan. Philadelphia looked like
you remember how West Kenny and all that used to look back in the 80s and all that, the abandoned, all the broken windows, like bandit projects.
Just throwing money, like send some of this money to these cities, send some of this money to these areas. We got hurricanes and floods, people that have not ever recovered from the pandemic, and you just steady throwing money to the Ukraine, steady throwing money to Israel. So I had an issue with that. And then when Kamala Harris came on, Logic, when Kamala Harris came on, I was waiting, bro. I told you. People think I'm just so pro-Trump, but it's not. I was waiting. I said, let's give her a chance to get her policy. People were trying to get me to do anti-Kamala shows. I wouldn't do it. And then when she dropped her policy and I read it about 3 weeks after she got put on, I said, hold on, bro. She's literally doing the same thing as what Biden just did. Like it's an extension. It's nothing different. It's just an extension. And then 3 weeks before the actual election, she goes on TV and they ask her, what makes you different from Biden? Yeah,
you
she going
you talking about when she was on The View. Yeah, that was
what are you gonna do different than Biden? And then she says,
that was her protecting Biden.
There's nothing
That was her
that I can
protecting
think
Biden's ego. That was her protecting Biden's ego, and that was a mistake.
Yeah, and that got her whacked at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's
in that commercial, the commercial too, the tranny commercial and everything else, what you were talking about. Trannies in jail are going to get free sex changes and everything else. That old clip that they found of her.
Yeah, with Envy and Charlemagne.
That buried her.
Yeah. So I just couldn't support that. So now, listen, Monday morning quarterback. We're gonna get into the tariffs. I think I'm gonna go out and make a simple statement. I would assume so that most of all of the people that are complaining about tariff cycle, this is what I supposit, that the majority of them don't even know how tariffs work. They don't know the history of it. They don't know when they just say, "Oh, I'm just against tariffs." I think they just kind of riding the bandwagon because of the social media. Tariffs are bad. Tariffs are bad.
Everybody has tariffs, so that's
and that's
tariffs. But it's how they laid out.
Exactly.
That's what the issue is. Is how they being incorporated. Like, are they reciprocal? That's the issue.
Right. And there's 3 R's. Okay, so you know the 3 R's then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Reciprocity.
This tariff thing ain't nothing new with if you know the history. This is nothing new. The one of the things that led up to the Great Depression, before the Great Depression even happened in like 1920 and 21, they was playing tariff games back then. Woodrow Wilson is up there. They was playing tariff games back then down for a couple of years that actually had the stock market fluctuating and everything, and then they settled down around 1922, and this is when the economy shot up. And this is when you got the roaring 20s, right? This is when things started coming. People started getting all this spendable money. They was able to actually buy radios now, which was a new thing at the time. They was actually able to buy cars, the Model T, which was new at the time. So people had a lot of spendable money because they were putting money in stock. They were putting a lot of money in stock, and they had a whole hustle too. They would go to the banks, and they would get loans from the banks. This is the white people doing. They get loans to the banks. And when they got the loans from the banks, they'll take those loans, throw it into the stock and to the stock market. And then when they made money on the stock market, they'll pay back the banks with the money that they earned from the stock market. And that's how they got in. And they was doing that for a long time. But when in 1929, when the stock market crashed, this is what made things really bad, because, the banks was loaning out a lot of people money to put in money into these stocks and all that. And then the economy started doing horrible after the stock market crash. And one of the things that Hoover, who was president at the time, did to try to get the economy back together was the same thing Trump is doing right now, which is oppose all kinds of extreme tariffs globally, right? And he did the same thing, same places, Canada, Mexico, everywhere, same exact spots. And the other countries responded the same way. They fought back, and they all started bonding unions and everything else, and everybody became very anti-America. Right now, this is 1930. Right now, during this time, what happened was, during all this anti-American stuff that was going on globally, all of a sudden you had a certain movement that was on the rise out in Germany, which was the Nazi Party. And one of the reasons why the Nazi Party that had a rise in the 30s had a lot to do with the stock market crashing, because when the stock market crashed, everybody was against the banks. Everybody was against the banks. The banks was public enemy number one globally. Everybody trusted the banks. This is when you started getting all the bank robbers from back in the day, the famous bank robbers, the John Dillingers and the Ma Barkers and Bonnie and Clyde and all them and everything else, all them famous bank robbers. That was all during the 30s, the Depression, the bank, and they was deemed as heroes, right? They was like heroes or whatever, because they was robbing the banks. And who runs the banks? The small hats, right? So the small hats end up becoming public enemy number one. That's how the Nazis end up rising around the same time, and all this led up to World War II. Where we joined World War II. That's what actually ended up getting us out of the Depression. Was World War II and everything else. So all this thing was a big lead up. My bad, I'm getting the whole history lesson up here, but yeah, but one thing leads to another. But just the terror thing been going on for a long time, like well over 100 years with this terror, global trade and trade war and everything else. This ain't nothing new.
Yeah, and my thing is when a person just immediately in logic, I'll throw it the floor to you. And Chef, whenever you're ready, G. The tariffs, when people just immediately say tariffs are bad, then you don't understand the 3 R's, right? Because I don't agree with how Trump is doing it, because he's just doing it willy-nilly across the board with no kind of real. I don't even think his administration understands the difference between a trade deficit and a tariff. Because I'm looking at some of the numbers of the percentages they're applying in these tariffs to these countries, and some of it, like I saw 33% for Israel, but it's funny that the trade deficit is 33%. So I'm thinking that they think that somehow by making a 33% tariff, they're going to remedy a 33% trade deficit, and that's not how that works. So you go along the lines of now they're tariffing places that don't have people, out of the thinking that China is going to somehow get past the tariff with them by doing it. So it's just willy-nilly. That's why the market's going up and down, because I think he just paused it 90 days before we went live. And but he's still, now I agree with tariffs.
Did he pause 90 days? Wait, what just happened?
I think he paused it 90 days. My brother was texting me when the show was starting. I think that he paused I think he paused it 90 days. I'm not sure. I can look it up, but I don't.
Yeah. I didn't know. I just now hearing about it. Yeah.
So I think in my mind, the best use of tariffs. I mean, I don't get paid to be a genius, but in my mind, the tariff works best. I would tariff China. I would keep the tariff on China, and then I would put tariffs on people. Don't get me wrong. But what I would do is use those tariffs as a negotiation to get people to the leverage, to get people to the table, to sign a bunch of free trade agreements and rectify these deficits over the years. Similar to like with Israel, we have a free trade agreement with Israel, but about 2% is still kind of outside of it. Get those 2% in to be an 100% free trade agreement. Rectify whatever past stuff if y'all can come to an agreement, and then move forward. But if he's trying to make up for, United States giving Israel aid and all of this, that, and the other, it's all kind of crazy. But in this token, where I would go with this is, and where I would have fun with it is, I would literally tariff China and keep it there. Keep it there. We lost like $375 billion to China in trade. So I would keep it there. I would literally do that. And everything around China, I'd sign a free trade agreement with. And then that way that we're dealing with them, we don't necessarily have to deal with them. And then they with China, and then we can sign it all around the globe. Everyone, get everybody in order. Go ahead.
No, I just read what it is. It says President Donald Trump announced a 30-day pause on tariffs for more than 75 trading partners that did not retaliate after his sweeping duties went into effect. China, which did not, which did place a steep rhetorical tariffs on U.S. goods, will now see an even larger hike in levies on its products, totaling 125%.
Yeah, he went up 125%.
Yeah. So that's against China. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that's what I mean. Like, listen, China's. He did a tariff on China in the beginning. Most people don't know, but he did a China on people in the beginning. On China, he did a tariff on China in the beginning, and then they signed an agreement called the Phase One something. And China was essentially going to give out about 200 billion, or however much it worked, 200 million, whatever it worked, one of those two, and they just didn't pay it. And here's the reason why. I understand why they didn't pay it, because they have the largest workforce in the world. 1.5 billion people, I think. They could pay them people in corn cobs. It doesn't matter. They're going to work. They're going to make stuff for cheap and send it out. China is the world's manufacturer.
They got kids work there and everything else.
Yeah, there's no rules. It's no
Yeah.
sweatshop. It doesn't matter. So they're the world's manufacturer. So what they do, they steal IPs. I mean, they do what they do, and that's fine. But I would keep the tariff on them. But the way Trump is doing it, and Chef can never understand what I mean when I say this. I agree with some of the stuff that Trump is doing. I can't stand how he's doing damn near all of it. I agree we need to restructure our relationship with Canada, but I don't agree we need to call Trudeau the governor and call him the 51st state. Like that's not politics. That's not. You're not going to get anywhere. That
literally, when you say that, you're literally threatening their sovereignty.
Yes.
You're threatening their sovereignty once you say that. Like that's an act of war almost. Like they literally could take it that way. Like yeah.
So and that's where I stand. So Chef can't understand that because, and rightfully so, because there are MAGA Republicans. And I'm not a MAGA Republican. I don't agree. Blind people worship of any human being. It doesn't make sense. So I understand that they get, we live in the age of social media. There's money in actually being a troll. There's money in being a MAGA Republican. People trying to make money, I get it. But the people that are actual MAGA Republicans, I'd love to sit down and have a conversation with them, especially a black MAGA Republican. I'd love to sit down and have a conversation with them. Because I like to see, do you really follow, just tariff everybody? You can't. No American, forget Democrat and all of that. No American would agree that just blind tariffs make sense. That ending birthright citizenship, all of it, going against the Constitution makes sense. So where I stand, Psycho, Logic, just so we're clear, is I lean on the Constitution. When I voted for Trump, I said this shit so much, Psycho, that and the link is in the chat. Y'all can come up and cuss me out if you like. I leaned on the fact of I'd rather have Trump in office. I'll lean on the Constitution. I'll lean on checks and balances, and I'd rather do that than have 4 more years of Joseph Biden. That's just where I stood. So the same way that people said that they couldn't stand Donald Trump, I couldn't stand. I didn't like that whole little dementia thing with Kamala Harris. That whole little with Joseph Biden and how that ended, and how they just appointed her as the person. I didn't like Psycho. You remember? You go back to that time, and it's funny because Obama's ass was a hypocrite. Obama did not support her immediately when they put her in position.
Facts.
He held his thought for about 2-3 weeks. Michelle Obama came out immediately, and she had to understand the optics. But now you got books coming out saying that even he didn't want her. But even with him not wanting
is he a
her,
misogynist? That was the question I had. Now, is he a misogynist since he didn't initially support her and took a while and was working behind the scenes trying to get her replaced? Does that make him because he made the claim. He made the claim. If you didn't vote for Kamala, you did it out of misogyny. It wasn't because of policies. It had nothing to do with that. It had to do with the fact that she was a woman and everybody's misogynist. That was his claim.
Think about it like that. That's actually a good point.
So is he a misogynist? Because he did way more. He literally was working behind the scenes to get her replaced. Literally.
At that moment, he was definitely being a hypocrite.
No. I'm gonna tell you where he was being a hypocrite though, because then he brought his black ass. It's a Crashout show. The president, I respect him as the president, Barack Obama, one of my favorites. He's high on the list. But then he brought his ass up there and started condemning the 78% that the black men that at the time in a poll that weren't supporting Kamala Harris. Like you didn't even want her there. Mm-hmm. Like something you saw said no, or at least I'm gonna reserve judgment. And then you put her out there in the most, and God bless her, they put her out there in the most impossible position ever. Because now Whitmer is against her, Newsom is against her, Abrams is against her, because these are all people that are like, okay, cool, Biden not running. Let's have the runoff. Let's see who the American people want. And once again, the Democratic Party put forth the candidate that they wanted you to have, not necessarily the candidate that the people chose or that the people wanted. So no, I didn't like that whole thing when she waited 3 weeks. She did no interviews. People forget all of this, Psycho, Logic, and Hits and Chef. They forget that when they finally gave her the position, she didn't speak for like 3 weeks. Like, she didn't take an interview. She didn't do a press conference. She didn't say anything. Then she just dropped her policies on the website. It was a whole bunch of policies, whole bunch of pages. They resembled almost exactly to the letter. Some of them, even in wording, were the same as Biden's policies. And then towards the end, when they realized that they fucked that up, then she tried to introduce some of her own, the 25,000 for black men. I noticed the pandering bullshit when I see it. So then right towards the end, when she finally realized, like, hey, I'm not doing this right. It is what it is. So when she lost the election, people forget election night. That night, I don't know if y'all watch the CNNs and stuff. I get off, or, I watch the C-SPANs, the BBCs, the
Wait, is he breaking up
and all that.
Or is it just me?
I don't know. No, I'm good. Let me know. But the Democrats, it's funny. We can't as Republicans or conservatives or just black people can't criticize Democrats for their role in Trump getting elected. But the actual leaders of the Democratic Party at the time were saying this is the worst election the worst campaign they've ever seen. This is the worst. We're still talking about this is the most important election of our time, and we're missing it. The American people, it ain't black Republicans that are telling people that Trump is what America needed. It was America saying it. Hey, Psycho, I did a thing the other day, and I'm going long-winded. I need like 2 more minutes. I literally looked up, and I don't even want to discuss Tim Walz, bro. But either way, if every black person in the United States, 100% that voted for Kamala Harris, she still would have lost. So her winning or losing was not up to black people. She got 90+% of the black female vote. She got 70%.
We are not to blame. We are not to blame for Kamala's vote.
It has nothing to do with black Republicans, black Democrats, black independents, black progressives, black anything.
Latino men and white women. Look at them. They're the ones. They're the ones who got Donald Trump in office.
Aim your guns at them, because you know what it does? It just has black people yelling at other black people, because now you see all the memes, the social media. I don't want to hear nothing from you. Got black women somehow now saying another. They don't even see the division. They don't even see that we're being divided.
That's one of my critiques of the Democratic Party is they love to blame black people for their failures. Every time they have a failure, it's black people's fault. We was listening to Russian bots. We be misogynist. Is this, is that, everything. It's always our fault. Why? Even when they win. I remember when they won in 2020, Biden was blaming us for why it was so close. Said it was people's fault because y'all was talking all this defund the police stuff. It shouldn't even been as close as it was. He's like, it's y'all fault. It was even that close. And we almost lost because of y'all. He was blaming black people. Like I said, all they do is wag their finger and blame black people for everything. Win, lose, or draw. We are to blame for everything, and they don't do nothing. So, like, that's my issue with the Democrats.
Yeah. So let me land my plane real quick. Let me land my plane 2 seconds. So that's where me and Chef. That's where we stand. Chef cannot understand how any black people voted for Trump. I just can't understand how any black people somehow are to blame for this. Like, we didn't. There's no way. Did I know that Trump was going to do tariffs? Yes, he said it on his campaign. He said it. But I didn't know he was going to do this. He didn't say this. This is any Republican.
No, he didn't run on this. If he ran on this.
He didn't run on this. I don't agree with this shit at all. Like, this is something personal. I call it the revenge tour.
He made it seem like he was just going to hit Mexico up with tariffs because of the immigration and everything.
And the fentanyl.
Yeah, the cartels and all that. But once he got in office, all that went out the window, and it started being all this other stuff. And next thing you know, 180 something countries get hit with tariffs. Like
nobody knew that. The birthright citizenship, and this is why I say I lean on the Constitution. If you're into politics and you're an American, the Constitution it's a living document that's supposed to safeguard against shit like this. And now I was listening to and land my plane, Logic. I was listening to, before we got in here, the Democrats on the floor talking about Donald Trump. And they kept all using the same words, so I'm assuming that was the tagline of the day. And they were not lying. Some of the things, matter of fact, the majority of the things that Donald Trump are trying to do in America right now, some of it is unconstitutional. Ending birthright citizenship, taxation without representation. Some of it is against the Constitution, and I ain't with it. But do I think we need tariffs on some countries in order to bring them to the table to negotiate? Yes. Do I think that we need to listen? You in New Jersey, psycho. I'm in New Jersey. I spent a lot of time in New York. I don't know how the illegal immigration issue was dealing with y'all, but we had illegal immigrants burning people on subway trains and fanning them. We had illegal immigrants we were walking over illegal immigrants in Times Square. That shit had to get in order. And if you're telling me that you wasn't going to do nothing about it, then there's no way I could have voted for Kamala. I land my plane.
Go ahead. With the immigration thing, that's a whole different. I've seen Mexicans coming up here taking things over, like taking over a whole size of town. Like,
yes,
you go like you mentioned Irvington before. You go up the hill, Irvington, like up there, like borderline Maplewood, whatever. Like once you pass the center,
by the transit,
it's nothing but Mexicans. It's nothing but Mexicans and West Indians. That's all you're gonna find up there. Mexicans and West Indians. That's it. It's more Mexicans than anything. And a lot of them don't speak English. Matter of fact, I realized immigration was a problem here over a decade ago when I don't know if you remember that the execution happened up there at Ivory Hill. They had
in the schoolyard.
Yep. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Those are illegals. Yeah, those are illegals that happened. That was over 10 years ago. So that's when I started realizing, like, this illegal stuff is like an issue. Like, cause that was never a Jersey problem. That was a border state problem. Right, like we didn't have. I didn't grow up around a bunch of Mexicans. I grew up around Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, no Mexicans. Right, like no Mexicans in my school growing up. None of that. Like, and now, like I said, took over whole sides of towns now, and this happened in my lifetime. So, so the immigration thing is definitely a problem.
Yeah, but go ahead, brother Logic.
I mean, without being too critical, right? Like, at the same time, I know it's really easy to point the finger. It doesn't. I don't think it typically is very solution based, but at the same time, it's very easy to kind of point the finger and see what other people could do. But in this particular instance, right, there's so much that you would have to blame on Democrats also, right? Like producing the bad candidate, right? Running a horrible campaign. You're talking about horrible, like you're running, your finger is so far off the pulse of America, right? That you are running and talking about LGBT rights, right? It's already a super small demographic. It's kind of getting, it's losing its footing as far as the front run, because now nobody is.
People are starting not to care.
Yeah, and nobody's excited about having the trannies teach their kids. And I don't know how else to say it, but like, what I'm saying, the whole little LGBT community people going to the school and teaching the kids or having a sit-in with, nobody's really excited about that, right? That's bringing up all kind of controversy, and you're doing it at a horrible time. That's not a way to catch back up, in the polls, is pander to the smallest demographic, possibly in America. Like that's retarded. That's a horrible game plan. Your finger is really far off the pulse as far as what people are actually asking for. So when you look at it like that, you have to put some of the blame on the Democrats for not producing a strong enough candidate to possibly head off some of these things that they would, quote unquote, later become just as disgusted by, right? So with them being in such disgust, like you should see them being infuriated, right? You should see a lot more of them in those Senate hearings just going smooth the hell off. You know what I'm saying?
You feel like abortion was a mistake when running on abortion on their sleeve?
Yes.
At the front of it, I don't think that was the issue. They were talking about economy and immigration, right? So if you're straying away from those,
I would say not at the end, but when Kamala first got in, you go look at her, like her little announcements or whatever, like her little pep rally or whatever the case may be. That was the main topic because I covered that joint. Every speaker that came out was talking about women's rights, freedom for women, and
You're right, because that Roe v. Wade case was like in the background, right?
Right, that was the main thing they were talking. When
that
she
was
first,
the main topic. They missed the point.
Now they did kind of step. They did start to step away from it a little bit, but they was going in heavy with the abortion thing in the beginning. With
it was too late. But see, that's the thing is Americans. I'm gonna tell you something. If people won't say these things publicly, you got to be, kind of careful. Saying some of these things publicly, but we also got to realize the America that we live in. The America. Shout out to my brother Corey. The America that we live in at the time. If the election told you anything, if the election told you that America, not black people, not anything, America en masse didn't give a damn about Roe v. Wade. America didn't give a damn about the LGBTQ. They were telling you because that's what they were running on. They were running on the sexual selection. You should have the right to do this. Roe v. Wade. They were staying away from the topics that immigration. And you know why they stayed away from immigration, Psycho? They stayed away from it because her nickname was the Czar of Immigration. Yeah. When they asked her ass, did she go down? Have you ever been to the border? She said no, but I've never been to some country. I think she said Spain. I've never been to Spain either. What's the difference? And it's like you don't have the wherewithal to answer that question correctly. Like if you are the Czar of Immigration, even if it's a showpiece, if that's the nickname or the nickname that people are giving you, you can't have not ever gone to the border. And if you did go to the border, you got to say it. Like you got to show it. New York, I tell people New York was getting bus rides of people, of illegal immigrants. And when they got off the bus, they were getting book bags with phones and such. So just for clarity, the reason why we're discussing Kamala, while we all recognize, I would hope we all recognize the financial times that we're in, the challenges that we're facing right now. Me and Chef have conversations in Discord about Black Republicans are the reason that we're in the situation that we're in, and I just say I don't think so. I think that America spoke. Trump is fucking up. I'll say that publicly. He's fucking up. I don't need to say it. Y'all know it. But at the end of the day, I put a lot of the weight on the Democratic Party because most people felt like they didn't have much of an option besides them two. So I understand like Chef is I don't know what the hell Chef is, but I know Corey is a progressive. Psycho said he was a progressive or independent. Logic said he was a Democrat, and sorry, I mispronounced that. Democrat.
Progressive. I didn't say I was.
Now you're a progressive. Okay, so now you're a progressive. You know what's funny? Everybody keeps saying they don't want to. Black people don't want to be Republicans. I'm starting to hear black people not want to be Democrats. That's the funny part. Now all of a sudden nobody wants to be a Democrat. When 82% of black females voted for Kamala Harris and 78%, I think, black men voted. But that's neither here nor there. Corey, what's going on, brother? Talk to the people.
Hey, peace, y'all. What up? Hey,
what's going on, G?
Good conversation, man. Everybody on the panel, I heard make a few good points. But I want to say Kamala never... When she was on her campaign, she never mentioned anything about trannies or LGBT rights or nothing like that. Like that was something that, like the Republican Party, which they did a good job of, they kind of put that on her. You know what I'm saying? They kind of, and then like she wouldn't. She never mentioned it, but she never like denied. She wouldn't dehumanize like those people or whatever, those people from those groups. So I mean, I think it was just I don't know. I hear a lot of people when they talk about Kamala and her campaign. They talk about, well, she talked about the LGBT rights or the trans rights. She never mentioned that, and it matters. As a matter of fact, she kind of lost a lot of that LGBT vote because of the conflict in Israel with the Palestinians, and because she didn't she kind of ignored the whole LGBT community during her campaign. So she kind of lost those votes because of that. You'll hear that in a lot of those groups, those areas. A lot of progressive shows kind of talk about that, and they highlighted that kind of during the campaign. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to throw that out there. You know what I mean? Like she never mentioned that on any of her rallies, her campaign, none of that.
Okay, so when she accepted the Democratic nomination, in her speech, she says, Harris emphasized various freedoms at stake in the election, including, at the end, the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. At the Democratic National Convention, you're right, she's kind of switched it to multiple civil rights issues, because I would assume people were saying she was mentioning it too much. But this is in July 2024. She conducted a fundraiser in Provincetown, Massachusetts, at a LGBTQ plus hub. Her campaign ramped up LGBTQ plus engagement as Election Day approached, with initiatives led by figures like U.S. Representative Robert Garcia, Engagement Director Sam Alleman. Her policy advocacy, Harris's platform included strong support for LGBTQ rights, as they should. I'm not against LGBTQ rights. I know how this gets spent, but advocating for the passage of the Respect for Marriage Act and denouncing legislative attacks on transgender rights. In summary, LGBTQ rights were an integral part of her policy and campaign and were addressed numerous times in various contexts. They didn't dominate her campaign because she received pushback. They instead wove it into a broader narrative of civil rights and social justice. So she has a bunch of times where she mentioned it, but then that even shows another side, Corey, where as soon as she started getting pushback for maybe saying it too much, that she began to move to civil rights. You know, she began to talk about, or weaving it more into social policy. So she talked about it. She definitely talked about it.
I'm saying like I never heard her like, you know what I mean? Maybe she answered a question about it or something like that, but I've never I followed her campaign pretty close. Like, bro, I never heard her in any of her speeches even mention it. Period. Now, maybe she said something about, love who you love or what. I don't know. Maybe that, I don't know if that's too much for people to vote for because she said that. You know what I mean? Like, fine, I guess. Then you got me then. But you know what I mean?
No. This wasn't a gotcha.
They didn't campaign in the way that people put it. Like they didn't campaign on that at all. Like people based their whole decision on trannies and LGBT, and she didn't that wasn't even part of her deal, bro. The whole time.
I get what you're saying, Corey. Now, and I think you might actually have a point, because I remember her going to a rally, and I can't remember if the rally was during the campaign trail or if it was before. But the point is that even if asked or just give her long enough to talk, her views on LGBT rights were very clear. She had no problem stating her position on it, and she was very adamant.
What do you think her views are?
She's clearly very liberal towards it. As a matter of fact, she
meaning like what? That's a vague term.
No, I get what you're saying, but she almost made the argument that she was beyond pro, right? Like, I don't think that she was saying that she wanted to use taxpayer dollars to produce more people to have the sex change operation, but she certainly wasn't against it, right? That she wasn't changing her position on that. And if you asked her clearly about black people, right, she made it very clear.
I'm trying to figure out what's people supposed to say about people if they want to go get a sex
let me finish
change,
what I'm saying, right? When she was on 60 Minutes, she was very clear about her not wanting to do anything specifically for African Americans. But if you hear on any other interview where she's asked about LGBT people, she put on a superhero cape, right? She's all about, like he's saying, love who you want to and blah, blah, blah. She had a whole lot to say about that. But when it came down to black people, she was real. She wasn't even just short. She was no. right? And then towards the end of her campaign, when she realized she might be in a little trouble and she trying to get her numbers up, that's when she kind of switched around and started going on like the Roland Martin talk show, and that's when she started putting out stuff like she gonna make weed legal. Like that was, to me, that's problematic, man. Like that, I want you to turn into a superhero for us, not the LGBT people, right? If you such a civil rights, advocate and all this kind of stuff, which you would have to be, if you're in the LGBT activist thing, like that's a civil rights campaign also. But I'm saying, like, you be just as open about your civil rights with African Americans as you were about LGBT people, and she just was not. She definitely was not. Absolutely not. So I see what you're saying by they didn't run the campaign on that, but her views were very clear on both sides.
So that's fine. I'll let you go because it's like, I wasn't comparing it to how, that wasn't what it was. That wasn't how it was laid out initially. Like, it wasn't being compared to how often or how emphatic she was about her support for which black people or for the LGBT. It was just the fact that, I couldn't do it. I couldn't vote for her because she supported, because of the way of her support for LGBT. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, but yeah. I'm again to the audience, maybe because a lot of them may not be a part of the Discord, but I'm not. Kamala Harris is in no way the candidate that I would have chosen, right? But in this, we have a two-party system here. You see what I'm saying? And it was only two people to choose from. And like, to me, like the things that's going on, and we, right now, and then we say, well, I hear people say, well, Kamala, she said she was black, you know what I mean? Or she said something about LGBT, or whatever the some wild social issue is, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, that compared to what's going on here now, I don't know. To me, it is the lesser of two evils, right? It's basically why because I did vote for Kamala Harris, but I'm a progressive. I criticize Democrats, pretty much all day, every day. You know what I'm saying? And they did run a terrible campaign, so they do have some responsibility. But I think Americans should be a little more. I think I think America got duped on this one. I think we should have been a little smarter. I think, worrying about, how many trannies playing basketball is, you know what I mean, is a wild thing. You know what I mean? It's not very many of them anyway. So, like, it's just, it seemed like they played 3-card monte on us. They did the 3-card monte, and now we're in a position to where now the wealth is being concentrated more and more and more, because that's what happens when you have economic unrest. You know what I mean? Like back in the pandemic, when we had the economic unrest there, the concentration of wealth. You know what I mean? Then here we go again. We finna be in a trade war. The wealth gonna get more and more concentrated. You know what I mean? That's what they do in the every time. You know what I'm saying? This is what the billionaires, the corporations, this is what they do every single time. They make record profits while the Americans suffer.
So what's your opinion about AOC challenging or thinking about challenging Chuck Schumer?
I think she should. I think everybody should be challenged. You know what I'm saying? I think she should challenge. But the problem is, and AOC is a smart lady, right? She's smart. I think she's qualified. I think she's more than qualified. I like I like her. A lot of her. I like a lot of her policies. The problem is on the left. We look for somebody that's perfect. Like every single policy that they put down, every word that comes out of their mouth, we have to agree with it, because if we don't, then that candidate is no good.
That's by their own doing though. Like this open tent policy they have, like, where they it's easier for Republicans to get an agenda together because most Republicans are on the same page. Whereas the Democratic Party, they're all over the place, right? They try to pander to about 10 different demographics, where Republicans are way more concise with their messaging.
Yeah, well, because it's a two-party system, right? We have independents and progressives that caucus with Democrats. You understand? Y'all see what I'm saying about that?
Yeah.
Now, so that's why you get true democracy. You get true all these different opinions, all these arguments. That's what you want. You don't want a uniparty. You don't want a unithought.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
But only a couple of demographics going to feel satisfied. The other one's going to feel slighted.
Ain't nobody never going to be all the way satisfied. This is what I said. We always want to be totally satisfied. But I can look at a politician and say, you know what? I don't like that, and that, but I do like this, and this, and that outweighs those. You see what I'm saying? I can do that. I don't need the politician to be 100% what I want. You know what I mean? I like AOC, but AOC ain't gonna win because everybody looking for her to be 100%. She ain't 100%. She got a lot of flaws.
Yeah, I think
she's trying to go up against a big dog. Schumer's a big dog. You better be careful. Schumer is entrenched.
No, AOC a big dog though.
No,
AOC on the ground. Have y'all seen them rallies? Bernie Sanders.
No, I don't.
Yeah, but
dragging her.
AIPAC money though.
Schumer got the support. Schumer might not have the support you see, but he goddamn for sure got the support that you would need. No, I ain't talking about corporations. In the New York Senate, if you got AIPAC behind you, it ain't gonna matter. It ain't pretty much going. Look at what.
The lobbyists.
Look what Bowman. Look what
Bowman. That's why we don't even respect AOC. We respect Chuck Schumer, but AOC, she don't take lobby money.
I don't like.
She won't win for Senate if she don't take a dime.
That's wild to me. That's wild to me. Why she won't get y'all support?
No. That ain't what I said.
Listen. We will sit up and criticize. Listen, hold on. We'll sit up and criticize AOC's policies from top to bottom. But we don't respect her. And we respect all these other politicians way more than her. And she don't take no money from those lobbyists, bro.
That's not what I'm saying, Corey.
You sure
I'm
about
not
that?
saying I don't. I'm not saying I don't.
Not those corporate lobbyists. She don't.
I ain't trying to be funny, Corey, but she does take money. I could look it up and prove it. I just don't feel like
she takes money from what corporate? She
takes money from lobbyists and corporations, both of them. But no. Listen.
Go ahead. Let's see. You got to prove that.
Okay, I'll prove it. But listen, what I'm saying about April. I'm not saying that I'm criticizing her policy. I'm not saying that I'm criticizing her. You got to understand what I use, what I do.
I understand that like Chuck Schumer been in the Senate for a long time. And
no, that's not even what I'm talking about. No, that's not even what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is in New York politics specifically, you could talk about Bowman, you could talk about AOC, you could talk about Hakeem Jeffries. If AIPAC is not in full support of you, whoever AIPAC is in full support of, that's usually the person that tends to win, because when they don't want you no more, they pull their support and they put it behind somebody else and they win. I know that APAC is in full support
and
of
that's
Chuck
because
Schumer.
the people that's
So it ain't me.
people.
I'm just saying
That's
politics.
the people's fault. That APAC can buy off our politicians, buy off our elections, and the way they did Jamal Bowman. I mean, black men should be standing up, and we should be totally upset every day about the way they did Jamal Bowman. You know what I mean? But I don't know. We wild.
See
We
how
wild.
I go. See how I go. I get I get where you're going. And this goes back to the ideal thing we was talking about before, Psycho. I get the idealism of good candidates and the ones that want things done, this, that, and the other. It's just I have not seen, I was that young idealist telling my father, like, I like this particular candidate, love him. This is what's gonna happen. And then he would literally tell me, you don't understand. You don't understand. Fine. Now you go work with them. And they were saying all the right things. They was doing all the right moves, but nobody would come to see him. Nobody would come and watch him. Nobody would pay attention to any of his rallies, and eventually they drop out. Because politics is about getting
we don't listen
elected.
to Bernie Sanders, and we don't listen to those Bernie Sanderses and those
I disagree.
AOCs about getting money out of politics. You see what I'm saying?
I disagree. I don't blame the people for us not hearing Bernie Sanders. I blame the Democratic Party for us not listening to Bernie Sanders. Because Bernie Sanders, when Hillary Clinton was up, when in 2016, when Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders when it was Bernie Sanders' time, he had the momentum, he had the people, he had the recognition. He was doing milk commercials. Remember they used to do them nasty milk commercials with the mustaches and all of that? They had him. He was the guy. And the Democratic Party took one look at him. They put their arm around him, walked him out the room, walked Hillary into the room, fresh off Benghazi, fresh off the email scandal, fresh off all the stuff she had going on. And they walked him out the room and said, nope, we know the people want you, but you can't beat Donald Trump, and we're not, and the lobbyists ain't putting no money behind you. So the reason why we didn't get Bernie Sanders is not because of the people. We didn't get Bernie Sanders because the Democratic Party made a decision that Hillary Clinton had a better chance than the person that the people at that time actually wanted.
I want to hear the winners talk about what winning is going to do. Like we can't keep talking about why people lost. People are already trying to determine that, work on midterms and all that. But until then, we have 2 years minimum, right, of the current administration. Can we talk about if that's beneficial, detrimental, things like that? You know, we still have to live in current time.
That never gets talked about.
Trying to crash out, but Chef ain't crashing out. So the whole point.
Yeah, y'all sound way too cordial and calm.
No, well,
for this to be a crash out. Don't make me get on here.
Yeah, he's not even here. So
you gotta blame the Democrats.
I'm in the bunker. Listen, I'm in the bunker. So
yeah, we just doing the what's the name, but no, because the thing is, the reason why, and I appreciate that you moving the conversation. I would agree. Any American right now, Republican, black, white, brown, whatever, otherwise, saying that Trump is doing a good job, you're an idiot. Trump right now, do I agree with tariffs? In some cases, yes. How he's doing the tariffs, he's going to put us into a trade war, and we're going to go into
already in there.
Yeah, but he can pull. If what they're saying is true, that we got, me and Psycho was looking at this. Psycho, we got to do some content. I really appreciate this conversation. The 75 nations have come to the table. They didn't threaten reciprocally. They actually contacted. That's the point of the tariff. Put the tariff out as a threat. If the nations come to the table based on that threat, rather than put the reciprocal tariffs on you or however it works, and y'all could come to the table and come to some form of a trade agreement, that should end the trade war. But what Donald Trump is trying to do is go into a trade war with the world, and we cannot win. And he did not run on that. I know everybody keeps saying he ran on the campaign of going against the world with a tariff war. He didn't do that.
He ran on making America great again, right?
Word, and he said,
but hold on. He ran on Make America Great Again. which is at the detriment to those who aren't in America. And he made that clear. And statements like we've been getting robbed and juxed and, taken advantage of without understanding or even saying the origination of that is our own doing through corporations and millionaires and billionaires and lobbying, Democrat or Republican. That's how jobs got overseas and manufacturing and all of that. So all of that is it should be a return to people saying, well, how did my job shut down at a Ford plant or a manufacturing plant or an aluminum plant or any plant, a clothing plant end up in Mexico or Taiwan or Indonesia? They've been doing that to the working class people, corporations, and billionaires. And through their lobbying, their government acts on their behalf. That's what we should be talking about. Why does the government act on behalf of corporations instead of people? Oh, because they're rich. Oh, because they employ people. No, they take from you. They destroy you. They destroy your neighborhood. They send it over there and make you think through propaganda that it's their fault. You could look at the fruit and vegetable industry. You could look at the auto part industry. You can look at the mining industry. Any industry, healthcare. We do that. We go to different countries, like following our imperialist, colonialist parents from Europe, right? And we take advantage. And if they don't act right, we demolish them. They would have no need to immigrate here. They would have no need for jobs to be overseas. They're looking for a cheaper form of manufacturing and production and telling you, well, you'll benefit if you own stocks in the company, but if you work here, you're fired. Why? Because they do it over there in China. And then tell you that all this stuff is popular. The iPhones, the sneakers, the clothes, the TVs, all of this stuff that we take for granted. There's more parts in a Ford Mustang that's not produced here, manufactured here. No, I would say produced here. Than are. So even the red-blooded Ford Mustang 6-cylinder driving American is like, if once he found out, oh, your parts ain't manufactured here, they're from south of the border, north of the border, overseas. He don't give a shit as long as it's a Mustang. Propaganda, bullshit, lies. Whenever y'all ready for a commercial, just let me know. I'm ready. Hit all the links. Follow us on Discord. Get the DQ EP. Go to our TeePublic page and get that TMI merch. If you don't get it now, price is going up next year. Because what he say? This year's price is not last year's price. Go ahead, Bryce. I'm just talking shit. I'm waiting for the crash out.
No, but and two, how come like that's just like the economic part is just like one part of the whole administration. The tariffs is just like the part that's being highlighted today because it's like the wildest part, and I think it'll be a couple months before we actually see the damage that he done here. But let's talk about the fact that the whole administration is packed full of grifters, con artists, and conspiracy theorists. Like his whole cabinet, everybody in there are grifters, con artists, and conspiracy theorists. Like, if that ain't wild, if that's not alarming, right?
They project 2025 in it. And you don't even have to read like the whole project. Like, ain't nobody doing that because it's YouTube, right? But if you didn't want to read it, you could put that shit in the AI, something like that, right? And just have it break down. But yeah, Christian nationalism.
Nobody, whoever would be
white nationalism. So all the time that we're trying to act like Americans, they're trying to make sure you don't benefit from being American as a group. Let me say that because the I and me ain't us and we, right? I and me is doing great through multiple administrations. Upticks, downticks in the stock market, shit like that. Job loss. Yeah, I and me might be doing good. So if we ain't talking about us and we, what the fuck is we talking about? We could just say I and me is great and just be done. Short conversation. But somebody's taking some time to consider other folks. Because if your neighbor down the street is going through hard times because of things that are going on in your county or your city, it might be 2 doors away from you today. Tomorrow, it might be your door. Might be your door. Well, I'm good. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you good until you ain't. But you watched a whole bunch of other people not be good. And these people look like you. They come from where you come from. They attempting the same thing you attempted. Historically, not just right now. And that's another bullshit item. That like this is new. Oh, let's just do for self. Let's just do me. Let's just take advantage of the system. Nah, we've been doing that. Every aspect of this country, we participated in, good or bad, and we attempted to subvert it when it didn't work for us. We don't do that now. We don't do that now. We had a interview with Professor Smalls. Go check our channel, Try Media. I think it's on Carnivorous Podcast. The shit that man been through, I don't care what. He could be talking blackology all he want right now. But some of the things he went through personally and physically in his life, like there ain't no competition or no discussion for that. You didn't do it. You ain't trying to do it. I'm still waiting on the crash out. Brass, you're wrong. Nah, that's my bro. Corey, stop playing with them, man. Chef, where you at? Y'all gonna make me DJ. Come on, man. But let's just keep in mind what's going on right now.
Yeah, Corey says something. I mean, yeah, the whole cabinet is suspicious, right? The whole thing is definitely weird. I ain't gonna say the whole thing, but a large portion of them. Dr. Oz and Robert F. Kennedy and Linda McMahon and Pete Hegseth, goddamn, he I would say he kind of really ain't qualified to be where he at on some stuff, but it's bad. You know, I don't think we ever thought it would be this bad.
Somebody dropped the link in the chat too. Melendez, who else?
It's bad, but at the same time, you know, I hear what Hitz is saying, you know, but as far as like what I feel like the healthy part of the conversation, me personally, I feel like what can we do better, right? We're not going to necessarily tomorrow produce all these new politicians and they suddenly take over and now you got this new regime. Well, that ain't really happening. So we do have to work within the environment that we live in. And unfortunately right now, it's not the most conducive environment for Black people to climb up the ranks of America. It's really not. So, you know, how do you go about making that a reality? You know, that's what the whole thing is really about. You know, not necessarily about knocking down all the other attempts, right? But those other attempts are out there, and we can see, you know, what those other attempts merited or what came out of those other attempts. So that's the portion of it that I'm kind of like trying to stay focused on. I don't think tearing down those other attempts is really what I'm after. I'm not trying to tear it down.
No, that's facts. And two, we have to understand what we're up against, right? If you turn on the news and all they're talking about is the stock market crash, that is not the news for probably 50% of this country. Even 60% probably their net worth is not in the stock and bond market. So that means shit to you. But if you watch the news, it means everything. Oh, it's going to crash. You know, the prices, you know, tariffs. Yes. But as far as what you see and what they promote in the propaganda and the trigger words, most people that's not effective to in their regular life. It's effective to get your attention. It's effective to make you fucking paranoid.
I don't know about that.
Effective
Right?
to make you hold on. It's effective to make you question what they're telling you, not what you're going through daily.
So you
That's
trying
the
to?
goal of it. Go ahead.
So would you say the stock market crashing won't cause businesses to downsize, stuff like that, which can directly affect those people who the stock market doesn't affect?
Here's what I would say: if you have a 401k and you don't, and one day for the person who does, you have 150k in there, and then the following week you have 110k in there, that might bother you. But as a person who doesn't have a 401k, that dip is not going to bother you. It's not for it to be in the news all day like that. It's your bread is still 3-4. I don't go shopping in the house, so I ain't gonna act like I know what prices cost.
No,
My
the
wife
stock
will not
market
let me
dip
go
bothers everybody.
grocery shopping because
Small
I don't
business
look for sales and none of that. I just grab bread, milk, cheese, and bounce, and that's not good. But for the average American, just like the tariffs, right now, that's not going to be significant because corporations, warehousing, big box stores, they already done racked up on shit. They already got this shit in storage. Tech companies like Apple and all, they got a warehouse full of shit. Once they go through that, though, and your iPhone went from 1100 to 2100, or your Samsung TV that's 400 is now 800 again, because if you old enough to, know big, flat screen TVs used to be like quadruple what they are now. So it's not even immediate. What I'm saying is your everyday activity is not going to be affected by what you watch on C-SPAN that day, that week. You still got to get to work. You still got to go put gas in your car. You still got to feed your kids. You still got to walk the dogs. You still got to pay your rent right now. It takes time for that. And that's the majority. But to trigger you that, it's going to fall apart if you don't do this. Or at the other end, I'm going to make this country what it used to be. Oh, fuck no. Don't do that for us. Don't do that for black people. Please don't make this country great again for black people or go back for black people. I'm sorry. It didn't work out in the 40s or the 50s post Second World War, when I think that's the best this country was doing. I think after World War II. For us, The link is in the chat. Y'all hit the link. Come up on the stage. Turn your camera on briefly in the back so we can make sure you ain't gonna flash us in the weird shit, right? Just waiting on the gang to crash out.
No, go ahead, Corey.
Y'all done tired brass.
Yeah, like this is. I thought it was gonna be some.
Brass been getting beat up for like 4 days straight.
I've been getting beat up 4 days straight. This is like I thought this was gonna be something. This is nothing. So all right. I'm gonna ask the last question, but I gotta get to my son track practice logic. You're gonna have to take it. I told you I had to leave at like 5:30, 5:45. Psycho, you've been patient. I'm gonna hit you up. How do I get in contact with you, Psycho?
Oh, you can email me at psychopathies@gmail.com.
Can you put it in the back chat?
Yeah.
All right, appreciate it. All right, so I'm gonna ask the last question before I get out of here. Y'all can continue the show because Chef was too afraid to show up on his own channel. Are Black Republicans to blame for Donald Trump being elected right now? Psycho, where do you stand?
No, absolutely not. No.
Logic, where do you stand?
Ridiculous to even say. And I got a follow-up question for everybody. I want you to answer too before you leave.
Okay. Corey, where do you stand?
No, I wouldn't say it's the Black Republicans' fault.
I already know where Chef stands. Appreciate that. I'm gonna clip that.
You didn't even ask me. Okay, then ask me.
Go ahead. I know you anti, but go ahead. Hit.
No, I'm not. Even if y'all wanted to be to blame, y'all couldn't be. That was my argument from early.
I remember, bro. That's what I said. I already know you. You was the one saying, "All you black." Remember, this is where it got a little crazy. All you black motherfuckers that think that somehow they're gonna accept you because you voted for them and y'all making something move. They don't even think about you in the
us
grand
even
scheme of
blaming
things.
black people that voted conservative. Like that's crazy. Like that. No, we and that goes back to that propaganda wing. But no, I wouldn't say we are the cause of, you know, a lot of shit that goes on in this country, you know. So no, y'all definitely, even if you wanted to be, no, you're not.
Exactly. Okay, I'm with that. All right, what's your second? I definitely don't agree. Like I said, I stand by this statement. If every black person in the United States that voted would have voted for Kamala Harris, she still wouldn't have lost. That's the divisive thing that they do. That's the 90% of black women did, and they didn't get 90% of black men. Now you got black women hating black men. You got black people saying, "How could you vote for Trump? You're the reason why all of this is going on." Like that don't even.
You have black men trying to do the best that they thought for their family and still get disrespected.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I don't know what black men y'all have as friends or family, but that's the goal with a lot of black men and black people I know, is to take care of ourselves and to take care of our family and shit like that. So I don't speak for the wow.
It don't have to be the black men's fault, but what part of the Republican Party was beneficial to black men? Period. Like which policy? Go ahead.
Well, here's the thing: the Democratic
I don't
Party.
want to hear about the Democrats.
No. I want to hear it. No. Listen.
Start with Democrats.
I'll start with Republicans. But I have to give context to what I'm about to say.
Shout out.
So I will give you.
Chris MVP. What up, bro?
Yeah, shout out to
the
my
links
brother
in the
Chris
chat.
Harris. Yeah, hit the link. Peace to you. When you have these conversations, Corey, and I'm probably not the right person to say this, but when you have these conversations, Corey, specifically about who you voted for, you and Psycho make the greatest point of all time, and I think Logic said it too. Federally, as far as your vote, it's a duopoly. You vote between two people. Most times federally. Now locally, you may believe it or not, but I voted Democrat. Locally, my mayor, my police chief, I was left leaning. But federally, I have to say, while I voted conservative and I had my reservations, because like you said, the classic things, the low tax, the faith family, all of the conservative ideals that people say they voted Trump for, he wasn't really leaning a lot towards those things. Right. I agreed that the tariffs on China. I agreed with tariffs. I agreed with the anti-legal immigration policy. I agree that we needed to restructure our relationship in regards to these trade deficits. I agreed that damn Russian-Ukraine war needed to end. I agreed that we need to reevaluate our relationships with Israel. So if you ask me specific policies, yes, but he doesn't have classic Republican conservative policies. He doesn't. It's not low tax. I agreed with less government too, Corey. Since we staying on Republicans, I agree with less taxes, less Republicans, but I mean less government. But I damn sure did not agree with Elon Musk going into the Doge emails, firing 200,000 federal workers, going through firing corporations. I didn't agree with that. Well, let's talk.
But hold on, Corey. I think you missed one thing that we talked about in the Discord, right? Was if we spent the week just criticizing our own party, how would the conversations go for 5 to 10 days, right? And not being able to say anything negative about people we oppose or someone who's in power that we necessarily didn't vote for. How would those conversations look? But before we do that, we got to go to commercial. There's a StreamYard link in the chat. Please hit the link, come up on the panel, like, share, subscribe to both channels. DQ, EP, Quamboy. I'm playing songs from that.
You got to get a better picture of Unc, man. He looked crazy in that picture.
Yeah, I don't need no.
That's what he said use. I'm just using what he said use.
All right, we're going to commercial. We'll see you on the other end in about 2 minutes, right? Hit the link in the chat if you want to come up and talk. Got it?
Yeah.
Yo, what's good with you, baby? It's your boy DQ Hampton. And you rocking with DJ Architect on DQ Hampton Radio. Try Media Innovations. What's good? Let's go. Yeah, you're first they wasn't feeling us. No, now they gotta deal with us. Yeah, should try to deal with us. And then we about to witness to get a mean buck. Turn the flow silly. Yeah, you turn the flow into a clutch. Joan with bitches. First they wasn't feeling us. No, they gotta deal with us. Yeah, you should try to deal with us. And now you about to witness to get a mean buck. Turn the flow silly. Yeah, turn this whole bitches. Haters tell me, why you wanna crack my stack? Why you wanna dip my smack? I'm lit like a lit right now. Headed to the bank, left to the bank. The cash me a check right now. Tell the check engine like Papillon. Let's check on my check is a can. Haters tell me, why you wanna crack my stack? Why you wanna dip my smack? I'm lit like a lit right now. Left to the bank, the cash me a check right now. Tell the check engine like Papillon. Let's check on my check is a can. First they wasn't feeling us. Now they gotta deal with us. Should've tried to deal with us. Now you about to witness to get a mean buck. Turn the flow feeling up. Turn this home into a club. Deal these junk with bitches. First they wasn't feeling us. Now they gotta deal with us. Should've tried to deal with us. But now you about to witness to get a mean buck. Turn the flow feeling up. Turn this home into a club. Deal these junk with bitches. Haters tell me, how you think it was gonna play at? Y'all win if we stay at. Y'all wait, you would just lay down. Fuck that. We ball. Here's what you gonna do now. These kids wanna play. Chap them, no pay. Haters play at. Y'all win if we just stay at. Y'all wait, you would just lay down. Fuck that. We ball. We gon' say now. New kids on the playground. Cash out them, no PayPal. First they wasn't feeling us. Now they gotta deal with us. Should've tried to deal with us. But now you about to witness to get a mean buck. Turn the flow and silly up. Turn this home into a club. Joan with bitches. First they wasn't feeling us. Now they gotta deal with us. Should've tried to deal with us. But now you about to witness to get a mean buck. Turn the flow and sealing up. Turn this hoe into a club. And fill this joint with bitches.
Logic, what you got on the screen, man?
So we got a show coming up with Unc. You know, most of y'all know him as Unc or the God Killer. So we've been kind of collaborating on trying to put together a show, and we finally found a good topic that we don't agree on. So we got a good argument to start out with, right? So, you know, me and Unc, we cool. It ain't gonna get, you know, crazy or nothing like that. But I think, you know, he definitely brings a lot of flair, and he's like one of my favorite people to argue with, to be straight up honest. I enjoy having some contention with him because it makes for a good conversation. I usually learn something, to keep it real. So we're gonna do that on Saturday coming up at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna be dropping this a little commercial for it during the week and try to advertise that. But y'all should be in the building for that. With me and Uncle, we're gonna go back and forth. He is pro. And so the question basically is, can you separate activism from Africa, right? His position is that you can't. My position is that not only can you, but we need to, right? Especially in 2025, we need to. You'd be upgrading it or updating whatever that is that you're calling activism so far away from its original concept of sorts, to where you wouldn't even recognize it, right? And the more updating you do, I would have to say you're going to be updating it towards modern issues, right? And you're going to get further and further away from Africa and get further and further on American soil with the issues and the solution, right? So that's basically, you know, the show in a nutshell. That's going to be fun. We're going to do that on Saturday. Yeah, so that's what we got working out for the weekend. You know, Chef kind of, I don't know what happened to Chef, man. Chef will sit in these back chats on Discord and for hours just, you know, be on a campaign of how evil Republicans are. Black Republicans are just the worst. And, you know, Chief X is probably he's probably kind of poisoned the water hole a little bit. But rightfully so, you know what I'm saying? I could bring up some contentions towards Black Republicans either. It's just not the same as what Chef is, right? Chef kind of makes these broad sweeping statements. I wish he was here to speak for himself, but you know, I guess we kind of missed that. That might have been we might have wasted some of that content in those back chats, which unfortunate. But I mean, that's really all I got, man. I mean, so Corey, there you go. You know, unmuted.
Hello?
Yeah, what's happening, Chef?
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, it's safe now. Brad's left.
Now, I've been trying to talk.
You've been trying to unmute yourself for 3 hours?
I'm actually working.
I got you.
Hold on.
For sure. What's up with you, big brother?
Hold on. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
hit the link too if you're available.
It's the same old rhetoric. You want to talk about Trump, and all y'all keep talking about is Kamala and why you didn't vote for Kamala. My question all week was, why did you vote for Trump? And all I hear is how y'all hate Kamala, everybody going in on Kamala the whole damn time, and nobody is saying why they voted for Trump. This shit is simple. How many times I put that in the chat?
All right.
Why y'all niggas vote for Trump? You feel me? And every time I start talking to niggas, I hear everything about Kamala, the Democrat Party, this, that, and the third. But no matter what, I haven't heard an argument that made me. I didn't hear nothing wild enough for Kamala that's gonna make me say, "Well, I'm gonna vote for Trump." You feel me? I didn't hear that. So they saying they heard something wild enough for Kamala from out of Kamala's mouth that made them say, "I'm gonna vote for Trump." Elijah, did you hear something wild enough for Kamala out of Kamala's mouth, or would they put forward to make you say, "I'm gonna vote for Trump"? Did you hear that?
No, I would say, but that last month of her campaign, I thought that was disgusting.
Okay, but did it make you say, "I need to go vote for that nigga"?
Nah.
All right.
Not me personally, no.
Thank you. And that's what I'm saying.
Now, with that being said, right? So I told you the truth. Now I didn't shy away from the question. I give you an honest answer. So, but you also run around saying, you saying shit like y'all knew he was gonna do that, and I'm saying you don't gotta go there.
I agree with that statement.
Nah, we ain't no way we knew he was gonna do all that.
He campaigned on it.
No, he didn't, man.
Which part didn't he campaign on? Go ahead.
Didn't he say day one he was gonna fix the economy?
He said day one he was gonna be
Y'all
a dictator.
knew he was wild.
We knew.
Hold on.
He was wild.
I've been interrupted every time. I've been interrupted.
He was wild in his first term.
You right.
He was completely wild. He almost went to jail. Like, come on now. Now we don't know what he gonna do.
No. I'm saying like this time, like he actually campaigned. Like there's no part of what he's doing that he did not campaign on, that he did not specifically say in his campaign over and over and over. Because this guy does rallies all day, every day, especially when he campaigning. But even in his last presidency, he did rallies the whole time, right? And he's specific about what he's gonna do. He said it over and over and over and over and over again. And so then we act like, I didn't know. He said, "Well, I'm trying to be a dictator on day one." Y'all forgot he said that?
I didn't forget he said that.
Yeah, you thought he was. What y'all thought he was playing?
I thought he can't. So I wasn't. Me personally, that's not.
No. Whether he can't or not, did you think he was playing though? Like,
I think.
See, this is another thing, right? We say, well, I know he's gonna burn down the house, but it's the fire department is standing outside. You know what I mean? Like, look, why let him be in the house then? You know what I'm saying? Like, I voted for him because I know it's the fire department. Like, I hear that a lot. Like, well, we voted for him because it's the fire department, because it's checks and balances. That's why I voted for him, because I know he's gonna do wild shit.
He's firing the fire department, right? Inspectors generals. He's going after judges. He's going after corporations and anybody that when to get that retaliation thing. If that don't scream dictator and putting down dissent,
it don't even have to scream dictator.
Yeah, well, no, I'm just.
He actually came out.
Listen, it's 2025, so we know what wild is right now. We all know. So if you starting, and he tried that in his first administration to forego everything that's written and lawful and legal. Right. That's why they all ended up going to court, quitting, getting fired.
Yeah, they quit. They resigned in protest. But half his first administration resigned in protest, bro. You forgot that? Did y'all forget about that part?
I didn't forget. A lot of them turned on him. You're right. I didn't say he was my candidate. All I'm trying to say.
No, I'm saying like you just said though, but your point was though, Logic, that nobody knew he was gonna do these things. That was what your point was. Go ahead.
You saying that's inaccurate? So okay. Once the man got on the podium and said, I'm not dealing with Project 2025, it's too extreme or whatever he said. So you mean beyond that point, I'm supposed to just assume he lying? So like
yes, because he had a first term which he completely lied and almost went to jail for. Yes, he didn't come out of the blue. He had a term before which was horrible. Yes. Yes,
you are supposed to. They wrote it down.
You're supposed to think he's lying.
So I can
told 30,000 lies.
He say he a dictator, but I don't believe him when he say he not with part of 2025.
See, like some things you got to know what to. So Logic, like you better than that, bro. You better than that, bro. Okay. So, you know when people lying and when they ain't lying. Like, come on, man. Like. When he talk about certain things, he don't be lying. But like he know not to say other things like, oh no, I ain't part of Project 2025. No, I ain't never read it. He wasn't lying about that. I don't think he was lying about that. So what he said was, you got to listen to what he said. He didn't say he didn't fuck with Project 2025, right? What he said was, I never read it. And I believe every word of that. That ain't none of that no lie. He didn't read that. I promise you he didn't. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So now that part I believe. Now, whether him saying he didn't say, oh, I ain't had nothing to do with them. And they talking about some wild ass shit, and I would never do nothing like that. He never said that either.
Project 2025 was too long for him to read. In his first term, they said he didn't even read the daily briefings. He didn't want to read them. Right. So they dumbed it down. Then they got to the point where they had to verbally just tell him that.
He wouldn't read put his name on it. He had to see
his name. Just was like, okay, we'll just tell you. He just like, yo, just give me the bullet points.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's the same person that caused millions, if not billions of dollars throughout the pandemic. And lives, he's going to do it again. The leopard don't change their spots like that.
Did you see him though when he's doing the executive orders? They just handing them to him, and he be like, "Which one is this?" Well, yeah, can you explain this one? You know what I mean? And he, oh, that sounds good, and just sign it. Like if it's your executive order, you should know everything that's in it. You should be able to explain it. They just handing them the shit. He's saying, which one is this one?
Yo, he be walking off. Yeah, like, you gotta go get him. Like you ain't done. Yeah, like come back. But so we traded in what 1 senile old white man for another one. Let's not act like this man got all his faculties. Even if he did that, he cares. He trying to do meme coins, pump and dump. in the Oval Office, and people, yo, look at him, he got crypto. Look at what? That's the worst place to do it from, for personal gain and benefit. But on the federal level, some of us may be cushioned in our state, in our county, in our city. But it doesn't take away from the bananas that's down there in DC right now. Absolute bananas.
Right.
Anybody trying to make that shit seem like it's business as usual or America taking this shit back.
Look.
Well, America is the ones that gave it away. They've been took from us to send it somewhere else because it's cheaper to produce. They ain't gonna pay Corey no more, or Chef no more, or me no more. Nope. We're gonna send that shit overseas.
So all three of y'all got a chance to talk though, right? Now the question was, how I'm supposed to know
Logic,
when
we on your neck. Go ahead, bro.
Now when he said he was gonna fix the economy, I was supposed to assume he was lying when he said that.
Of course he was lying.
So y'all are the arbiters of when he telling the truth. I don't got no crystal ball.
Okay, if you look at the economy right now, did he fix it?
No.
Okay.
Did he fix it the last time?
Did he say he was gonna fix it?
But hold on. I'm willing to wait 4 years, Logic. Unlike some people, I'm willing to wait 4 years.
Don't believe him. Logic is just playing a game with y'all. Because if Logic would have believed that stuff, he would have voted for the nigga. He didn't believe Trump when he said it.
No,
he didn't vote for Trump. So why is y'all sitting here feeding the troll? He trolling.
Logic,
I'm not trolling, bro.
Logic, I'm willing to wait 4 years and shut my mouth for 4 years.
Okay.
And then see how we end up. Is it better than his first term, the same, or worse?
You know what the bar was? You know what the bar was for Trump? Well, in his first term, the world didn't end. That's the bar. As long as the world don't end, he's being good.
Bar was for Trump. Oh man. Now I feel you.
Kamala can't even say love. Let loved ones love each other or whatever it is she said. Right? That's too much for us. But Trump this motherfucker tear the country down one time, and then we bring him back and make excuses for him, and then he tear the motherfucker down way better than he did last time. You think? See, this is what I said before, right? I kind of knew Trump was gonna win, right? I didn't want him to, but I kind of knew he was. But y'all think what he did last? He know where he fucked up at last time. He know all the shit. He like, oh yeah, I'm not bringing none of them type motherfuckers back with me. I ain't bringing nobody in government, and I know I'm firing everybody who actually do investigations and oversight, who actually hold anybody accountable. Like he bringing the team this time. He know what he did last time, and then see right now, like. Logic, I bet you think he playing about running for a third term. I bet you think he playing. I bet you think he playing.
I'm not asking if I think he playing. I'm asking y'all, how do y'all know when he telling the truth and when he telling the lie? That's what I
do. You think he plans on running for a first term? It's a simple question. It's simple.
I think he might try to find a way to get back in office. And I don't think the way that he talking about getting back in office, I wish he was talking about running for a third term, right? But the fact that that's not our Trump move. He trying to.
You wish he was talking about running for a third term.
But hold on.
Go ahead,
Logic is asking the question, right?
Yeah, I'm saying.
Do we know when he lying or not?
Yeah.
Yes, we do. Hold on. This ain't a zero-sum game, right? Like you can recognize when someone's fucking lying and when they're not. A broken clock is right twice a day. So no one's saying everything that comes out his mouth is a lie. I don't think no one's saying that. But when it comes to certain things,
got to see the wolf maul the baby first, before we can accuse him. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
we can't accuse the wolf of being dangerous until the baby actually gets mauled. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what that question is saying. Like, well, how you know when he lying? You see what I'm saying?
But too,
how you know the
his
wolf
issue
how you know
is
the wolf is dangerous?
Yeah, his issue is not that he's lying or not, is he has zero idea how to go about whatever he's saying. That's why you need the far right extremists. That's why you need to be the last person in his ear to say something to him. When people go to talk to him, different country leaders, ambassadors, premiers, anybody like that, it's not because they are bowing at his feet. They understand. If you're the last person in this idiot's ear, what you're talking about is what's going to resonate with him. Period. That's why if you're a tech bro, Zuckerberg, Musk, you run up there. Let me hurry up and get in this fool's ear. So that's why Musk is standing next to him. He had the best bullshit sales pitch. We already running NASA. He's not. We already got the best electric cars on the planet. They're not. I'm already a genius. He's not. But since he was there and spent all that money, they had it on the screen. All of the big tech companies, Amazon, Meta.
Yeah, at the inauguration, they was all right there.
They was all running to his ear. Oh, look, Iran is bowing down. They're talking to him. Oh, look, Xi Jinping is bowing down. He's Putin. No, they understand this man's an idiot. Let me get to him before my enemy do or my competition does. That's easy. Had you seen this man in the press conference?
And that's not logic. I never hear you I hear you say things like, yeah, because when Kamala said, nothing for black people, that was it. That was the end for me, right? What part of this administration is the end for you?
That good guy, hit the link. Anybody in the chat, the link is in the chat if you want to join the panel.
Is there anything that Trump said that made you be like, man, ain't no fucking way? In the same way that when you heard Kamala say what she said.
Are you talking about just things that he's done or said?
Yeah, just because you named that about Kamala.
Honestly, it really all started from when he started asking those the inspector generals, right? Like all the people who's supposed to.
No, this is after he won.
I'm talking about during his campaign.
During his campaign.
Oh, Project 2025. I was out at Project 2025. Straight up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like the fact that his name is on it, right? I and you're right. I didn't trust what he said in that particular instance. I definitely didn't. But at the same time, I couldn't. I'm not going to sit up here and say, "Oh, I know he's lying." I mean, he sat up there and said that wasn't what he's finna do. I didn't expect. I didn't expect him.
I don't know. Do you think the murderer is supposed to say, "Yeah, I'm gonna go kill him"? Yep.
There's a good question on the screen, right? How many of us geniuses, right? I know that's not what the question says, but how many of us made money knowing he was going to crash the stock market, right? Most of us don't have our life savings, right, in the stock market, right? So, but at any administration change or any volatility, anybody will move their money or consider. If you're younger, you have longer time to recover that. So you may not move your money out of where it's set up in a 401k or IRA or something. You may not move it.
But older people,
but hold on, older people pay attention real quick. You start moving that money out of stocks, maybe into bonds, safer havens, right? So it's not about making money all the time. For the average American, it's about preserving the money that you have, or not putting yourself. So yeah.
But most of the time you can't touch that money into a certain period anyway, right?
But you can move it around, is what I'm saying. You can have it more stock, less bond, more bond, less stock, safer. Like anybody with a 401k or IRA, you can adjust that. especially if you have a time.
I'm thinking with an IRA, mostly the 401ks is through people's jobs.
Yes, but if you are a participant, you get to determine how much and where that money goes. They already got these plans set up, Vanguard, Fidelity, things like that, right? You determine how much of your check is going into that. Then you get to determine where it goes. Is it in a safer market, a lower return market, a higher risky return market? So younger people, they may not pay attention to the volatility in the market right now because they have time to make that up. Older people, to answer Africa teachers, I think, question is that no, it's sometimes it depends on who it is. Some people might be in the market to make money, right? We all are, but some of us do it passively. It's in your 401k, it's in your pension, it's wherever. So we pay attention as older people every 4 years, every presidential change. We may move our money that third year out of Fort. Let me put it somewhere safe. So when they transition, and then when you get somebody like him that's going to upset the market, yeah. So it may not be about making money all the time. It may be about preserving what you do have or getting it out of harm's way, which I hope a lot of people did that with this fool in office. Go ahead, Logic. I'm fucking with y'all.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to say.
DQ, what up?
I don't know what else you want me to say. Y'all know when he lying. I think y'all should
No, it's not. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Y'all want me to know?
Don't do it.
So I can't.
Because you just said you knew he was lying.
Y'all
You just admitted you knew he was lying.
I said I didn't trust him. Right? I didn't say I knew he was lying. Y'all said I'm supposed to know when he lying. That was y'all saying.
I didn't say you were supposed to know when he lying, but I'm just saying I knew he was lying. You ain't supposed to. You don't need to know.
Okay.
I'm not saying I have some type of power. Logic. I'm not saying I have some type of power because I know that's where this is going to devolve into.
It wasn't.
You know what I'm saying?
No,
what I'm saying is I've been living long enough. Hold on, Logic. I've been living long enough to know bullshit when I see it. Right? I know 3-card Monty dealers. Right. I apologize that maybe, I spent a lot of time in a game that I'm not so proud of being a part of. You see what I'm saying? I dealt with people that's bullshitters and con artists. I dealt with them on a day-to-day basis. So I can hear bullshit. It's all I'm trying to tell you, Logic. I'm not trying to tell you I got some type of superpower or I exactly knew when he was lying and whoop-de-whoop. What I'm telling you is I know bullshit when I hear it. That's all.
I got you. I feel like I'm trying to decipher what's bullshit and what's not. And I know he's also a politician, right? So I'm not saying everything that he says is going to be something real. But at the same time, like I think that there are some things I feel like I didn't expect him to be lying about, right? Like that's what I'm saying. And
right. You do, okay? That's a more
okay. Hold on. Name 2 things that you didn't expect him to be lying on. And just to respond to Africa teacher real quick, I agree with you, but right now.
Yeah, I did not expect him to be lying about his plans for the economy. I didn't expect him to for him to get in office.
What plan?
Put that in the background. Look, he okay. You got me there too, right? He didn't. His plan isn't like super direct as far as what he plans to do. Now he did say he was going to raise taxes, and that was going to do its trickle down effect thing. In short, right? That's not exactly what he said, but that's
cut taxes. You mean?
Cut taxes and roll back regulations, right? He said he was going to do all that, and that was going to have its effect, right? So so
you don't know the historic. So that's a real statement right there. And then when you look at it historically, what cutting taxes and rolling back regulations does, right? It always fucks the working class, bro. You see what I'm saying? Like rolling back regulations and tax cuts for the rich always fucks the working class. Go back through history.
That's what that's the Republican Party campaign. That's what Reagan campaigned on. It's the trickle down economics.
Right. I got you. I
Right?
got you.
So we got to know that the trickle down economics it's just never happened. We never got trickled on. Nobody trickled money down on us, on the working class. As a matter of fact, they stole $59 trillion in the last 50 years. You hear me? Look this up. $59 trillion in the last 50 years from the working class. They always talk about the redistribution of wealth. Because they be like, well, y'all want to redistribute the rich people's, you want to take the rich people's wealth from it. No, because what's really happening is it is redistribution of wealth as what's been happening. Logic. They've been stealing from the working man and giving it to the rich man. And then after they steal it from us, they say, well, we gonna trickle it back down on you. Nigga, it was mine anyway. Why couldn't I just keep my shit anyway? See what I'm saying?
And two, redistribution has a lot to do with looking back. Like while it's happening, most people may not recognize it, right? When there's a redistribution of wealth. But 10 years out, 15 years out, 5, to even 7 years out, you can look back and see that there was wealth distributed. And to answer or even to speak to Africa teacher's comment, right? I don't know how old he or she is, right? Your pension was not in your hand. Early on, even 401ks. So he's right. Don't try to time the market. But now, more than ever, people have access and the ability to move money on their phone instantly through apps and software. The companies put that volatility into the individual's hands. It used to be you were independent. They took it out your check. That was it. Or you entrusted to Vanguard, Fidelity, companies like that, right? And you could set out a goal. I plan on retiring in 30 years. They would adjust your funds to make up for volatility, to best and worst of times. They would adjust those funds. So no, it's not that people are trying to figure out or jump the market. But if you have a chance with your own personal investments, not through your job or through your job, your 401k, you can move that money. You can move that money into a safer haven prior to every administration change, prior to because we know every 4 years we're doing that. Every 4 years we're doing it. Admin change. We're doing that. Now, can you predict natural disasters? No. Supply chain interrupts? No. So I understand it on that point. But for the things we can see that on the future, again, it's not about making money. Sometimes it's about protecting the money that you made. So I'm not saying there's one silver bullet, Africa teacher. I wish you could hit the panel too, because he's a former broker. And yes, older people should have their portfolio right set up for a balance. And the older you get, the less risk. Yeah, most people know that. But I also remember a time, because I'm old enough to know, when we didn't pick our health insurance for our employer. You got employed by this person, this is their health insurance. Whether it's Blue Cross, whether it's MVP, whether it's whoever it is, this is their health insurance. That transition to, okay, there's multiple plans you could pick now. Then it went to HR, human resources, couldn't even help you pick a plan. I work with people from other countries. I work with older people that work with me, and they said, oh, you got to go on the computer, pick out your own healthcare plan. They were like, I don't even have a computer at home. This is the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s. They would go to HR and say, oh, I don't know what none of these plans mean. Yeah, well, you got to figure out, go get your husband if there was a woman. Go get your wife if it was a man. Go get your kids. We can't help you pick a plan. So if we're talking 401ks and pensions, some of that you have room for, some of that you don't. So if we go through that transition of things now, yeah, you can move money. You can put it in a safer haven. Can you predict the tornado? Well, shit, now with the weather, you might can. If you see something that's happening around Thailand or China or India, it might fuck up the supply chain. Yeah, but no one's doing day trading like that. I'm just saying in general, people can move money to a safer place if you're older every third year of a term, just in case. And then bump it back up, more stocks, less bonds. So I wish the brother could come up on. Kaya, where you at, man?
It is a bunch of y'all going, right? So where we started at was about knowing how this mother be lying, right? I'm still trying to figure out where I'm supposed to be responsible for all the lies that he tell, or anybody that vote for him. Like, can y'all at least admit that he blindsided even the people that he voted for? Can we be that honest?
No, he is wild. He already ran. He already had a term, bro.
Bro. He didn't blindside anybody, bro.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
no
he did.
blindside.
They up there on Capitol Hill calling his actions the great betrayal, right? Like it ain't me making that up. Like I'm not the only person.
They thought he was playing. That's why they thought he was trolling. They thought he was owning the libs.
All right.
That's what they thought. You see what I'm saying? But no, he didn't hit nobody.
You got a nice way of softening it up, but at the same time, there's no way that you can see all of that coming. Like, you can't. And even if you could see what,
why you ain't vote for him?
Y'all was calling me an alarmist. Hey, listen, Logic.
Hold up, bro. Goddamn. I just said all y'all go for a little minute.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like there's no way that anybody could. I didn't vote for him. I'm saying you can't predict his method of doing it, even if you have an idea that that's what he's gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's like where the big point is, as far as like how we having like an honest conversation. We can't admit that part. Like that.
But I can remember a point in time though, Logic, where I was saying all of these things, right, that he was gonna do, and y'all was calling me an alarmist. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, I was wondering, like, damn, like, why? How come y'all can't see?
You know, now if people can help me get them nice things, yeah.
I ain't call you. I didn't call you alarmist, but I got you.
I think a better question is, hold on. Y'all predicted he was wild, but did y'all predict he was this wild? It's just a.
I think he wilder than this.
Most of us knew he was wild.
I don't think he had his limit check.
Oh, hell no. We ain't gonna find that out until he got to get out of there.
See,
I think his dumb ass to press the button.
Yeah, because he think he can sit in a bunker in middle America somewhere underneath a mountain and be good because they told him that. You know,
I'm more confused in how this show even got started is all about, y'all voted for this nigga. Like, you're never gonna get it. You're never gonna get me off of that. Like, y'all can talk about the administration that's not in, far as wise Kamala. Y'all can talk about all this shit, but at the end of the day, y'all voted for motherfucking Donald Trump. So after this, like I said, I think Logic was in there last night. I said after the motherfucker then stole documents out of the goddamn White House, right? Destroyed documents. Come on, bro. Then destroyed documents. Got convicted of 34 felonies. I mean, like and to paint Kamala out like she's the devil after this guy then did all of this stuff. Like, why did you vote for him? Like, I keep asking that question. I know you hate Kamala. Nobody on here like Kamala. Even the people that voted for Kamala. don't like Kamala, but it didn't make us vote for fucking Trump because he didn't say nothing that was gonna make us say, yeah, I should vote for him. That's all I'm asking the people that voted for him. You dig what I'm saying? Why did y'all vote for him? And I'm still not getting that. I even asked Brass, right? I even asked Brass, I said, since she's so horrible, I said, let's take both of what they ran on, lay that shit out on the show, and see what you disagreed with her about and what you agreed with Trump about. Like, let's just do that. Since her platform was so horrible. You feel me? Because I looked at it. I looked at her platform. She didn't have a platform. I looked that shit up. I said, well, this sound good. This sound good. I don't have a problem with that. Y'all demonized everything the lady put forth. Everything. It was the same thing that Biden. Do Biden shit look like Trump shit? Did Biden tank the motherfucking economy? Was Biden trying to get rid of the Department of Education? You dig what I'm saying? So what about Biden shit that even if she said she was going to run on everything Biden ran on, y'all act like the shit was horrible. Y'all act like the shit that Biden ran on beat fucking Trump.
He got the chip pass.
Do y'all forget that? Did y'all forget that? The shit that Biden ran on got Trump the fuck up out of there. So now y'all acting like that shit is just horrible now? Man, get out of here.
The Build Back Better plan was too good for Biden. He had to back off of it. You know what I mean? He backed off the Build Back Better. That was his platform, the Build Back Better. You look at that, you be like, damn, that sounds like Bernie Sanders. You know what I mean?
People hated, what they say? They hated Biden and his administration. What?
They say if
who's gonna beat that nigga?
They say if America had discovered aliens during the time that Biden was in office, Biden would have gave him money. That's what they say about Joe Biden, right? Like he
didn't give nobody no money though.
Yeah.
Who he gives the money?
Israel and what's the
same people that Donald Trump giving
no
money to?
the other people, man.
The Ukraine. We were supposed to. What ain't y'all brain dead? Like we were supposed to get him money.
Did that. Congress has the power of the purse.
Oh my God. So which one y'all
logic. You have to understand. You have to understand. Biden doesn't give out any money. Congress has the power of purse.
Man.
Congress has the power of the purse. So if any money gets allocated anywhere, it has to go through Congress.
And brother, may I ask a question? And when I ask this, I'm not trying to attack you or box you in, but are you a Biden supporter? Just so I'm clear.
No, I voted for Kamala Harris and the Biden party, but I'm a progressive. You see what I'm saying?
Can I ask you a question? And really, I'll ask this question and I'll mute up and pass you the mic. Do you find it to be progressive, the amounts of illegal aliens that the Democrats allow into our country?
We have a terrible immigration problem.
So why?
It ain't worth voting for Donald Trump though.
Well, just listen to what I'm saying, brother. On one hand, you have Donald Trump that is trying to at least minimize the amount of illegal aliens in the country. And on the other hand, you have the Democrats that have literally been complicit in illegal aliens eradicating Black American communities. My question is, which one do you think is worse?
I think, which one do you think is worse? Like what? Say it again now?
On one hand, you have Trump, which is implementing policies that in the long run...
his policies ain't working though.
No, listen to what I'm saying, brother.
That's why.
Let's not interrupt each other,
Neither
brother.
one. It's no worse. It ain't which one's worse. Both of them's bad.
Make your point. I'm gonna make mine. You finished?
Go ahead.
Yeah, all right, watch how brief this is.
Both Democratic and Republican immigration policies are bad.
Well, that's not the question. The question is which one is worse. And the reason I ask that is because the Democrat Party is implementing policies that are literally eradicating Black American communities, or in other words,
like
our
what?
future
Which policy?
Mass immigration, sanctuary policies. Let's talk
sanctuary
about it. Have you
cities
been to
and
LA
shit.
lately? Well, let's have a dialogue. Have you been to LA
Yeah,
lately?
those are your local governments that agree that
And
they're
these are
sanctuary
Democrats,
cities.
right? We're talking about Democrats right now.
That
It's the
wasn't
Demo.
Biden or
Well, one
Harris
mic at
though.
a time, brother. It's the Democrats that have created sanctuary policies that allow
Yeah,
illegal.
fine. Yeah, I'm a progressive though, bro.
So let's have the dialogue. Why did you vote for a party that is implementing policies that is relegating your own ethnic group to a permanent minority status?
Cause all a permanent minority status, bro. I
Yes.
mean,
Well, brother,
we
the
12% of the
Democrats.
population. We gonna be a
Exactly,
minority no
brother.
matter
So,
what.
so
But
that's my
anyway,
point. Well, no, it's not
yeah.
no matter what, brother. Hold on, slow down. Do you
Mm.
realize that Black Americans have a higher population growth rate than white Americans? Or in other words, if it wasn't for the mass influx of immigrants, it is likely, population-wise, that the Black Americans would surpass the white American population. You
What
don't
in
realize
like
that?
500 years or something?
Well, brother, we got to play the long game. We got to play the long game. You got to
Man,
have foresight.
That's
wild as
crazy.
hell, bro. I don't know. I can't have that
All right, well then just be bred.
Chef, you go ahead.
Well, the point is this. Well, the point is this. Just be bred out. Let the Latinos take over your communities. Fuck it. I'm a mulatto. It don't make a difference to me, right? If you blacks
I
don't
don't
want to
know
be
what your
American,
race
You a
is, bro. I don't
mulatto.
know
It
what
don't
you
matter
is.
to you.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly. If you blacks don't
Ain't
want
no
to be,
Yeah, it
Mexicans
don't
took
matter
over.
to
let's
you.
have a dialogue. Let's
I
have a
grew
dialogue.
up
The
in
host
little
asked me a
Mexico.
question.
They
The
ain't
host
took over
asked
a
me a
damn
question.
thing. They still
The
as
host
broke
asked me a
and
question.
poor
Let
as
me
they
respond to
was
the host.
back in the 80s. Shit,
But let me respond to the host. If you blacks don't want to practice self-preservation, why should I lose sleep over it?
You
Really, you got a black
shouldn't.
on the panel.
You shouldn't.
Exactly.
You right.
But
You
you
shouldn't.
should though. But you black should though. So
Right.
the
No,
question is,
no.
why
I
aren't you
don't go
practicing?
around telling mulattoes what they should
right.
do.
What
So
they
But
should
hold on,
do.
nigga, you a
why the
mulatto.
fuck would you come
Hold
over
on, hold
here?
on, nigga, we see you. You a mulatto. We see you, brother. You're on camera.
Well, then
Let's
why
keep
you
it
want to
real.
talk shit to your own family then?
But the
If
point
he
is
a
this,
No,
mulatto,
hold
you come
on.
on here and
and
talk
let's
shit to
not
his
get lost.
I don't
Let's
claim
not get
mulatto.
lost.
I don't claim mulatto. That's fucking
It
with
don't
you.
matter what you claim. The blood don't lie.
I
It don't matter what you
No,
call
I
yourself.
don't
The
claim
blood
no
I
don't lie.
damn
think you a
mulatto.
ladder puller.
It
That's
don't matter
crazy.
what you call
I
yourself.
think you a ladder
Yeah,
puller.
It
yeah.
don't matter what you call yourself. The blood don't
Because
lie.
you seeing
I
Chef,
wouldn't go around
he's a
telling
mulatto.
mulattoes.
You are a
If
mulatto.
Chef's a mulatto, you pulling a ladder from your fellow mulatto.
So the question is this: if you blacks want to practice self-preservation, why should anyone else care? You'll be relegated to a
No,
bottom caste, and it's
anyone
your own
should
doing.
care. No one
You'll be
should care.
relegated to a bottom caste, and it's your own doing, because you
Yep.
voted to flood your own communities with other ethnicities. It's your own fault. Look at your community. The majority of the businesses are owned by foreigners. What are you doing about this?
Hey,
What
let's not
about the
get it.
mulatto community?
Let's not get it twisted. Chef a damn colonizer. Don't fall for his
Hey,
tricks,
what
bro.
about the
He's a
mulatto community?
colonizer.
Hold on.
Who
He'll
We
have you all over
owns
the
the
place.
stores
got
in the
a
mulatto community?
mulatto.
I want to know who owns the
Yeah,
We
stores
should.
in the
let's have that
mulatto
dialogue.
community.
Let's have that dialogue.
No, who owns the
Hey,
stores in the
let's have the
mulatto
dialogue.
community?
Well, can we have the dialogue?
Go ahead.
Yes. Number one, mulattoes are the fastest growing demographic in the U.S. We already had a
Who
president.
owns the
We ain't got
stores
that one
though?
black president. Let's have a dialogue. Have you had a black president? No. Checkmate. We had a mulatto president. Checkmate.
He
Got
didn't
you there.
call himself no damn
Checkmate.
mulatto.
Got you there.
He beat you up right
One
there,
Got you
Chef,
time.
on the
there.
back part. He beat you up
Got you
right
there.
Go one time and see
Got you there.
where Barack called himself a mulatto.
The blood don't lie. It
He
don't matter
won
what he
that.
called
He
himself.
won
He
that,
said
Chef.
he
You
was
gotta
a
let
It
black
him
don't
win.
matter
man.
what he
He
called
said
himself.
he was a black man.
To get to
I ain't
black
never
vote.
heard
Checkmate.
Barack Obama call himself no damn
Exactly.
mulatto.
He called himself black to get the black vote, and it worked on your black ass. Checkmate.
No, he called himself because
Yes,
that's
y'all
how he
voted for
identified. That's
Obama.
how he
Y'all
identified.
voted for Obama.
He went
Checkmate.
and got himself a black
The
wife because
blacks
that's
voted
how he
for Obama.
identified, brother.
Exactly. Black women love mulattoes. We can't help it.
No, he
Checkmate.
identified. He went and got
Checkmate.
himself a black
Yes,
woman
I
yes,
because
love this
that's
yes.
how
guy.
he
Where you been all
identified.
my life,
Exactly.
man? I love this guy right
This
here.
thing
Look, let me
crazy.
say this. Look. Let me say this. I've had a lot of black women. That don't make me black. I'm still a mulatto. That's a fact.
This
But
guy
seriously
made
though, I
my
mean,
day.
really, and I know we turned
He
into a little
beat
bit
you
of a
up
roast session,
on the Barack Obama.
and I know we
He
turned it into a
beat
little
you
bit.
up.
But let me say this though, and I'm gonna drop down. I know we turned it into a little bit of a roast session, but blacks,
Oh.
but let me say this respectfully though. Black Americans have to practice self-preservation. It is not conducive to your survival to allow foreigners to take over your communities and outnumber you in your own country.
No,
But if you
but
don't
you
care, I
still
don't
didn't
care.
answer me
But
who owned the stores
they
in the
outnumber
mulatto.
mulattoes too.
Shit, they can, no. Actually, they're contributing to
They outnumber
let,
you mulattoes too. So I
let me
think
answer
y'all
that.
need to do something about it.
You made your point. Let me make mine.
Go ahead.
Actually, it's the foreigners that will contribute to the future mulatto majority. Checkmate, because you blacks are mixing with them. Checkmate. So bring no foreigners in. It only benefits me. Really, I already
How?
got Spanish ancestry. I already got Portuguese ancestry. I already got Asian ancestry. It don't make me no difference. It don't make me no difference. My grandkids still gonna look like me, but will your grandkids look like you? Really? That's how
You said
serious
I
it
was
is.
a mulatto.
Yeah, you heard the question though, and I'm
You
talking to
said
the
I was a
blacks.
mulatto. Get the
I'm talking to the blacks, brother. I'm talking to the
Oh, you
blacks. I'm asking the blacks, will your
Chef said,
grandkids look like
you
me?
in the
Because mine
safe
will look
boat,
like me.
mulatto. We don't want
I
no
ain't no goddamn mulatto. That's just
Yeah, you're a
Let's
mulatto,
not
but
have
let me hear
mulatto
the
on
dialogue with
mulatto
the blacks right
violence
quick.
here now. You
Let me
know?
ask the blacks.
Kick his ass, mulatto. He's a colonizer.
But don't
Kill
miss that
Chef.
point. But I have to say this. This is serious. This is a serious point, and I said it before. My grandkids will look like me. Will your grandkids look like you? Ask yourself that. If you continue to allow mass immigration, will your grandkids look like you? Will your neighborhood still be the
We
same
need to kick
neighborhood in
your
50
ass out of
years?
here. We need to get Trump to deport your ass then. That way we
And you
make
see
sure our
nobody laugh. Nobody laughs. Because it
no,
ain't funny. You
I'm
being bred out and you making
dead
jokes like you
serious
being
because
bred out.
I
Brother,
don't
you
want
making
I
jokes?
want my grandkids to look like me. So we need to deport
All right,
all
so
the
you need
illegal
to take
immigrants
action.
and the
So you need
mulattoes.
to take action. You need to take action. You need to take action.
We need to
And
put
that's
the
the point.
mulattoes in El
All right, well, I'm
Salvador
going to say
too.
this before I go. And I appreciate the host for allowing me up. You blacks have to decide. Is it comic view while you being bred out? Really, because we can laugh together. Fuck it. If you blacks are going to be bred out, I'll laugh with you. If it's funny.
You
Or
keep
will you take
saying
action to ensure that you
wait.
won't be bred out?
You keep saying you
Yeah, I'm
keep
not
saying
black.
you.
I'm not black. I'm not black. I'm
Yeah,
a
get him
mulatto.
the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I'm not
Get him
black. I'm a
out of here.
mulatto.
He said you get the fuck out of here.
Get
Yeah,
the
I'm
fuck
not
out of
black.
here.
I'm a
I was
mulatto.
with
I'm
you
not
until
black like you.
you just kept saying
He a
you black, so
mulatto.
you on
I'm
some
not
other
black like
shit.
you. I'm not
You're not
black.
like
I'm
black
a
like a
mulatto.
lot of people, not just
I'm not
me.
black like you. I'm a mulatto. But big up to the host. Much love to
Jesus
y'all. Thanks
Christ.
for having me on. Much love.
Yeah, you got I dip out on that point
You
too.
just had a real colonizer on here.
Yeah. That hey Chef, I apologize.
The real
Hey
colonizer.
Chef, I apologize. That nigga's a real colonizer. I didn't know y'all let him get this far into his statement without somebody
No,
noticing
he
that he
come on.
kept
His
saying,
name is mulatto. He been on
nah,
here
but he
before,
kept
y'all.
saying yeah, but he didn't do that you blacks shit. That sound like a guy a white nationalist talking.
Hey,
He
that
kept
nigga
saying
came
you
on here and
blacks.
called him a
Y'all
quick
didn't
W.
notice he kept saying you blacks? What the hell is
That
wrong
nigga
with
called a quick
you?
W and dip,
Yeah,
man.
that
That nigga.
Yeah, what the hell is wrong with you darkies letting them say you blacks? What the hell is wrong with
listen.
y'all?
If he identify as
I'm gonna
mulatto,
call
we can't
Wesley
do nothing
Snipes.
about that.
I don't
Like
care.
I
I
say,
don't care if he identify as a mulatto, but I ain't gonna let no damn mulatto sit up here and say you blacks over and over again without some damn pushback.
he's like, I'm a knock.
Yeah,
I'm a
this nigga
knock.
said you
I'm a North
blacks, and
African
y'all
American
was answering
free.
No,
him.
I'm not gonna lie. I was entertained.
Y'all didn't notice the man kept saying you blacks.
I
No,
did.
that nigga hit Chef with a quick 1-2 though with that Barack Obama.
With the Barack Obama, oh, he
Yeah,
beat you up, man. He beat you
Corey,
up,
Chef thought he was crashing out with me. That nigga fucked around and met the mulatto final boss, nigga.
The mulatto king. Nigga ran into the mulatto king.
That nigga met Bowser. Bowser was about to get his ass
That
out of
nigga
here.
said, y'all thought y'all had a black president? No, you had a
Hey,
mulatto
Chef, you still got
Yeah,
to answer.
mulatto,
Did you
nigga.
think? Hey, we didn't have. Hey,
He
Barack
killed that.
Obama was a mulatto president, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he
I'm
was. That's what I'm
standing
saying.
on
So
that
what
one.
he
That's why I
think?
said he
He
won. He
won that
won
one.
that one. He won.
Hey, Corey, you know that
That
Chef
nigga
ain't
got
had no
that one.
pushback for none of
No,
that shit. He hit Chef with that right hook. That nigga was dizzy for the next
I
3
said,
minutes.
Chef, he beat you up with that. I'm gonna step back. I'm gonna step back.
I was like, all right,
Hey,
that nigga cold. Like,
Hey,
this nigga
Chef,
got
hey, now you know where Corey stand. When you get your ass kicked, you gonna step back and watch the show.
I'm gonna step back.
That nigga saw you get your ass kicked and step back and watch the show.
Let that shit happen.
Hey, Corey, let me see if Chef got some championship spirit. Nigga, listen to what he made of. That nigga hit him with that Barack Obama as a mulatto president. That nigga was out for the count. That shit was a standing 8. Nigga.
That's
You
my
out
key
of
to
here.
lead. That's my key to lead, man.
Oh, that's my key to lead.
Oh man, so now I know how to
that in
get
his
Chef.
back
Hey, I'm
pocket
changing
ready,
your name
like,
in the Discord to the
the
mulatto
way
colonizer.
the way he pulled that out, like that was in his back pocket ready.
Yeah, he had that one ready.
Yeah.
Hey, you see Logic dipped out the conversation with his mulatto ass. He over there playing video games. That nigga, as soon as he started talking, he said, "Oh, before you get me, that nigga might call me a mulatto tether." That motherfucker crazy.
Mulatto.
This nigga Logic is a mulatto tether.
I'm a leather. You a leather.
Hey, Corey, me and you got to stick together, man. We got to stick together against these motherfuckers. We surrounded by mulattoes on this goddamn panel right now.
That shit funny, boy.
We got to be careful. We got
That
the
nigga
best
caught a
rapper,
quick
the
win.
best rapper in the game right now, DQ. That motherfucker is a mulatto Texas rapper, bro.
I told you, nigga. I told you, I'm a
Surrounded
knot,
by damn
nigga.
mulatto. That's the new EP. That's the new Quan Boy, the mulatto god.
The mulatto Texas rapper.
The mulatto of Texas, nigga.
No, what's that shit called? What that nigga said yesterday? I told you I'm gonna do an EP off that shit. Nigga Logic said shit. Something confrontational. What that nigga say?
It was
a cordial
confrontation.
He said we had a cordial. He said Cuban thought we was about to have a cordial confrontation, nigga. Like he was gonna politely do what he said he was gonna do. Get the hell out of here.
I was like, oh, that shit fly.
Hey, so where the conversation goes? Is there anything new? I'm sitting in the car. My son just got his ass kicked in the 400. I ain't watching that shit.
The new thing is I'm supposed to know when Trump.
But you don't stab nobody.
That's as far as we got. I'm supposed to know when Trump is lying.
You never answered Chef's question, Brad.
I wasn't here. I was driving to the practice. My son just got his ass kicked.
There's no bullshit.
So they was jumping you. How'd it feel, Logic? They jumped your ass? How'd it feel, bro?
I mean, that's not really my conversation, so it really felt awkward, right? Like you know, they jumping me for who you voted for. That's what was really weird. You know what I'm saying? But I mean,
hey, Brad, the question was
they did it. They did
like,
it in taste. So that's all I could ever ask for.
You was the devil's advocate.
Do you feel like we should have gave money to Ukraine?
Yeah. Who, me?
Brass? Brad.
Yeah. Brass.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Do you feel like we should have gave money to Ukraine?
Yes, just not as much.
Do you feel like we should give money to Israel?
Yes, just not as much.
Chef, do you have any contention with that?
America having a stronghold in the Ukraine. I mean, Corey, even you would, as a African American, if we could somehow get a stronghold, if Ukraine was the one that, and we was to get a stronghold, a base of operations, any kind of thing that close to Russia, that'd be a win for the United States. So I understand it. I just don't understand to just continuously, blindly just give money to them when you're not even paying attention to, like, give them one payment, give them two. But then at some point, start looking at Philadelphia, bro, and treating it like the Ukraine, treating the parts of Baltimore that look like Afghanistan. Start treating that shit like they need aid. Or no, not even just Baltimore though. Newark, South Carolina. There's the Skid Row in California. Treat those things like you do these like countries. Yeah. Treat those.
That's what I'm saying. That's a marketing ploy now. Somebody can have that shirt. Treat Gary.
But do y'all understand what I mean when I say that though? Like, I mean, I don't think that's a controversial statement that I'm making.
No, that ain't controversial at all. That ain't. That's absolute. My sentiments exactly. But and two, it's the military industrial complex that keeps that going, right? And usually, right now, today, I believe Trump is trying to pass $1 trillion military budget. You see what I'm saying? Every day, always coming in, passing these military packages, these trillions and trillions of dollars. So the money, like whether it go to Ukraine or whatever, wherever it go, the money is already allocated over there. It's already in the military industrial complex already. So the problem ain't where is if they giving Ukraine a check. The problem is the military budgets from the beginning.
It's outrageous.
You know what I'm saying?
It's already outrageous. Now you doubling down, and then people don't understand the aid, like you say, Corey. It ain't when they say aid. It's not always money. You know, sometimes it's weapons, sometimes it's tanks, sometimes it's food, sometimes it's support. Sometimes it ain't always money. They'll take the quantitative amount of how much it was and call it a dollar amount, but it ain't always money. I'm just saying. I was just when the hurricane hit in South Carolina and North Carolina, and you watching towns get wiped out, and you bring your dementia that old ass on TV and start talking about the Ukraine, you missed the point.
Yeah, and then we because we went for the 3-car money. You know, we said, oh, we love the troops, and then they the veterans and so we need to allocate $1 trillion to the military. If you don't vote for that, you're not a patriot. See what I'm saying? And then once we already allocated this $1 trillion already, right? Then when the hurricane hit, we ain't got enough money to pass out food and aid for the folks. You know what I'm saying? We got to depend on donations and what do you call the thing? You know what I mean? The online shit. You know, the online donations and all of the rest of the bullshit. You know, that's what we depend on instead of.
How many Americans? Y'all answer this. How many Americans have died in the Ukraine since 2022? How many?
I don't know how many. It was Americans that went over there and volunteered, but I don't know how many of them died or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
It was 50.
Oh, yeah.
Guess how many of them was veterans? 40. These are people that do patriotism or for whatever reason. You know, these are 20 of them these are volunteers. These are people that went over there. They had a sense of moral obligation. They had experience, the brotherhood and all of that kind of stuff. And then on top of that, you throw in the anti-Russian sentiment. So this isn't like, these are people that went over there. So it's not like we're giving them soldiers. And these people gave their life for the Ukraine. You can't justify how much money that they've been given willy-nilly over and over and over again. You just can't, and you're completely missing the boat. You know, those were rumors as far as that the government ran out of money. They didn't have nothing for the hurricane survivors. But you know, that's neither here nor there. But I thought we was gonna get into some gangster shit, but Chef probably gonna pull the same 3-card shit that Corey be talking about. Listen to all the talking points, listen to all the talking points, everybody's this, and then you're gonna go live by himself and try to kill everybody while you're playing Assassin's Creed. So I wish him the best on that. Let's talk about these shows this weekend, Logic, and then wrap it up, because y'all playing video games and shit. Let's move. What's your show? You got a show on Saturday with Unc. What's that show about? Can you put the flyer up real quick?
So so me and Unc, we didn't finally found something that we vehemently disagree on, right? We got our other little small disagreements, but basically this is our big contention. And I think this is
a terrible picture. Jesus,
that's a terrible picture of him. You saying?
Yeah, that's terrible.
I asked him what he said he wanted to use. That's what he sent me, bro. I'm doing what he asked for at that point. But anyway, so what I'm saying is, I think that gets to like the root of a lot of conversations, right? And I'm glad that he took that position, because it allows me to say, to double down on all the positions I like. You know what I'm saying? I get to have what then what? You know what I'm saying? I get to have that conversation. But we've kind of been discussing it like in the back chats or over the phone, kind of like for over a week now. And this is where we disagree. You know, can you separate activism from Africa? He says that we can, and he says that you can't. And I say not only can you, but you need to in order to do activism effectively. Right. And that's going to be, you know, it's not necessarily like a debate, but we're going to have a conversation and we're going to kind of, you know, kick that idea back and forth, flush out the problems with it. Or, you know, of course, his side is going to be very historical. Right. He's going to be pulling from all these things that happened in the past. And I'm going to have a more prudent stance. I'm going to be talking about, so, OK, moving forward, how much Africa do we bring with us into the future? Right? Are we AI Africans too? Like, you know what I'm saying? But we're going to talk about that. I think it's going to be a hell of a conversation. And that's what people like need to hear. They constantly asking, so what do we do moving forward, and have those kind of conversations? And this is right there. This right on the cusp of, do we continue like to move forward, or do we prioritize some of the past notions that we kind of can't get rid of? You know what I'm saying? So that's it in a nutshell. But it's going to be a good show. That's definitely going to be at least 2 hours of me and Unc going back and forth. It's going to be a good conversation.
Put up my fly real quick. I like that idea. I think I might. I think I'm gonna check that out.
Where is it?
Shouts to Unc and Pseudo Killers. That's in the Go to the YouTube, the one for Friday if you can. I'm doing a Crashout show with Chief X. I might go live tomorrow because they canceled. We supposed to rain, so they canceled the meet for tomorrow. But that's track meet for y'all to want to pause the conversation. Yeah, I know that just sounded crazy. They canceled the meet. I'm gonna do a show on Friday with Chief X. It's gonna be a crash out session. All my shows, in order for me to get excited to do them, are gonna be crash out sessions. I'm waiting on Kyle to get back to me so we could do this show that we was thinking about. Me and Chef working on this C-SPAN show. That's gonna be a good idea. Share the screen, Elijah. So we're gonna do the crash out with Chief X. Let me see. I'm gonna let y'all see if we can get it on the channel. All right, put it on the major one. All right, so crash out edition with Chief X. I've been wanting to do a show with the brother for a while. I think, you know, say whatever you say about him. I think he's polarizing. You know, similar to a lot of people. You know what I mean? I think he not saying he gets a bad rap. I ain't in that game, but you know, he has a channel. He has information. He has products. I think there's a lot more to the man than just what people consider trolling. And we're gonna get into these topics. You know, he's been called a MAGA. He's been called a MAGA Republican. I've seen him with the hat. I've seen some of his positions on things. So I want to know: are you MAGA? Or is this? And how do you feel about MAGAs versus Black Republicans? If you are MAGA, explain that. Let's talk about it. I want to get into the non-facts because he's one of those people on the other side of Black Egypt. But I do know one of his videos. I think I don't want to say what I know, but I've heard that some of the videos that he's done precede a lot of the content that people have done later. So I'm interested in some of that. I would need maybe somebody else up there to validate it, I guess. But this is a crash out show. So if you got an issue, if you got a concern, you'll be able to crash out. It's late on a Friday. Catch it on the replay if you can't. We're going to talk about some of the Democratic failures. We're going to talk about, see if we can honestly get an assessment of where the Trump administration is right now. But then I want to go into the conscious community part. The conscious community, is it a fraudulent conscious community? Is it a real conscious community? You know, I want to talk about some of these leaders, right? You know, I hope, you know, I don't want nobody to take none of this shit personal. You know, I want to know for myself. This is me asking. This ain't nobody else. We're going to talk about, you know, some of his historic battles. He's had good battles with Unc. He's had good battles with Jabari and what's the guy with the Shaka Amos and all those people. And, you know, he's had conversations with Sarnetta. You know, I want to have a conversation and get to know that and see where he stands on some of the groups. Where do you stand with the Magi Archers? What's your thoughts on PK? What's your thoughts on the Dagger Squad? You know, I want to know because you know, to me, and I'll do these crash out shows with anybody. So before you take it personal, hit me up. Let's do a show and speak your speech. In media, you know, it's not slander. I want to know what's going on. I'm not doing it for that reason. I mean, I got the utmost respect for God Killer. But in the same token, there's a but to it. Not that I don't have respect. Matter of fact, I'll just say it this way. I got the utmost respect for God Killer. I got the utmost respect for some of these other brothers in that community, but just not the entire community. I think the conscious community is fraudulent. I think it's I think it's kind of misguided and actually kind of dangerous. And then we're going to get into real activism versus activism. It's funny that your show is kind of about the activism, because I think me and you both feel the same way. I think a lot of times when I watch these shows, I watch all of these things that are happening to Black people and all these channels claiming to be Afrocentric and for Black people and helping Black people. But they don't talk about things like Carmelo Anthony. They don't talk about current events. They stuck in a million years ago, you know, and you claim to be kind of raising the consciousness of the African American community or just the community at large. So I'm calling cap and I'm calling fraudulent. So that'll be a good show for Friday at 7, and I'm gonna do a bunch of crash out shows. I want to do one with I want to do one with who you think would be a good crash out candidate from the conscious community?
Fetty.
Yeah, but he won't. I don't think Fetty will crash out though. You know, I guess if it was his platform, you know, I'm gonna talk to Fetty about that. But see, the thing is with Fetty, it's like I don't think he'll say he's in the conscious. Yeah, because I don't. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Because he don't gotta necessarily be in the conscious community. That would be my mistake on that. Because that would be me limiting the show to it. But I'm gonna do a lot of crash outs, a lot of them. I think I'm gonna turn it into a podcast and put it out there. So. Where you stand? What you doing for the rest of the day? You gaming for the rest of the day? What you on right now?
I'm doing several things. I'm one of them people like, man, it's from when I sit down and do something for like hours and hours at a time, it's not easy for me. I don't know what's that called. I don't think it's ADHD or HDHD or whatever.
Hey, I wasn't gonna be the one to say it.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called, but that's very difficult for me. So I gotta spread stuff out and do a little bit here, do a little bit there. Or I get totally disinterested. So
no, I get it.
Yeah, but no, I got several things to do today. I got some computer work for work. I got computer work to do for Tri Media while I got a whole day ahead of me. So just breaking it up.
Okay, all right, cool. Close it out. Because I don't have the buttons. Somebody put something in the back chat. And look out for that show for Psychopatheist. Oh, hold on, Chef. I think Chef says he's in the back chat. Backstage. Hold on. Chef says he's backstage. You ain't reading them. You hosting the show and you ain't even reading the back chat.
Yo, I've been back. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Hey, blame Logic, bro. You playing 2K or something, bro. But I just looked. I was like, we got something in the back chat.
I text you, Brad. I text you about 15 minutes, but y'all was off. Y'all, I wasn't tripping because y'all was going over the schedule, so that ain't.
Oh yeah, no. That's cool. And then like Chef, I want to do a real crash out with you, not crash out against you, but similar to these topics. You got history here, and you one of the few people that made a channel, kept your channel 100% unbiased. You know, it's your opinions. And I want to do, we go at it all the time. That's fun, but we got ultra respect for each other. So I want to do a crash out show with you where you are talking about, your experiences. I love to see some of your thoughts on the conscious community, without me giving any pushback. I want you to speak your shit on Trump and the political landscape, where you stand somewhat with the Black Egypt. We need to book that show while we working on the C-SPAN show. You with that?
Yeah. I mean, Black, as far as the conscious community, yeah, we could do that. But my foray into it was basically.
Don't do it. I don't want to do the show right now. I don't want to do the show.
No, I'm just saying it was through the same way as y'all. It was through dealing with Unc. You dig what I'm saying? Like that was his crowd.
You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
By us having conversations with him and deciding to do a group with him, we was thrust into that. You dig what I'm saying? But we was talking about science and you dig what I'm saying? Atheism and stuff like that. Right? Getting thrown into the Egypt conversation. That was something else. Like nigga, luckily I'm kind of a history buff. So I was able to, you dig what I'm saying? Actually kind of hold my own a little bit with them niggas. And seeing that a lot of them was bullshitting. You feel me?
So you could call them on their bullshit. I get it.
Yeah. Just having, a good framework under you. You dig what I'm saying? You can start. And a lot of that stuff, even it's a quick read, right? It's not even, Corey always say, like, these niggas ain't deep. Like, you can Google search what they're talking about. I know they like to say you got to go get 1 million books. They're not that fucking deep. Their shit is surface level. You can debunk them on the fucking surface. You feel me? Like nigga, if the Google searcher will tell you whether them niggas are on the right path or not. You feel me?
Right.
So we was able to catch up a lot. So far as the politics, I'm definitely with that. I know I've been in the car and working half the time.
Nigga, you working. Don't ever make an excuse for working. Come on, my God.
No. But when you left, I did mention that because I was listening the whole time. I was working. And it was the same old, like I said. Y'all was on here talking more about why you didn't vote for Kamala or why you didn't like Kamala versus why you voted for Trump. And like you said, if you seen every day in the chat, how me and you would get into it, because I was asking the question, why did you niggas vote for Trump? Like, I get it. Like, everybody on, even the people like Logic who voted for Kamala said he ain't like Kamala either. You dig what I'm saying? But it still didn't push him to vote for fucking Trump. You dig what I'm saying? That's the whole thing. Everybody talks about what they don't like about the Democrat Party, this, that, and the third. Fine. What you don't like about any party can be levied on both fucking sides. You dig what I'm saying?
Not necessarily, but go ahead.
No, you didn't already told me that you had issues with both sides, like, and you talk about them.
But when he asked, I answered the question. That's what I'm saying. If you scroll back, it got to the point where, because he kept, and I like that Corey held my feet to the fire. He's like, I'm not talking about the Democrats. Tell me why. And then I went into why. The reason people don't think I say why is because they're not necessarily wanting to hear what I'm talking about when I start talking about illegal immigration, when I start talking about tax policies that may not benefit them. See, I understand what the 1%, the 5%, I understand that, but I understand what it actually is versus what you hear. A lot of times when people talk about 1%, 5%, they're talking about billionaires. I'm talking about, $450,000 million worth of wealth, people in the States, people that have a true corporation or partner with corporations where that stuff matters. So I said that if you want to do a show specifically about me, I just don't think I'm representative of a lot of the people. If somebody that just works at like a regular job, make about $40,000-$50,000 a year, if they talking about tax cuts and all this, that, and the other, then they lying. Because those things don't apply to them. But some of that shit applies to me. I just don't like getting into too much of my personal financial stuff. That's why I keep that private. But if on surface level, I always believe in that illegal immigration issue was top of the line for me. The sexuality issue wasn't so much that, but that ending the Ukraine-Russian war, that was very important to me. Restructuring our relationships with these countries, with these trade deficits and how we're represented with, how that goes between the United States and the rest of the world. That was important to me. I just didn't know he was going to do it this way. Figuring out what the hell are we actually doing with Israel and Palestine? Like, if you want to support it, cool, but let's put a cap on this shit and figure out what the hell are we actually doing rather than just sending money over there willy-nilly. Like, hold their feet to the fire, because we had a trade. We were at a 33% trade deficit with them too. So while you sending them all this money for Hamas, and I know for a fact that the United States has supported Hamas in some things, like that don't even make damn sense. So I'm very clear on my points. I just don't think people understand. I think what people don't understand is why the same way y'all feel about y'all candidate is not the way I felt about my candidate. It just felt about the things that he was saying he was going to do. I told you when he said tariffs, I was cool with tariffs because I do believe China should have a tariff. We lose in trade deficit to China upwards of almost $400 billion. They broke a phase one deal. They recognized that it was an imbalance. They signed a deal and they broke it. So we need to have a tariff against them. We need to figure out this how they're the manufacturer of the world. So I supported some of the things that he said. I don't support ending birthright citizenship and all of that, but I was willing to compromise for that. I was willing. I was for the tariffs, but I'm not for a tariff that lasts forever. I'm for a tariff that brings the country to the table so that we could restructure this trade agreement, get to a good trade agreement, hopefully a zero tax trade agreement, and then move forward. Not no damn trade war. And that's not what he was saying. He was not saying he was willing to go, we're going to do tariffs for this, that, and the other. And you know what's funny, Chef? Today, I don't know if you noticed, after all of those, the Senate got involved. They did the hearings on Signalgate. They did the hearings on Donald Trump, and they had the hearings on the tariffs. He paused the tariffs for about 90 nations for 90 days because there were people. That's how it's supposed to work. You put the tariff out. And what it should be is it's like we do in the Discord, Chef. You might say something or I might say something that's kind of provocative, kind of bait. Put your name in it, tag it so that we can have the conversation. Because I don't necessarily want to have the conversation with everybody. And then we go have the conversation. Now, if you tag me in a post and I start calling you all kinds of motherfuckers and pieces of shit and all this other shit, idiot and old head and all of that, we're never going to actually get to a conversation. So, yeah, I can state it. The challenge that y'all have and the thing that I don't understand, and this is where we agree, I don't know why other people voted for Donald Trump. I don't know. That's part of the reason why I want to have the conversation with Chief X. Why did you vote for Donald Trump? Are you MAGA? Are you willing to say it? That's what I want to know, because if you right now are saying everything that Donald Trump has done is perfect, then you got to defend that. Because even his staunchest Elon Musk is backing away from him in how he's doing these tariffs right now. He's doing these tariffs like no, we don't want a trade war. Even if we win a trade war in the end, the American people lose because we can't stand those high taxes. We can't get into a 2-3 year trade war. Can't do it. So I hope that answers your question as far as me. I think you're talking to everybody else because I've been pretty clear.
Yeah, so is the first things first, and I know we about to end the show.
Okay.
Immigration, right? Now, if we look at how many people Biden and them got the fuck up out of here,
true.
I don't think they was playing about that shit.
No, but they were. You're great. I'll go.
Right. So even if we look at it and say, was Biden getting motherfuckers up out of here? Now, how Trump is doing it is inhumane.
I agree.
Right? So it's all about, I keep saying, some shit is about morals. It's about Trump and the Trump supporters, they support more mean-spirited shit. Nobody is saying that the country don't have an immigration problem, right? Everybody can look at it and say, yeah, that's an issue. You dig what I'm saying? But the mean-spirited shit, like even I was looking at what's his name? The senator, I think Chef.
Yeah, Adam Schiff.
Chef, he got a channel, right? And I'm glad he got a channel. If y'all not subscribed to his YouTube channel, he give us reports every day on their briefings and what they're doing in the Senate, blow by blow. So I like that because that's how most of us consume information now. So he's picking up on, you dig what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I can get this shit out to people. They love these podcasts. Like, so he's taking time out, right, to actually do a podcast every day where he talks about their deliberations, what he's dealing with, you know, in committee, all of that shit. You dig what I'm saying? And his take on, you know, the current administration and what's going on. And I think it's good to listen to the senators and the Congress people, you know what I mean, and the people that's actually in the field doing that shit versus all the time. Now, I'm not saying that the news media shouldn't be listened to and pundits and all of them. Yeah, you should definitely, they can help you sift through the information, you dig what I'm saying, and get you caught up. But to actually listen to the legislators and the people that we actually voted for and that's actually on the Hill doing that job, I think we should listen because that's when you get a pulse of what they're talking about and what the real issues is, you know what I mean, in legislation. And he said, because I know, Brass, you like to come on and say, well, this ain't true. That's, you dig what I'm saying? That's not what's actually going on. Now, he's saying every day that they're going after Medicaid. Not Medicare. He said Medicaid, right? And he said Medicaid is what I think he said at least 40% of the health care that the government is paying, they're paying it through Medicaid. So when people start talking about Medicare and all of this, nah, it's Medicaid. And Medicaid is paid half from your state and half from federal government. They saying that the state can't even afford, right, to take on that motherfucking bill. So the people who living in nursing homes, they say after Medicare run out, Medicaid kick in. That's part state and part federal. You dig what I'm saying? Children, right? They get long-term care, right? After their Medicare run out and those different programs run out, that's when state and federal kick in, and that's Medicaid. Now, when he I didn't know that. You feel me? So once he started breaking that shit down, now you know specifically what they're going at, with like the shit that they're trying to cut and who those cuts are actually affecting. You dig what I'm saying? So it's good to listen to those people because they'll actually be able to tell you what the true issues is and how it's going to affect the American people. But clickbait make you listen to shit and, you know what I mean, we start arguing shit that ain't, you dig what I'm saying? Where you can come in and say, well, that's not true. They're not talking about that, but they got to be talking about something. You feel me? Like, and then Social Security. By him firing, you dig what I'm saying? All of these people from Social Security, right? They're saying that's holding up people, not the people who already getting their benefits. It's the people that then put in for their benefits and those adjusters and those claim agents and stuff are not there to actually file the paperwork and give the people who are sitting there waiting for their benefits, right? Their benefits didn't even kick in yet. Now you don't even have enough people staffed to actually start paying out people who've been waiting 6-7 months to a year to get their benefits. What are they supposed to do? They don't supposed to live? You feel me? Shit like that. And then that shit get kicked back down to the state and social service programs when these people supposed to be getting their fucking Social Security. You dig what I'm saying? So it's like it's crazy, man. So, but it's good to listen to him. You dig what I'm saying? Different people.
You know how I always say Republicans just don't have as good a marketing as everybody else? Because when I say the Democrats kind of do some of the same shit, they do it different, but they just got a better marketing plan. Do you know that Biden, he opposed work requirements? You know what work requirements are in Medicaid? He when he first started after Trump, you know, he had to roll back a lot of things like most presidents do, right? But he opposed the work requirements for Medicaid in the beginning, and it got big news and this, that, and the other. But just like any other politician, later on, you know, quietly when nobody was paying attention, he approved work-related conditions in a lot of in about 10 states. So this is when I say, like, I get I purposely don't watch individual manufactured media. I watch the actual speeches on the floor. I watch the actual bills being passed, the conversations that I had. I can't watch the Shapiros. I can't watch the Sam Harrises. I can't, because it taints what I'm gonna do on my show. That's just how I do. Like, because I'll start saying that shit. You know, we was talking about ChatGPT earlier. You know, people that sound like they getting this shit from ChatGPT, because all the shit, it begins to run together. Like, I watched that Sam Harris thing, and then that led to, now in my algorithm, I got him and some debate him and Shapiro did before the presidential debate, and then I watched a little bit of that. Now I'm all screwed up. So now I try to, like, just focus on, like, the facts of stuff. So when I say Republicans and Democrats, yes, they're different. You know, Republicans are a lot stricter. They're a lot tougher on Medicaid in regards to cuts and stuff. But Biden did the same shit. He did the same work requirements that Trump was pushing for, the same damn thing. Yes, he expanded it. But, you know, he like you talked about with, for example, like you talked about with immigration, right? That'd probably be a better point. Yes, he deported in some months just as many people as Donald Trump did, right? And yes, that was Republican governors busing illegals into New York, busing them into New Jersey, busing them into Maryland, busing them all over the East Coast. They were sending some to Kamala House and all of that. They were sending them specifically to Democratic-run cities, right? And yes, I agree, a lot of that was propaganda. But here's the thing. When that shit was happening, he took a real long time to nip that shit in the bud, bro. He took a real long time, bro, because for about a year and a half, I'm telling you, it was like The Walking Dead, bro. And so even if he's perceived as even on Trump, ask the average person that doesn't know no better. They don't know that it was Republican governors sending immigrants on buses to Democratic cities. They don't know that. But when this shit was costing the Democratic cities all of this money and you know, New York City is a sanctuary city, so they can't turn them away. You know, that's just what they do. You know, give us, you're tired, you're hungry, you're poor. So when you do that kind of stuff, and these cities got to foot the bill, and you got them moving into your neighborhoods, like you said, they got whole neighborhoods now that's Latino. Psycho said it's a whole neighborhood literally around the corner from where I grew up that is literally all Hispanic now, because of that sanctuary shit. So now, even if he was on, you would never know it. You would never know unless you were into the minutia. And to be quite honest, because of social media and microwave information, most people don't get past the videos of the immigrant burning somebody. It's what you feel. You understand what I'm saying? So yes, I agree with you. But put it like this: even if it's what we felt, Trump hadn't even been inaugurated, and that shit ended on they have Super Tuesday, whatever. It ended Wednesday. You didn't see them. They got them motherfuckers off the street, whether they left willingly, whether they left because they knew what Trump was coming in with. They just left. It's like night and day. And some people are just happy enough with that. Now they dealing with if I told you how much money I lost in my portfolio, you'd be saying, how in the holy hell could you possibly be still supporting this shit? It's because I hope that these 90 nations come in and do and get this shit right, so that the what is the word that they say, in the market? I'll get the word for it later. But I hope that this shit centers itself. Uncertainty is the rule of business, and uncertainty is the rule of the market. So it's not that everything is willy-nilly going terrible. The market is dipping based on uncertainty. The unemployment's 4.2, so we ain't at that. We're not at physical financial things right now. The market is basically saying, you're going to put all these tariffs, you're going to go into a trade war. We're not investing. It's the uncertainty that's dropping the market. But as you see today, the market was about to go dumb crazy because they thought he was about to announce the 125% tax on China, and I'm keeping it on all these other nations. But as soon as he said 90-day pause on these 90 nations that's willing to sit down to the table, the market rebounded. So, you know, it's not, you know, but I know I'm also, you understand that, logic understands that, hits understands that, whether we all agree on it, that's not the purpose. But when I'm talking to people that don't even understand how the stock market works, they don't understand how tariffs even work. Like Desmond in the chat, for some reason, I don't know why he told us this, but tariffs on Chinese goods aren't paid by China, they are paid by us importers. I don't know what the hell me, Chef, or Logic said that made you think we didn't know that. See what I'm saying? Like I don't want to have in politics. If y'all want to do it the Black Egypt way, not you, but if the crowd wants to hear it the Black Egypt way, where like you just said, you said something so profound and powerful. The majority of this conscious community shit is a Chat GPT, Google search, and you debunk the motherfucker. It ain't go to college. It ain't actually have investments. It ain't actually understand how politics works. It ain't that. It ain't understanding, like you understand politics, but you understand the context and nuance of how this shit works, right? You don't say tariffs are bad. How Trump is doing this shit is bad. But you say that to somebody else, they just like, nah, tariffs are terrible. You don't even know how you may know how tariffs work, but you don't know where they were successful in the past. So, you know, these are great conversations, but I've always been wanting to pick your brain on topics because me and you and these conversations in the Discord, we do a lot of shit for entertainment, but a lot of your shit gets lost in the Discord. I don't think motherfuckers know how smart Hits is. They don't know how smart you are. They look at Corey and call that Concrete Corey, Reverend Concrete, whatever. They don't even know when you actually have a conversation with them. Motherfuckers is brilliant. Like I said this morning, he talking when he said that about Sam Harris. Sam Harris, you know, I like what he said, and he said it better than I can. I watched that whole video. Bro, he said everything that you say and Corey say to me every day.
That's why he liked it.
Yeah, but like you say it, don't give credit to him.
Yeah, but when the motherfucker is a little bit more articulate than you, you feel me? And they coming, and they coming from Sam Harris. You know that's Fetty Man. You feel me?
Yeah, and then Corey don't like Sam Harris. Right. That's the funny part. Corey don't.
That's the funny part. But see that goes to show you that we all human. You might disagree with a person on this, but 5 minutes later they could say something that you totally agree with them on. You dig what I'm saying? So it's like that. That's for instance, when Donald Trump zapped out on the immigrants, right, and started deporting all the motherfuckers, I said, yo, black people ain't saying nothing. You feel me? I'm like, even the ones that voted for Kamala, why black people ain't saying nothing? Y'all looked at me like I was crazy. I said, because the truth of the matter is, you know what I mean? Black people, they kind of feel like, yeah, motherfucker, this shit out of hand. But as black people, certain shit we feel as though we don't have a right to say. You feel me? Like we get pitted. Like I always told you, you know, I was taught that black people, for the most part, are conservative. You dig what I'm saying? So I started to look at shit like that. You feel me? Like, hold up. You know what I mean? Yeah, some shit we don't say, even about the gay and lesbian shit.
I knew that's where you was going.
We get lumped into that. You dig what I'm saying? Because of other things that we gotta support from the Democratic Party. You dig what I'm saying? So we get lumped into it. So we just shut the fuck up about it for the most part. You dig what I'm saying? Because our bread is getting buttered on the other end of that. You feel me? So we gotta shut the fuck up about that. It's the same thing with immigration. We gotta shut up about that. You feel me? But at the end of the day, we are Americans, so we're looking at that shit like, yeah, this ain't, you know what I mean? This ain't what we signed up for. You feel me? So, you know what I mean? And I think y'all made the point earlier that the Democrat Party is so wide open. You dig what I'm saying? Whereas the Republicans are more closed off. You dig what I'm saying? They can participate in demagoguery a little bit more. You dig what I'm saying? Because their base is more shored up. Whereas it fluctuates with the Democrats. You dig what I'm saying? It fluctuates more. Everybody who's looking for help goes to the Democrat Party. You dig what I'm saying? Any group that needs help finds solace with the Democrats. You dig what I'm saying? If it's any issue, any humane issue that comes on the table, you don't go to conservatives for that. Conservatives want to keep the status quo and keep shit limited. You dig what I'm saying? Whereas the Democrats, in order for them to get in the office, they got to talk to a wider range of people and issues. You dig what I'm saying? The Republicans get in the office when Americans are just fed up. You dig what I'm saying? When there's it's like, all right, now we gotta put a stop to some shit. That's when Republicans come in. You dig what I'm saying? That's where you see them galvanize Americans when shit a little bit out of control. You feel me? Whereas the Democrats can't speak to the shit being out of control. Why? Because they don't want to alienate nobody. You dig what I'm saying?
The shit that they're saying, the shit that they would have to say is out of control is the shit that they're helping at the time. You can't say LGBTQ is out of control because we're full lock and stock and barrel of consensus on the subject. I get it. See now, Chef. See now, this kind of shit. Yeah. You ain't got no argument out of me, bro.
It's a lot less contentious when there's a little bit.
No, because he's cooking now. No,
he is right,
but
that goes right back to what I said. Like the conversation usually be a lot closer to the middle, right? That's where we actually have a good conversation. But like all the times, most of the time I'm speaking from just the out, kind of looking at the conversation. You spend so much time trying to place Brass in the extreme that he doesn't really represent, that you don't get to these type of conversations. That's just like observation.
No, voting for Trump is extreme.
No, he thinks that he thinks you in a lot. He feels about Trump the way I feel about Kamala. This is the diametrically opposed point is, and there's some truth to what you're saying. But in me and his case, the way I just could never, based on the circumstances, and this is why I don't push back so much when he talks about it, the way I could never, under the circumstances, have voted for Kamala Harris as to how she was presented to us, basically forced upon us through no fault of the American people, just through what I perceive in the Democratic Party as we gonna make this shit so late, July 2024, that we ain't, you don't gotta choose. We knew this man had dementia such a long time ago. I feel that way about Kamala in the same way. I believe Chef when he says, now I know he was dead wrong about Hillary, but I believe Chef 1000% when he says that he could never have supported Trump just based off morals and what he's done. Yes, no, I don't even push back on that. I don't. But it's just that people can't understand when I say I felt the same way about Kamala Harris. That Kamala Harris, I can't stand how she was presented.
But the way that we're treated, right? Now I go back to the we, right? What y'all don't agree with, right?
Right.
But the way that we are treated, right, for our reputation. See, your reputation precedes you. If you fuck up your jacket, we gotta live with that shit as black men, yo.
That's true.
I fuck up my jacket, that shit follow me all the way through life. So now y'all saying, and we hate that white America do that shit to us. You feel me? Like, you saying a nigga can't change and get his shit together? You feel me? Like, are you serious? Now, to make these mistakes, and we're talking about mistakes that we make as young men. You feel me? But you're telling me that a grown-ass senior citizen motherfucking catching skin beefs. You feel me? You know what a skin beef is? Motherfucking rape charges and all kind. You feel me? We call that here a skin beef. Like, how did you catch that motherfucker? You feel me? Like, that puts you in a whole nother category. When motherfuckers come out and say, yo, we hate Shaka Amos and them for their nasty, perverted shit. But Donald Trump been accused of
he gets a pass. Yeah, he gets
Free.
fat.
You feel me? How's black men, the nigga get 34 fucking felonies. You feel me? Like, and we still, I don't understand how do black men give yo a pass to say yo deserve my vote to be the fucking president when we don't, the presidency? Nigga, FedEx wouldn't hire your dumb ass being black for motherfucking a felony. You feel me?
You know you've never said that before, bro. Do you understand? Wait. You know what? I don't know if you just maybe when we do these Discord chats, I'm gonna see if we could do when we do these Discord chats, we can make this shit be a show. Logic, has he ever said it in those terms to you ever?
Not just straight up, but it makes a lot of sense, right? There's nothing to
Yeah,
argue.
now I understand why you so vehemently. Cause see, Chef, not in my defense, but just and I ain't gonna try to take things from cookies. I want to hear this shit. But in the same thing, where you say black people, I never would understand that point from you simply because when you say black people, I assume white. I hate to say it. I guess it makes me racist or comment or I've accepted the status quo. I don't question white men that get away with shit and be congressmen and kind of this, that, and the other. So I kind of like, I ain't gonna lie, I do kind of like go along, with the status quo and never really question. But that's a damn good point. Why would I accept this from this white man if I know that they wouldn't afford me the same thing? Now, see, that makes sense.
And
I hate that we had to go live to do that.
And that's all I'm saying. Like you spend so much time trying to pin them down in the corner. Like we don't get to that, right? Like we don't get that side of the conversation.
That shit sounds damn good to me.
Yeah, and we do.
I wish I'd have talked to you in November. Possibly.
No, so this is what we do, right? I work in public service, right? So I'm talking to young men all the time, and I gotta tell them the harsh reality. Like, yo, you just fucked up your record, my nigga. This shit about to be hard for you. I can't sugarcoat that shit for them. You feel me? I gotta let them know, like, yeah, yo, you fucked up. You feel me? Nigga, you just came home off of felony aggravated assault. Nigga, you ain't getting no good job right now. Nigga, you gonna have to come up from the motherfucking mud. Nigga, I hope you ready for that. I hope you ready because you did that. So if I'm not sugarcoating it, right, or saying that a black man, right, that then did that should get a fucking pass, right? Because we show each other hard fucking love. And y'all know we do. You feel me? When a nigga fuck up, who pats a nigga on his back and say, no, nigga, no. It's nigga, you got to live with that. You know what I mean? How many of y'all got homeboys that just came home or came home before and you ain't have nothing for them, but nigga, you gotta grind. You did that. You put yourself in that motherfucking situation. Nigga, you gonna have to dig your way out of it. That's the only way out of it. So I'm saying if the world tells us this and we don't love each other enough to pull each other out of situations like that, we give each other the same hardship that the world then handed to them, right? Nigga, if you played that hand, we make you have to live with that shit. You feel me? Like, nigga, if you played that hand, black people, we look at you the way the world look at you. Nigga, you got to live with that. Now, we can feel some type way about it. Like, damn, yo, you know what I mean? But we're talking about people who make those decisions as young men, right? Between the ages of what? 16 and 30, right?
Yeah.
Donald Trump, man, this nigga 70 years old
He should know better is what you're saying.
Stealing documents out the White House. Nigga, who don't know not to do that? Like, come on, bro. I wouldn't steal a pen out the White House.
Because you can't. Nigga, yeah, that's a federal crime, nigga. You be in jail the rest of your fucking life.
I'm terrified. But y'all saying, and Republicans are saying, this dude, y'all would actually put back in the White House.
Not Republicans, but you keep saying that. See, that's the one place where you got it. I think you gonna have
Americans.
Thank you. You got to get it in your America chose Donald Trump. It wasn't Republicans. America chose.
The fact that Americans can hold everybody feet to the fire, but look at a white man and just the nigga angel. Like he can say the most disparaging things, and y'all will say, yeah, he should be president. I'd rather have him in office. You feel me? I'd rather have him in office than anybody else that the Democrats can put. Even this Indian lady, I ain't even gonna call her black. Nigga, she Indian now to me. Fuck the black. You feel me? So y'all don't like Indians that much that y'all gonna say, you dig what I'm saying? Because the black thing is overplayed. Y'all don't even accept her as black. So let's say the Indian lady. You know what I mean? What the fuck did Indians ever do to y'all when y'all feel as though that this dude who put 34 felonies, right? Stealing out the White House, you know what I mean? Destroying official government documents, all this illegal shit, rape charges. You think what I'm saying? All this shit, and y'all saying, yeah, he still deserved to be in the motherfucking Oval Office. Like, and I end my shit with that. I just don't understand that. And then when the motherfucker get in though, right? Then when the motherfucker get in and start motherfucking what Kennedy and Hexef and you know what I mean?
McMahon.
WWF lady. You know what I mean? And y'all don't say, God damn, yeah, his record and what he's done didn't mute him for being president for y'all, right? It would for anybody else though. I promise y'all. If Barack Obama jacket looked like Donald Trump's, he wouldn't even would have been nominated.
But he even said that. He said that last week. He said that. He said, could you imagine if I did 10% of what the hell? You got to see that interview. It's an interesting interview.
But Barack is telling the absolute truth. So my thing is, why would you vote for him?
So I know you don't want to hear this, and I know we're not about to do a whole nother show. But this is where I got to give you pushback, and you're gonna hate me for saying it. Illogic, don't laugh. The Democratic Party and how they read the last 4 years was so fucked up that the American people, if you by your metric, the American people would rather have this guy than another 4 years of Biden policies.
I'm gonna say this.
Go ahead.
Hold on. I'll say this. Yo, they done already did studies, man. They'll send 2 people in the store and make them shoplift, right? One black, one white. You feel me? And they'll say, pick the shoplifter out of the lineup, right? Both of them went in the store at the same time. Both of them left the store at the same time. At an 80% clip, most people chose the motherfucking black person as the motherfucking criminal. So even though, you dig what I'm saying? You have the criminal right in front of you. You got the nigga convicted. All of the shit that they done. And you still will give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm talking not you. I'm saying
no. But I'm saying get into why. No, I want you to cook though. Because here's the thing: we can only cook.
Did it.
We ain't talking about America though. But you cannot get away from. I ain't talking about the racial issue.
The racial issue of why they'll pick the black person and hold them to criminality, but the white person that is the criminal, you still can't even. You'll still like
America loves criminals though. We all agree on that.
Yes.
That criminal shit. Listen, let me tell you what Kamala Harris did in her campaigns. When Kamala Harris got up there talking about this is why I say I don't think Democrats are aware of the America that we live in. when she kept talking about 34 felonies and the criminals and this, that, and the other, I don't think she knew that she was actually doing a rally for Donald Trump. Like the America don't give a damn about and it's apparent.
But they care about it when it's us, though.
No. And you have no argument from me.
That's crazy.
But no. But listen. You have no argument from me. But Kamala Harris wasn't running against a black man. She was running against a white man. So if you understand that pointing out that a white man is somehow a criminal, when we celebrate Billy the Kid. We celebrate John Dillinger. We celebrate all of those people. America loves John Gotti. America loves one of the greatest TV shows of all time is The Sopranos. Tony Soprano was a criminal, a thug, murdered people. He was racist. He was racist, bro. On one of them shows, when Meadow brought home the dude, he was like, "So what are you?" Yeah. He was like, "So what are you, like Muyan or you remember?" And people didn't know that. Did that make the news, bro? No. Did anybody? Because we've just accepted that the mafia is racist. They're not. So when Kamala Harris gets up there trying to somehow appeal to the aspect of your moral human being, how can y'all accept this criminal? This is what I'm trying to say to you about. We know that white people are criminals, and we know that people don't care. How do you not know that? How do you not know that they don't care?
That's the hypocrisy.
No, not you. I'm talking about Kamala Harris. How does Kamala Harris not know that hypocrisy exists? This is the attorney general. This is somebody who's been in politics. You know they don't give a shit. They don't care. The man said grab him by the vagina and got elected.
Over a woman. Over a woman.
Yeah. So they don't care. And you know what? But my point to you is, and it's gonna remain, and I know you hate that shit. I kind of hate it because I hate when people change the what's the name. But when you get into why, then you would have to at some point look in the mirror and say, what the hell was the Democratic administration doing that this motherfucker even had a chance? Like I'll give you an idea. When Barack Obama won the presidency of the United States, a lot of people Republicans kind of did a funny thing. They did a funny thing that was a little different. They weren't necessarily saying that he was just so amazing. The narrative was this: George Bush was so bad. Think about that. That's a running joke in my family when he was running. My father was saying that if we ever was going to have a black president, we can have one now, because the weapons of mass destruction, how he fucked up 9/11, the Twin Towers. Any Democrat that was going to get put up was going to win. And I'm telling you right now, based on the sentiment of the country, the Democrats got to wear some of this responsibility for the last 4 years of Biden, that dementia bullshit, and forcing Kamala Harris on the people. You got to remember, at that time, bro, Gavin Newsom wasn't the wildfires Gavin Newscum, right? He wasn't that guy. Gavin Newsom was like, people was looking at him to run for president of the United States. To not even give him the opportunity to run. That's a huge misstep, bro. So I'm not saying, we diametrically opposed on some things, but we respect each other on pretty much everything. I respect your stances, but in the same token, it boggles my mind that you just won't lay any of this at the feet of the Democratic Party. Like none of it. Like you just saying America chose the wrong human being, when in actuality, what America is telling you, they really only had one choice. Whereas on your side, you're saying your one choice was this guy, and right back at you, they're saying, well, your choice was 4 more years of Biden? Hell no. That's what America said. We're not doing 4 more years of Biden. We ain't doing it.
So you saying if Biden was in his right mind,
he wouldn't
have beat Donald Trump?
No, he would have won.
Exactly.
He won. Yeah, he
so if his policies and everything was so horrible, and he was his presidency was so fucked up, how could you say
no? Trump would have won. Trump would have won. Now, okay, I just realized what you were saying. Trump would have won. Not Biden.
No, he wasn't.
No, listen, there's no
Trump,
way. There's
Biden
no
would have been
way.
all over him.
There's no
Biden
way.
would have been all over him with them 34 facts. I hated that debate so bad because he couldn't do nothing with Trump because his fucking mind was gone. Like I was like, I was like, yo.
You are the first person I've ever heard. You're not a Democrat, but you're the first person I've ever admit. The line of the year. Y'all talk about A minor with Kendrick. The bar of the year.
I don't know what he said. And
I don't know what he said, and I don't know if he knows what the fuck he just said. When he said that, I think Obama was like, he got everybody on the phone.
Yeah.
Nope.
That was
crazy. Can't do it. No, I don't think.
I will blame the Democrats. No. You got me. And we can end this. I do blame the Democrats for putting a motherfucker with that much mental deterioration up to be president again. Like, that was crazy. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, all of them, it need to be an investigation on them.
I said the same thing.
That's crazy.
Bro, you don't remember? I said, bro,
that's damn near treasonous.
So bad.
Yeah, you trying to pass it off like he in this
motherfucking job, bro.
Yeah, that's treasonous.
Somebody needs to lose their job in this. There needs to be an investigation.
It should be jail. It should be jail.
Yes. Now, listen, because you know what they did, Chef? Because remember, I kept saying, and it was a MAGA talking point, so people wasn't really listening to me, and I wasn't saying that
can be defined in a single word.
Did y'all hear that?
Yeah.
This nigga just playing shit in the middle of niggas talking. Go ahead. Go ahead. What is it? Say it again. Play it again.
No, I forgot I was on the screen. Go ahead. I'm trying to find the right one.
Okay. But I was saying, Chef, remember after that debate, right? When they
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word.
Are you doing this shit on purpose?
I was gonna put him in.
Find what you gotta find so I can finish what I'm saying, bro. This thing playing Legos now. But no, so America, I was asking after that debate when they put up Kamala Harris. You don't remember me saying, Chef, who's the president of the United States right now?
Yeah.
Because this nigga, it can't be him.
Right.
It cannot be him. But it was a MAGA talking point. So I just never did the show. Because I don't want to get close to that rhetoric. Because when you start saying it and you start doing shows on it, you just sound like it, bro. But after that debate, I was like, so he's running the country right now? And nobody's saying nothing? I would have actually respected Kamala Harris if she just said, we know that we couldn't have put him up. We know that. But when you get up there and you just say, what are you different? I hate to keep bringing it up, Chef. But when you get up there and you say the words, how are you different than Joseph Biden? And the best you got from me 3 weeks away from the election is I can't really think of nothing right now. Come on, bro.
She should have said, I ain't got dementia and walked on.
Yeah, wait, yo, do you know, bro? How would that have played alive, bro? The Democratic Party would have hated her, but you know what she'd have been? The next president of the United States. The Democratic Party would have hated Kamala Harris.
If you ain't like him, say something.
And she would have been the next president of the United States.
They wouldn't
for saying, you know what? I'm in my right mind.
All right.
I can spell the.
my diet does not consist of Jell-O.
And a yogurt, motherfucker. I ain't taking probiotics like they aspirin. Like what? You're like that kind of shit, bro. and then on top of that, you know what's even worse? Timothy Waltz is a good moral human being, I guess. But they could have picked a better running mate too. They could have. Why not? If you can't have Gavin Newsom as the main guy, do you know how Gavin Newsom would have played as VP? You know how good of a speaker he is? He would have wore J.D. Vance out. I've seen that man speak. Or go get Stacey Abrams and put her next to Kamala Harris. Now, you'd have got more black people voting for you, but I think at that point, she waited 3 weeks to put her policy up. When she finally, after everybody waiting, they read the policy, the shit was the same as Biden's, bro. And then right before the election, you don't differentiate yourself from Biden. So now we looking at you like you just a puppet.
Yeah,
The Democratic Party did her dirty, bro. And nobody wants to talk about that. The Democratic Party, I don't blame this on Kamala Harris. A lot of people think it's personal. I truly think they told her, you want the spot? Shut up. Shut up. Because I've heard her talk, bro. She's one of the most outspoken politicians in politics. She don't, I don't even think she was with all that Megan Thee Stallion and all that shit. She wasn't. She couldn't have been with that.
She don't even know who the fuck they is.
Yeah, nothing about her history says go get the Migos and let's talk to like that ain't and that's not. She's a professional politician. Say what you want about Kamala Harris. That lady is educated. She was the Attorney General. She was a senator. She was a vice president of the United States. I can't stand her laugh. I think she doesn't have the greatest PR, but most people aren't good orators. And and they don't answer questions well without public relations. But that's a whole nother show. But this is, like I said, Chef, this is why I'd like to talk to you on a platform without a bunch of people on the panel. You just talking about your ideas, because I never knew that the theory of why would we let this white man get away with all of this shit and look past all of this shit when we throw it in black men's faces for every single thing that they do. I can't. If I tell you fuck you on that point, then call me MAGA, bro. Then now I'm a MAGA. Now I'm a Trump. Then because that's a fact. It's just I just don't look at, bro. What's that boy's name that walked into the middle of the Black Lives Matter shit and shot somebody with an AR-15 and got off? I wasn't surprised. Were you?
Oh yeah, Rittenhouse.
Were you shocked?
Rittenhouse.
Yeah, Rittenhouse. Were you shocked that Rittenhouse got off? No, I wasn't surprised. This kid, Carmelo Anthony, that stabbed the teammate, the white kid in Texas, fighting for his life. I fully expect him to go to jail in Texas. Fully. With a video, I fully expect him to go to jail. If he gets off, I would be just as surprised as if Rittenhouse got convicted. I don't hold white people and black people to the same standard because I live in America. I know. This is the Fetty conversation.
He definitely, but see, this is where black people morals come into play. Also, You feel me? We are the victim of stand your ground, right? So it's almost now is when a black person do, we want to use something, and we know we really disagree with that shit. You feel me? Like a young man lost his fucking life, yo. Now, you see how black people can be honest about that shit. You feel me? Like, yo, you stabbed another kid in his fucking heart. You feel me? But under the law, right? Under the law, right? You done made a dumbass law, right? That is so fucking crazy, right? I don't agree with that shit, yo. If somebody do something to you and you use motherfucking deadly force on them, I don't agree with that shit. That's fucking crazy. Because young kids will test each other. You feel me? Young kids will put each other in a situation where they got to defend it. Grown people do it. But you know that young kids and hazing and teasing, you know what we went through as fucking kids and shit that we put other kids through. You dig what I'm saying? Shouldn't nobody kid lose their fucking life at the end of the day at a fucking
track meet,
high school motherfucking sports
track meet.
You feel me? Because kids are gonna pick with each other. They might start fighting on each other. All of that shit is always been in the game for young people. You feel me? So grown people got to deal with that shit going to nightclubs. You feel me? So we're saying now that a young man, you dig what I'm saying? I cannot sit here and just say, tell those parents that lost their fucking child, you feel me? Like, yo, stand your ground. Because if that was a black kid that happened to, yo, we'd be like, fuck no, that little white motherfucker, the devil, blue-eyed devil, killed the black kid, take him to jail. You feel me?
Exactly. No, I completely agree. When we was talking about it earlier, because I was saying the irony that Carmelo Anthony, and I don't want to say the real Carmelo Anthony, but the Carmelo Anthony we know for basketball and sports and stuff like that, he went into the Hall of Fame over this past week. So when people were saying Carmelo Anthony, shit, I'm thinking they talking about the Carmelo Anthony that made it to, like Melo. So I kind of was like 2 or 3 days behind even on the conversation. But then when I got hip to the conversation, the first thing I said, and I don't think it's right and I don't think it's wrong, but based on past history, I'm hesitant before I jump my ass in these conversations, what actually happened, bro. Because before I go in there and just start saying, yeah, this is wrong. Nope. Because at the end of the day, and that's just probably the curse of being black in a way too. I am sympathetic to, and I'm a father. I'm sympathetic to anybody losing their child, bro.
Yeah.
Anyone, under any circumstances. My grandparents always told me the worst thing in the world that could ever happen, and I don't think they're 100% right, but they're my grandparents, so I respect it. A parent should never outlive their children. Yep. Yeah, that right there is something that even during the civil rights movement, that came from Emmett Till and his mother. That the biggest crime was, I think her mother said it or her father said it, that the fact that she has to bury her child. A child. I can't even see the exhale. Remember what we was talking about with Fetty? I hate that Fetty keep coming up in these conversations. We're not talking about you, brother, just to make things in context. The biggest reason why Fetty gets so much pushback, if you look at the people that's pushing back, is because in that IQ conversation, whether they're right in how they perceive it or wrong in how they perceive it, you're talking to fathers that if what these people are saying is correct or what these people are saying is true, they got to look at their kids with these IQ conversations and genetics and socioeconomic standards and all of that. That's where you get such vehement pushback. These are fathers. You're talking to fathers. They're not talking about it specifically from them. And I also think, this would be my challenge to Fetty. I think Fetty can have that conversation so freely that the children is this and that and the third, and I don't even want to act like I know the conversation, but you can have that conversation so freely because you don't have children, bro. You don't know that kind of shit that a person has to face about their own children. But I don't want to get into the long diatribe. We've been live for a bunch of hours. I appreciate you, Logic. I appreciate you, Chef. Always, you letting us do these shows in the partnership. You on our channel and us on your channel. Building these brands is always a privilege, not a right. And I don't think we thank you enough for the access you give us and the access we give you. So I appreciate that partnership until 2090, when hopefully one of us is on our children is president of the United States. But I'm done. I got to go watch my son lose the 200 meters because he already lost the 400. And he walked up to me, somebody sprained his ankle. I said, you better sprain your ankle for another 200 meters, and then we'll leave. So I appreciate y'all. I'll hit y'all up a little later, bro.
All right, peace. Joe. It was a good one, man. I'm gonna drop a couple. I'll drop one of my shorts or two, and then we're gonna head on up out of here, man. I appreciate y'all coming through. Drop a like, subscribe if you ain't subscribed, and definitely come back, man. We're gonna keep producing this stuff, it's a grind, but it's fun, I like being a part of bringing the information to the people. Something about that I kind of do like, and I also want to be able to promote us having better conversations about whatever it is, right? If we talking about revenge, right? I think it's fair to say, let's evaluate what we're getting revenge for, right? Let's evaluate if revenge is actually what we're looking for. Let's evaluate if revenge will even heal the wounds. I think all those are fair questions, right? But that's when you're starting to have the conversation beyond the surface level. And that's where I feel like we need to do some more of that. But here we go. I'm gonna drop this right quick for y'all, man. Sleepy Joe was out there tripping, and they caught him live on camera.
And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look.
Yeah, man. That was a single moment right there that you could have said that's when he lost. He lost right there. You got to get him out of there. You pull the plug on Biden, you get the microphone away from him, and you put him way in the back of the bus and hope people forget how bad he actually was.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him, excuse me.
What he said.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him, excuse me.
Dang, Joe. I know he did some good stuff. You know, he wasn't all bad, but God, dog, his mind was, he was slipping at the end of that. He definitely was slipping. Hold on, because I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban.
Mr. President, can you tell us, sir, Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir?
Looking at it.
Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign?
That's the response right there.
We'd love to hear your thoughts, sir.
And I'm going to continue to move until we get.
That's enough. I ain't gonna torture y'all with that, but golly, man, that was a time Joe Biden was really out there slipping. He fell off a bike, fell down the steps of Air Force One, or fell up the steps of Air Force One. Matter of fact, I remember, crazy, so it's kind of impossible to imagine re-putting him in office. But, for have Kamala come right behind what he was doing and basically push the same policies, it was at a bad time. The American climate was looking for something different socially, politically, blah, blah, blah. And unfortunately, they took the extreme right turn. They didn't take that subtle turn, maybe with the fork in the road. Nah, they made the sharp right turn, right? And that's where we at today in today's climate. But let me play some of these commercials, and I appreciate y'all, man. Show up next time, man. We should be back tomorrow too. Is it tomorrow and the next day and the next day? So pull up.
What is that? Fuck, I'm feeling good. What's it good? It's a fucking killer.
This that motion, when I flow this shit. Nigga just so legit. You the damn boy if you sliding. How many hoes you get? Me? They be on my dick, smelling like the coldest scene. Looking good, that wood filled with the animal clover mix. When I pop that shit, it's the oldest trick. Literal coldest shit. Baby, text me since you got a bone up kick. I'ma pull up a bone up bitch. Holy shit. Notice the golden bonus that's on this wrist. On the trip with no chill. Bitch with a police beat.